Chieftain retirement party. What do you mean? Is the bingo done? No, the bingo I've only done a little bit of. Hello, Hilm. How you doing? Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Twitch. Hope you guys are doing well. I don't think that they'll delete Chieftain. Yo, maybe Chieftain actually gets buffed. Maybe they just look at Chieftain and they remove the stationary tag from Chieftain. You know what? Chieftain's going on the bingo card, boys. Chieftain's getting buffed. We gotta be fucking believers here, boys. Okay? None of this nerfing Chieftain slander. Chieftain only gets buffed. You said that as well? I'm dying on my hill, bro. I'm dying on my hill. He's getting buffed. Looking forward to playing your first POE1 League on launch. Didn't really get into the game until you played POE2. I get it. The game has like so much in it, so being able to play like POE2 first, where it's more digestible, kind of like can prep you for POE1. Even though there's not like that much stuff maybe that's similar, I can understand like it helping you get into the game. It's been a good run of map clearing. Now we gotta throw fire traps to clear trash mobs. Nah, dude, don't worry. You ever tried the Divine Card Flask? Divine. Yeah, that one was weird. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it. Because like when you're clearing quickly, it's just constantly procking like random stuff. All right, guys. Here's our bingo so far. Here's what we currently have. I'll give you guys a sneak peek. So far, we got RF is going to get buffed. Fire Trap's getting buffed. Life builds are getting buffed. Chieftain is getting buffed. You know for sure, 100%. Asynchronous trading is definitely logging in. Like there's no shot that doesn't make it through. We got ES nerfs. I don't know what else to put. Maybe Golem nerf. Maybe Golems are getting nerfed, to be honest. Nah, dude, I think Golems are getting nerfed too, dude. You said you were ramping. Oh yeah, by ramping I meant I was gonna go like watch television until it was time to play. The Chaos Damage Amulet Monoscale nerfed. Oh yeah, Whispers of Infinity, right? Let's see. Where's Whispers at? Let's see. Mercenary, this character. What is that top row? Bro, that top row is straight buffs. All right, right here, this thing is getting nerfed for sure. If they're not nerfing it, they're just nerfing the drop rate of it. Let's see. Which is still a nerf. Okay, let's put that right there. Let's get some nice, beautiful fucking red text over here. All right, let's see. Is there a way to easily move the text, by the way? I'm a boomer with everything but video games. All right, here. No, this works. Nerf. Don't ask why that's not capital. I don't know how to fucking fix it. EE nerf. Yeah, I was thinking of nerfing Ephemeral Edge. I mean, they nerfed it already, but, you know, why not just nerf it again? Chieftain Explode damage nerf. No, dude, it's not allowed. Where's the Stone Golem? Stone Golem, my beloved, you're getting nerfed because you are associated with fucking Energy Shield. Oops. Stone Golem? Damn, that's a fucking thick golem. Holy, look how wide he is, dude. All right, let's see here. Where's our tech stat? Boom. Nerf. Go down a little, like right here. Nerf. All right. You know what? Maybe we just take the fucking element. No, I mean, it's not really a need to nerf elementalists. It's more like just maybe some golems, right? Let's see. What else do what else do we do? I don't know. You think the whole class is getting nerfed? I feel like it's just some of it. Oh yeah, let me go make the announcement that we're live. Let's see. Um, we live working on our scuff bingo sheet. And then downing. Okay. The longer I look at Assassin, the more I feel like it got nerfed. I don't really know anything about I don't really know anything about Assassin, to be honest. I saw they like buffed Assassin, or they reworked Assassin when I hopped off last night. Yo, Kuro, thanks so much for the gifted, man. Appreciate it. What else is on here, boys? What RF related is on here? I like your bingo sheet. I think it's cope, but we can hope. I mean, it's like it's boring if everything is super predictable, right? Like I could put a whole bunch of really predictable stuff on here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to right now. You know what? Mana. Mana builds, you're getting fucking nerfed too. Why? Because you're not life builds. That's why. Because I said so. Wait, why is it scuffed like that? What the heck? It's not supposed to be like that. Wait. Boom. You can get nerfed too. Nerfed. All right. What's next? Maybe T17 map nerf, because T17 maps are toxic, but I don't think they're actually going to nerf them. But you know what? Let's continue being spicy, shall we? Here, let's take this. Let's just copy this map here. Boom. Wait, why mana? Is Archmage just fucking broken? Boom. Okay, let's see here. There's a bug in the picture. You got all the RF related stuff in buff. What do you mean, dude? What are you talking about? Okay, alright, we're ramping. T16.5 nerf. I mean, if anything, I'd maybe say buff for T16.5, right?
A new subscriber arrives. It
Like-
fills you with determination.
Like, when I say buffed, I mean, like, I don't like that they inherit the T17 mod pool. But other than that, like, I'm kind of okay with them, I think. How many people are playing mono builds? I don't care who's playing it, bro. Archmage is still busted. Any Risk Scarab nerf? Oh, yeah, sure. That's an easy one. Risk Scarab. Yeah, you're also getting fucking deleted from the game, bud. Let's see. Boom. Okay, Risk Scarab. I'll just put nerf. Nerf is nice and easy. Boom, nerfed. I kind of want to see an Abyss rework. Abyss rework would be kind of cool. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of an Abyss, and we're gonna put rework. Might be too early for Abyss rework. You gotta live on the edge, bro. You gotta live spicy, you know? Okay. Harbinger nerf? Nah, dude. Harbinger fucking buff. What do you mean? Maybe another ephemeral edge nerf? Yeah, although it's to be fair, like, it probably doesn't really need it, but at the same time, like, why not? Do I, like, just take the Harbinger Scarab and put it up there? I'll just put Abyss here. Maybe it makes more sense. Yeah, Harby stacked loot. I like Harby stacked loot. Take a picture of the Atlas icon for Harbinger. Oh, that can kind of work, right? Harbinger kind of looks fucking weird, though, no? I guess I can do this one. I could do, like, that little thing, right? Oh, no, I could do this one. This one's not too bad either. Or, like, no, not that one. I'll take this one here. Can you tell that that's Harbinger? I kind of can. Or a Harbinger orb. Harbinger could kind of make sense. Like a Harbinger orb. We're just going to do quality of life. I'm just going to do, where's the A here? Bam. Quality of life. There we go. Quality of life. King's March expansion. I don't want to see more. I don't even want to think about King's March right now. DOA back? I don't know. Something with a blight nerf slash buff. Yeah, I didn't really engage in the blight shit this league, though, I'll be honest, so I don't really pay much attention to it. All I remember is people talking about, like, your UI disappearing when you do, like, juice blight. Maybe a Beyond expansion, since we say it takes Breach's place. Yeah, I don't know. I think Abyss could be due for a rework. I don't know about, like, Beyond, though. That's because of Risk Scarab? RF needs a couple of nerfs. No. Delayed until Wednesday. Is that a real Imgur link? I don't trust links in a chat, sorry. How about open nearby chest runegraft? That would be kind of cool. Nerf mana in what way? Archmage. Archmage is OP. Really, I care less about mana and more about Archmage. Here, I'll tell you what, I can just take a picture of the Archmage gem and put it on top of there.
Hail gods.
Boom. Put ES nerf and life and armor / armor life buff. There's no armor on here per se, just life buffs. Nerf Ivory Tower so Captain Lance has to play something different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more to go. Past one stunned, poison assassin. That'd be funny. I'm considering RF League for the first time. If they buff it 100%, we'll do. Yeah, it would be cool. Fix Sleep Slam sticking you in walls. I don't think they're ever gonna fucking fix that. That's just part of the skill at this point. Brands? I don't know. Brands are kind of quality of life as is, no? I mean, I haven't played brands in a while, but having like the brand recall is like pretty nice already. Nerfs to Betrayal, Gravicious is massive. Yeah, that's true, but nah, they probably won't touch it. I think the most reasonable thing is to nerf Chieftain Hinakura, which nerfs mapping, but buff Chieftain single target by increasing RF damage. I don't see why they would need to nerf Hinakura, though. Like, why are people obsessed with wanting Hinakura nerfed? I don't get it. I see it everywhere. $500%'s busted. It's been here for like years, though. I don't understand. Like, why are people now saying that they don't like it? You're capped at dot cap. Like, you can't go past dot cap. Hinakura isn't just used by RF. I mean, like, 2 builds in the game use it. Cast when stun and RF. Who else uses Hinakura? Like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely, like, some builds, but I don't hear anything ever talked about it. Ever. Like, ever. Hinakura is the best explode, and it's free, where every other ascendancy has to work to get chest mod. No, every other ascendancy can just use, like, Oriat's End. But, you know, every other ascendancy is going to do way more than 3 million damage, right? They're going to do, like, they're going to add, like, 2 digits in the DPS. Also, Occultist has Profane Bloom. Like, Occultist has Profane Bloom 100%. Gladiator has Fizz Explode. Why do you think they'll buff RF? I don't, but everyone says it's getting nerfed, so I gotta be the shining light. You also have to use an ascendancy point to get it. Yep. RF Scion target nerfed. I don't think RF Scion is OP. You have to spend like a ridiculous amount of currency on that build to still not even hit dot cap. Attribute stacking nerf? Maybe. Maybe it's int nerf.
Hello, hello, hello.
Thanks to your hard work, we have at last pinpointed the location of a syndicate safe house. I believe a leader to be sending orders from there. When you are ready, I can take us close. Together, we will infiltrate and dismantle it. If we can capture the leader, they may be able to get us closer to the one they call the Life Giver.
Need to make this 36. And stacking is kind of ES nerf. Yeah, but not every like ES build stacks int. Some are just like, you know, still just ES. Physical mitigation buff. That would be cool, but I don't know what they would do with that. That would have to be like an armor buff. Yeah, reveals in like 2 hours. An hour, 40 minutes maybe. Should show it on the website front page. Yeah. Left side builds already have good mitigation. Problem is overwhelm and max HP. Problem is when you get the T17 mods, your shit, your defensive layers don't do anything unless you like go fucking crazy with gear, right? Yeah, drops are automatically on. Drops are automatically on, and once their thing goes live, it should just instantly sync up.
Well, it's about tree fitty.
Yo, Karasit.
Karasit tipped $5. As a matter of fact, I am playing TBR right now.
Appreciate it, dude. What class? Wrapped in Flames works, it's just inconsistent to proc the 5%. Yo, Survive. Thanks to Prime. Thoughts on slams? I know slams are in a really good spot, but I've never played them, so no idea. Coil Whisper nerf? Is that the, like, perma soul eater?
Our illustrious champion returns.
Marthos. Thanks for the 38, dude. Have you done Maven? No, we're gonna do Maven after this. Incandescent Heart. I don't even know if people are using Incandescent Heart. Buff the Jug. Does Jug need a buff? He's good once you have, like, crazy endurance charge set up. What is the second row? Oh, this is quality of life for Harbinger.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
RF Enjoyer, thanks for the 6 months. Change to some class ascendancy that will make RF viable. Can't. It's not going to be viable unless they make something busted and OP, like Bogwitch but tanky, or if they add a new ascendancy with a fire explode, so it's like not really going to happen. RF is like too niche of an ascendancy to just easily be played on other ascendancies without like very niche gearing. It just kind of doesn't really work. Not for like overall smooth progression. I love your RF guides, but as a guy with ADHD, I have problems with transitions like swapping gems and gear. Would it be possible to more accurately describe what to focus on in those phases? I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how I can make it more accurate. Like, the POB has a loadout feature. When you click the loadout feature, it swaps the gems, it swaps the gear, it swaps the skill tree all at the same time. And for the more important ones, I always make league start videos on those swaps as well. Like, example, when you go block-based, I have a YouTube video covering going block-based as well on top of that. So I'm not really sure what else I could do there. I think the problem is that there's just a lot of information and people get a little impatient sometimes on like what is kind of needed. I don't really know. It's also hard to put text in Path of Building, right? I don't really know what I'm supposed to do because like if I put text in a Path of Building notes, people aren't going to read it. And I can't just like put text in the middle of the POB because you can't do that, right? Like you have the skill tree, you have the gear, and you have the gems. So I don't know how I'm supposed to like get people to read something, right? It's always kind of been an issue with like Path of Exile players and how to like inject the information, right? So I'm not really sure there. I'm kind of at a loss. That's where the written guides can kind of help people who need additional help, or the YouTube guides. You think Fallen's going to be 100 Divine this league? Probably, unless they nerf it. Are we supposed to be using POB? Every single player who plays Path of Exile should use Path of Building. 100%. If you don't want to use it, you are nerfing yourself, and that's okay. But every single player should utilize Path of Building. 100%. If you don't know how to use it, just learn how to read it. It's too much nerd shit. I mean, it's not. What do you mean? You literally click Path of Building, right? You come to my website. You click this. All you do is you just import it. This has taken less than 10 seconds. So you look at the tree. You look at the items, you look at the skills. When you're done with that, you just click the loadout and you go to the next one. And then you play the game for like 2 hours. And then when you're confused or you're stuck, what do? You look at the items, you look at the skills, you look at the tree, and then when you're done with that, you go to the next loadout. And if you can't do that, this is not targeted towards you, but if you can't do that, I would be very surprised to see these types of players being successful in Path of Exile. Like, the game is out to get you. It's out to frustrate you. Nothing is explained in the game, right? So, this is the best we can do as content creators to provide info. People are not good at reading, such as, like, the notes in here. People are not good at, like, reading the tips I give on items. So the best I can provide for people is to use the loadout feature, which will simplify everything for you, right? There's not really much more we can do, so. I sometimes use web version of POB. You can do that too. It's not going to be as clean as this, but, you know, like I said, there's nothing more I can really do. When players are struggling and they get frustrated and they're dying 24/7, they're just getting annoyed and they feel that they can't progress, this is what Path of Building is for. Why minion nodes? Because if you read Spiritual Aid, it says minion damage affects you. This allows you to craft an early minion weapon for very cheap. Where do you get the nerf and buff? What do you mean? It's just a bingo cheat. We're just having fun.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yo, Panther, thanks for the 14
Welcome
months.
home.
GG lets us upload a POB path in-game. Will you make an updated Inquisitor Mana RF guide? No, you don't play Inquisitor, you play Hierophant. I don't enjoy Mana RF. You had a really good explanation on how to craft the Minion Scepter. Any way you can add that mid-game Scepter crafting on your website to notes in POB? no, that's redundant. It kind of becomes a little backwards when you just copy paste information. If people want to get the crafting guides, they come to the website, right? It only takes a few seconds. You just go to the website, you click craft, and then you can just see the scepter, and then you're done, right? Having to like put this in POB means that I should put everything in POB, and if people see like 13 pages of text, they're not reading anything. You can copy paste whatever you want to your version of POB. That's true. You can just open up my POB, copy this, put it in the notes, paste it, and save it. Is the minion scepter on the website? Early minion scepter. RF Assassin. I don't think so. Minion Scepter is a one-step craft. It is. It is a one-step craft. I wish POB was in a language I'm more familiar with. I have wanted to add hover over notes onto items for a while. It's really easy once you like get the gist of it, man. I'll show you an example. You can just like add an item. So like here's an item for my build. And then I can go to edit. Then I can say like notes. Use this item at level 70. And if you want to put a color, you do like caret 1, caret 2, caret 3. So there. Note, use this item at level 70. And then that's it. And it's done. Do you think they will fix the economy by making tagging both items with a mirror tag after use? That way you can't just print infinite currency with fees and buy the entire market after you make one mirror to your item. That'd be kind of interesting, to be honest. I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting. I really hope they buff RF. I want RF to be the focus, not explode or ignite prolif. Maybe scale RF with spell damage for starters. They're not going to do that, though. They're not going to do that at all. The only way you're making, the only way you're making RF do damage, with the exception of like Scion or Elementalist versions, is if they like add base damage back. Scion rework. Scion rework? You think so?
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yo, Orokus.
Welcome home.
Thanks for the 2 months. I don't think making mirrors less useful would fix the economy. It would probably make crafting ingredients more expensive since items can't be printed. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this stuff, because I'm gonna be honest. I don't really care, because I don't really play Trade League to this extent. I think they will bring back level scaling for RF. No, but it would be awesome if they made it as a transfigured gem. Bring back the good old days of Jug RF. Yeah, that would It would have to be level scaling again. We'd have to get our base damage back to do Juggernaut RF properly. Transfigured gems. Yeah, but the thing is if it's a transfigured gem, at least like it would be a transfigured gem that's build enabling, and even though it's like gated, I would rather it be in the game than just simply not, right? So, not the best, but I mean, honestly, I wish that the transfigured version would be the base version, right? I wish the base version had the regular gem level, and if you wanted to play the like niche RF that life stacks, then you play this version, which should be the transfigured version. That's my opinion. Because I think like the current version of RF is silly because like nobody can life stack on a budget. So the skill is already designed for like very, very end game characters, attribute stackers, etc. Like the Mono RF gem. Mono RF gem just needs to be removed, man. That stuff is that thing was dead on arrival. Are you gonna make a mana based skill that cannot benefit off of any mana mechanics? Like you can't get damage on Arcane Cloak, you can't use Archmage, you can't use like any of this stuff, which just turns it into a support skill. You're just using it to support mana builds, which I'm not a big fan of. RF is already supporting builds, right? Is there even a mono RF build for it? There is. I don't know much about it. I played it like once or twice, but it's just not. I don't really enjoy that variant, I guess you could say. That variant is not for me. Isn't RF itself a support skill? That's where it comes into a weird spot. No, RF is an active gem. It just is supporting like your active skills. A transfigured version of RF that drops a spell damage bonus and replaces it with base damage. Yeah, they're just scared to do this because if the game just turns into like everyone's playing an auto bomber, I don't think they're going to be happy. What about adding a method to convert RF to other elements? That would open up brand new players then, like assassin scaling. I don't really like that. I think that there should be less builds like RF, personally. Otherwise, the whole game just turns into everybody playing walking simulators. I feel like walking simulators should be hard to build and have obvious drawbacks because of the natural, like, lack of buttons, lack of aiming, lack of, like, doing anything. Didn't RF get nerfed? Base damage was removed because Chris Wilson's strongest ever character was RF, and he was like, okay, this is too strong. I don't know if that's actually why. I mean, Chris Wilson did say that his strongest character was RF Jug, I think, but yeah. The bingo board looks sad. What do you mean? How much do you think your current POB will change? Honestly, I have no idea. It depends on the patch notes. I definitely am gonna do some cleaning up on the POB in general, but for like major changes, I gotta wait for patch notes. Where's the rest of the bingo? I don't know what else to put on it. We should mention slams. But I don't ever play slams, so I don't even know what to mention. Armor rework / buff. I don't know. I reckon we're losing Hinakora. Not allowed. Add Pox doesn't change POB to the bingo. No, I change the POB every league. What happens if we lose Hinakora? I'm gonna go cry in a corner. RF is definitely taking a nerf for CWS. There's no way. But why? I don't get it. Why? Why do they have to touch Valyrium when they could touch Bloodnotch, Immutable Force, like Svalin, fucking Valyrium, the CWS gem, Volcanic Fissure of Snaking? I think so, yeah. You know what? Here, just for you guys.
Blessings.
Just for you guys, I am gonna put this on there, okay? Here you go. Valyrium, right there, fucking nerf, okay? Right there. POE is outdated for me. That's okay. You can come back to the stream when I'm playing POE 2 if you'd like, man. We got a bunch of people who are ready to enjoy POE here. What about Cast One Stun?
How's the trail? Hello, hello, hello.
Hail gods.
Boom. I'm gonna nerf both of them because I said so. No way they nerf both of them. It's the same thing. Yeah, but people keep triggering me, so I hope you guys get triggered. There you go. Boom. You're both getting nerfed, okay? You're getting the fucking double tap. Pew pew. Oops. Remove that. Boom. Oh, Ricky, thanks for the... How many gifted was that? 10 gifted? Holy, thanks, dude. Maybe ES item-based nerfs. I was thinking of that, like Twilight Regalia nerf. Do I have like a regular... Hold on. I played CWS and it was pretty degenerate. I didn't scale it until I could fully AFK, but it is tough to defend. I mean, I don't disagree. It's just like... So I've played... So for honestly a while now, I have never played CWS, but I have played Hinakora RF, which is quite literally CWS, but it's not as tanky. But you are basically immortal for like tier 16 content. Not for tier 17 content, but for 16 content, you're immortal. If I pivoted to CWS, I'd imagine I'd be like basically immortal for T17, but I don't really know. I mean, like, I'm not actually sure. I mean, it could be a Hateful Accuser nerf. CWS does so much more damage. It doesn't, though. Why does CWS do more damage than my Hinakora builds? I can just hit, like, dot cap on Hinakora, no? What does Hinakora have that what do they do in CWS to ramp Hinakora up? Should play more CWS. I played CWS one time and I fucking hated it. I must have set it up incorrectly. I had people in my chat try to help me and it just did not feel good. So I don't know. I guess I was one of those noobs. Just didn't feel good. I'm not like hating on the build. I know it is objectively like better than a standard RF Fire Trapper, but the point I'm trying to make is I play Hinakura RF, which is Hateful Accuser RF, which is, I'm imagining the same tech you guys use on Aswin Stun, right? It's like the same exact thing. I just don't know what else you're using to scale Hinakura. New player current league went with my old build, could not get past level 10 maps, not going to make same mistake. I've seen your RF build, going to give it a try. Nice. You can use Vol Breach. Anyone can use Vol Breach. That doesn't really matter. I'm very out of date. Are you still using Fire Trap for single target? The classic RF builds use Fire Trap. If you want to pivot to Hateful Accuser, you do not. You need to understand more. You cannot take shortcuts with the build, and it needs to be built perfectly or you will have a bad experience. That is why I do not advertise that version. I just play it, and if people want to follow it, they can look at my current character or my YouTube guides. The main benefit of CWS is making your explode ignite last longer. But I do that too. Like, you go Cloak of Flame, you take the ignite duration nodes up here, right? You take the ignite duration nodes over here. You can take ignite duration over here if you want. If you prefer to use like Defiled Forces, you can go that route as well. DD damage is based on mob life, which is high in late game. You can use RF to get the first few kills, and then DD and Hinakura clears the map. I did not. So when I played my version,
Our illustrious
I didn't feel the need for DD of scavenging.
Welcome home.
My RF did enough to clear everything instantly, and any rares that survive because of unlucky procs, I just hit Vol RF and they instantly delete. Like, they just insta-die. So, I'm just curious. Nobody has really given me a reason, so all I know is CWS can be more tanky, but I don't see any other advantage other than that. To be honest, I am, for my part, happy with where my RF jug is. Using Hinakura with Jewels and Stacking Endurance is a great spot. Yeah, for sure, Cutter. Thanks for the 17. Not as League Star friendly, but if you yoink Hinakura on a jug, that's really good. My CWS was at the power level of an old Guardian LLRF, but twice as tanky, huge screen plus coverage, big hit damage, Petrified Blood recoup, making you immortal. I didn't even have big items, no Sfall, and no Defiance. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, like I said, but nobody has given me a, like, nobody has told me why CWS does more damage than a standard Hinakura Hateful Accuser Chieftain. Nobody has said anything. Like, a few people have said you have more on hit damage. I could just put in DD and have hit damage on his Fallen, right? I again, I'll reiterate and explain again. I understand CWS is more tanky, and because of that, it has a higher ceiling. But other than that, what, like, I don't think there's anything else that is making it better. Like, it's just the fact that you can be more tanky to me. DD plus Ignite Prolif is much higher damage. DD does not beat Hinakura, though. DD should be nowhere near Hinakura clear. You have both. Yeah, but you know, I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna end the conversation here because we're just going in circles about nothing. You guys play your builds, I will continue to play mine. When somebody shows me a reason to switch, then I will, like, switch, right? But I don't see the point. I don't think it's more powerful or better, but it was much cheaper. It's cheaper because it's not as meta. That's the thing, right? If I turn my build into CWS, it's not cheaper anymore, right? It's not cheaper, and the reason it's not cheaper is because all of a sudden, every single person that plays RF wants those jewels, right? So, like, in that regard, you should be thankful that I don't advertise it. That's just how it is. The reason is it does more damage. But I don't think it does more damage than Hinakura Chieftain.
illustrious champion
Sween!
returns.
Thanks for 25 months.
Welcome home. A new subscriber
Geek,
arrives.
appreciate the prime.
It fills you with determination.
Heist buff, cogwork buff, replica nerf. Maybe. Do, 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 do. Ad will CWS convo ever end? It's okay, it's getting nerfed, see? If I put it on here, it gets nerfed. Are we expecting a chieftain buff? I wouldn't really say I'm expecting a buff, but I gotta be on the side of buffs because everyone's saying it's getting nerfed. Do you think anything from Assassin can be used? No. I mean, maybe Scion, but I don't like Scion RF. It's not that I don't like it, it's not SSF friendly, it's not beginner friendly, it's not League Star friendly. So it doesn't really make it into my realm of like League starting. Hello, Mitch. How you doing, bud? Fire Trap just got nerfed, so I don't expect a buff. But maybe that's why it's getting buffed. Because it was just recently nerfed. No? Yeah? 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 Because they realized they made a mistake, yeah? Cloak of Flame and Dawnbreaker nerf would align with last league nerfing other sources of fizz taken as? No, I prefer not. I don't want to live in a world like that when armor's not very good unless you go crazy with it. Fire Trap's the reason I don't want RF. I mean, you can play Fire Trap to like 95 and then stop using it if you go Hateful Accuser. I know that's a while, but it is a thing. Okay. What if we're gonna get fancy here. We're gonna get fancy.
Cool wind.
How's the trail?
Hail God's Slayer.
Flame Surge rework. Okay, the Flame Surge rework is gonna be for RF, okay? Flame Surge rework. Okay? That fucking T is blocking everything. Flame Surge rework. I don't think they'll nerf T17. Everyone will go farm T16.5. I mean, it could be that the nerf for T17 is just nerfing the mod pool, you know? And then that would splash to T16.5 as well. What about the all Flame Surge needs to be usable? I don't even know what the all Flame Surge does. I forgot. Is that the one that makes Burning Ground based off of like the ignite, but it doesn't scale with modifiers, right? Did you miss the reveal? No, it's in an hour, in 10 minutes. What's the quality of life on the bingo sheet? It's for Harbinger, ideally so that Harvey shards can like stack properly. They should bring back flat damage to the damage gem to RF. Yeah, that's where the RF buff is. That's what I'm hoping for. Bring back base damage. Have you ever used Formless Flame? No, because you lose way too much damage. I understand people want to use it for armor, but you're gutting so much damage.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Hey, Wheeze.
Welcome
Thanks for
home.
the 11 gifted. How much RF base damage would be considered acceptable? I have no idea. A lot more than, like, at least 4 times what we have on it right now or something. I don't know, a lot. When I say right now, I mean, like, going off of how much it takes from your life. Channeling is not compatible with 2025 POE. Yeah, channeling feels really weird. That's why Scorching Ray would have to be like reworked as well. I don't know how we would I don't know how or where there's ever a world where you can use a channeling skill on RF for actual clear. Like for bossing it's kind of okay, but I don't know. Bro, play a non-RF character for once. Didn't you say this to me yesterday and I told you we've played many RF builds? I play non-RF builds every single league. Think they'd ever raise dot cap? I don't think they can. They would have to, like, change their engine or some shit. Are you still on POE Snipe? I don't know what POE Snipe is. If Arctic Armor gets buffed, would you consider adding it in your build? If you want to drop more damage for another survivability skill, you could. What is the top right icon? Flame Surge. Tips on rolling magma at the start. Get flame wall, only shoot rolling magma into the flame wall. When you get like level 6 or whatever, get goat horns. Flat damage is everything. Watch my runs, just like the act 1 so you could look really quickly. What part of Chieftain are you hoping gets buffed? I want them to change Ramako so it works all the time rather than only standing still. What else do we have to add here, boys? Bows. Do bows need to get buffed? Instant Leech nerf. Instant Leech kind of OP. Hoping for chaos dot buffs. You know what? Maybe we do like
Our illustrious
dot skills
champion
buffed in
returns.
general.
Welcome
Dot
home.
skills reworked. Maybe dot skills reworked. I don't know. What is your favorite mechanic for Chieftain RF? In like mid-late game, I don't really know how to say that. Like probably Harvey Beyond farming. Yo, Zotris, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the 8. Why do you think RF will get a buff? It's like one of the worst skills numerically in the entire game. See the Infernal Legion Roa build in PoE 2? Yeah, it's definitely bugged though. You're not supposed to... I'm assuming it's supposed to take damage when you're riding it. What happened to Mercs? They're going bye-bye till they rework them? Where's fucking Trickster? Trickster needs to get nerfed. Yeah, you can get the nerf back. Light of Meaning plus a Natural Instinct combo is too strong. What do you think about nerfing block? Please no, because the game would be not fun to play with like a block nerf. Why CWS nerf? Because all the CWS players are saying Chieftain's getting nerfed, so instead of Chieftain getting nerfed, their build can get fucking nerfed. Are you waiting for the reveal before your League Star choice? If not, what is your initial thought for a novice who hasn't played in 2 years? Yeah, every single person in the world waits until patch notes drop before they pick a build, because your entire build can be, like, changed, right? I recommend you play my build. My build you can find on my website. It's just pox.net, and it is the Righteous Fire Chieftain. You can get started if you're interested on the character by watching this video right here. Gets you set up. Open chest mastery rework. Yeah, I could see something like that, uh like added as a rune graft. I could see. Just text side. -1 max golem to elementalist. I mainly think that like stone golem shouldn't give global defenses. I don't think stone golem should give you ES, but we'll see. Golems in general are extremely strong for league starting, and I'm curious if they care more about league start builds being OP or endgame
Our
builds.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yo, Razik, thanks for the 6 months in advance. Appreciate it, dude. What is this fire trap nerf? Fire trap nerf more likely. No, dude, why would they nerf fire trap? They already nerfed it. Would Atlas update be too broad of a topic? Yeah, I mean, we already know they're changing part of the Atlas, so no ivory tower nerf. Maybe. Definitely maybe. What about cast when stun? Yeah, that's the Valerium and that's the cast when stun gem. It's that time again. It is that time again. Why are we looking for a flame surge rework? Because it's kind of just a cool skill to use with RF. I don't know. I think flame surge is a cool skill for RF. RF could be your clear and flame surge could be your single target, you know? I think it would just be cool. Maybe a nerf for endurance charges due to their recent power and a small buff to armor evasion for ES build. No, I think that you kind of need endurance charges on left side tree. Otherwise, you just die because monster damage is kind of crazy. I don't know. I like endurance charges. Yeah, that's what I do with my other version, Lemon. With my Hinakora version, I use, is it the alt flame surge for the burning ground? Yeah. Good afternoon, friend. Maybe they add a prestige system so more players play for longer. Yo, I think a prestige system would be awesome, but I don't know exactly how I'd want it to be added. I would love to have the ability to level past 100. I don't know, it would be fucking cool. Would you say CWS is the following build after Endgame RF? Me personally, I could not tell you. That is what a lot of people say, that CWS is what you pivot to after RF. But as a guy who doesn't play CWS, I can't truthfully like answer that for you. You try Alabaster Dawn demo yet? No, but I do have it downloaded. Leveling to 100 was the worst experience in gaming ever. Really? I think leveling to 100 in PoE is like one of the most fun builds, like experiences ever. You know why? Because it doesn't matter if your build does 500 million DPS or 20 million DPS. You actually have to focus on defensive layers. You need your character to be well-rounded. You need to understand what map mods you can run. You get to choose what map you want to level to 100 in. You get to choose the league mechanics you get to level in. I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's so much better than just being put in like the conglomeration of meta builds and saying this is good and this isn't good, right? Like when you play RF, there is not a single person who ever says RF is great for leveling to 100 because people don't care about leveling to 100. People care about making currency, making their character stronger, killing bosses, even though let's be real, you do boss rotations for like 4 hours straight and you want to quit the game, but you know, that's what people are obsessed with, right? People are obsessed with this stuff. So, can you make a full guide Act 1 to complete Endgame? I mean, we have guides already from Act 1 to the end of the campaign, and you can follow the YouTube videos and the VODs. It's kind of hard to make a guide from 1 to Endgame, because, like, that's going to have to try to explain, like, crafting, boss drops, what to spend currency on, what not to, when to craft, when not to craft, what to look out for. There's, like, a million things involved in it, so I don't know how to even do that. That's pretty much what the POB is for, though. Like, the POB, you, like, click through the loadouts as you get to X gear, and that's how you can kind of keep scaling. Well, Fred, thanks so much, my dude. Appreciate it. 95 and 100 are fundamentally identical. No one needs those 5 points. I don't know, dude. Every point for power makes me happy in PoE. I love it. Tincture? I think tinctures were designed for attack builds, though. 5 points is another medium cluster. Yeah, I don't know. I like my level ups, man. Level ups give you base HP. I like level ups a lot. I mean, I agree you don't need them, but leveling to 100 is extremely fun for me. RF buff is copium or real. Nothing you see on anyone's bingo is real until we get patch notes, you know? Any new skill gems? I can put new skill gems here, sure. Sure. I think we are new skill gems. New skill gems. We do that. Or new support gems that buff RF. New support gems. New support gems for RF. Because RF gets buffed 100%. Yep. 100%. Okay, we just need 3 more. 3 more for like positive things. 3 more for positive. What do we have? I meant like at that point it's all optimization. Build won't be brick because of the 5 points. Yeah, I mean most number crunch things I'd say are like in your upper 90s, like, well, not upper, like lower 90s, usually like in the 80s when you're fitting in like cluster jewel and other stuff. Gold buffs. Gold could be good. Yeah, I could see gold buffs. Yo, I need the picture of a Paranda's coin. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Inquisitor buff. Does Inquisitor need buffs? That's too big. 26. 28? 28. Gold buffed. Is RF still doing minion damage? RF has never done minion damage. It's not a minion gem. We take spiritual aid on the tree because it allows any build to scale with minion damage. You can easily craft RF scepters. I need the Mirrors of Kalandra in my stash buffed. And maybe I just put nerf for that, but that wouldn't fit here. Do you believe that RF could be buffed? Sure, why not? Yo, Cabin. Now, I always think that's a sub. Thanks for watching 7 streams straight. Everyone keeps talking about Delve. I don't know. Betrayal buff? Nah, Betrayal's in like a crazy good spot right now. No? You get my amulet out of the nerf section. No, dude. Beyond buffed? You think so? I mean, fuck it. Sure, why not? It has been moved. Maybe it gets buffed too. Anyone have a Beyond picture? Oh boy, this looks kind of graphic. Sure, good enough. Okay, here's our picture. Okay. Buff. All right. One more. You're expecting the Beyond icon from the passive tree? I was gonna do it, but the game is down right now, so this was literally the first thing that popped up when I searched it. X-Blast changes revert. Greater and perfect currency. Greater and perfect currency? Well, that's kind of like memory strands. What about some content prediction? Content prediction? Well, we already got new pinnacles. We know the league mechanic has something to do with breach. We saw that there were the two little things on the side. So either it's like a map juicing buff or something league mechanic oriented. I don't think they would do a map juicing buff when they made T16.5 maps though. So I have no idea. What class is best in RF that will let me complete Endgame easily? So first off, completing Endgame easily is based on how good you are as a player, but I recommend RF Chieftain to you. Should I put T18 maps? Should I put T18? Kirak buff? No, Kirak's already in a good spot. Okay, you know what? There is one thing we can do. There is one thing we can do. There is one thing. Okay. Here we go. Breach rings. Holy, that's a fucking wide breach ring. Breach ring reworked. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do reworked on the breach ring. Uh, put that more to the left. Oh, that's too high. God damn, I fucking wish I could like edit the text easy. Good enough. Rework. Boom. Boom. It's fucking beautiful. It's beautiful. I don't think we're getting a single fucking bingo, guys, but that's not the point. The point was to not get a bingo. Okay? The point was to predict. Grab the dash line next time you want to move text. The dash line? Holy shit! I didn't know you could fucking do that. Well, thanks, man. You saved me like an hour on my next bingo cheat. Too bad I'm gonna fucking forget. Your top row makes it impossible. It's great, dude. What do you mean? Aren't you like 30? Listen, okay, bud? In my days of WordPad and Windows XP, we didn't use Paint, okay? That's all that... Shut up. Don't you use a computer for a living? So, like, I used to use my computer for a living, but ever since I got into a relationship, I pretty much just, like, go on the computer to, like, play video games, and then that's it. So, not really. You know, I threw that life away, dude. Now I just live the life of sitting on the couch. Why not sue Excel? Use Excel for a bingo? You said sue Excel. Don't forget to put it into stream announcement. I could do that. I could do that. Uh Game's back up. Do we do a quick Maven? Wow. I say quick, but Maven will probably take as much time as it takes to like till the reveal comes out. You try playing RF with a controller? I've never tried playing POE with a controller now. Alright guys, let's do a quick Maven real fast. Let's see here. What do we have? Put my shield on, righteous fire, efficacy, burn damage, life tap, Ellie focus, tempest shield, purity of fire, skitter bot. Where'd my fire trap go, by the way? Okay, fire trap, trap and mind, swift affliction, life tap. We're not gonna use blood rage for Maven. Our regen is really bad. Like, I'm really bad. I actually think our regen is so bad that... Oh, I can't even drop a ring, so never mind, that doesn't even work. Whatever, we're just gonna accept that our regen is terrible. That's not good. I kind of want a quality mine during Cry, so... Oh, I have like... Okay, well, there's 10%. Okay. Didn't get our 21 gem. That's okay. Let's turn those back on. Good. Should have a Maven Writ right over here. Last thing to do is we need to... I like having the Quicksilver for the memory game. I don't really care about this flask. This one can also go. What we need to do now is we need to have some remove ignite / burning flasks. So here is one right here for remove ignite and burning. Then we're just going to take another flask real fast and we're going to do the same thing. I'll just take like this eternal. Let's go ahead and roll it really fast. The reason we're doing this is so when the memory game hits, actually I can just craft it on it. When the memory game happens, or if you fuck up and hit a beam, you can just remove your RF. Otherwise, you cannot normally, like, remove the RF, right? So we're just going to scroll down here, and we're going to do dampening right here. Click and craft that. Okay, now we have 2 of those flasks. Perfect. All right. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to go and fight Maven. So let me prep everything. I like having my stuff off for this. Also like turning on the music for Maven. It's kind of epic, I'm not going to lie. Okay, white sulfur flask. Yeah, that's the best. Can't go wrong with a white sulfur. This is called the white MTX set. Okay, let's do that. And let me switch YouTube's audio now, and we're just going to remember to not play DMCA music. Let's see. Filters. Not filter, where is it? Advanced audio property. Okay. Alright. So we are starting Maven on our SSF character really fast. We're a bit overgeared for Maven in terms of like level, because I was grinding out the Ignite Prolif on the gloves. That took way too long. We don't actually need this for Maven. I just did this because it makes map clear better. So we are currently rocking a RF of, let's see here. Our RF is currently 182k. So that's what we got there. And then our fire trap is 333k, which is pretty nice. We do have a Defiance of Destiny. It is not needed for any of Maven's content. We just got really lucky and dropped it. This actually means we do even less damage to Maven because we don't have an offensive amulet. Offensive amulet would be something like dot multi, for example, or plus fire, but here we go. Yeah, regen is definitely really low. Damage is really low, so we're going to be here for like 30 minutes. See you guys on the other side. Position the balls in the middle. Perfect. I'm gonna intentionally try to run into like all these little balls on the edge because the fight's gonna be on so long. I don't actually know if this affects it. Stand still heals you, so always make sure to tank that. That's a very good mechanic for us. Oh shit, there are the balls. Put them in the middle. Good enough. Cool.
Stand still.
Gonna go tap those. Where'd she go? Here we go. Cascade can be a little sketchy to tank. If you have endurance charges, you're kind of good. If you don't, it's a little weird.
Stand still.
Okay. Isn't this supposed to go? Yeah, here we go. Now we go here so we don't get one shot. Look for the laser beam. So it's the, okay, there we go. Don't stand inside that poo-poo. Not good for you. If you get lucky here, you can proc and explode and like tap the brain, but that's pretty unlikely. One day, Maven shall die. Will that day be today? Probably not.
Death will not be an escape.
Okay, let's see what we got. I'm guessing right, up, left. Oh, up, right, up. Up, right, up.
Scurry, scurry.
Okay. Pay attention, because he's going to shoot them. We're going to stay right here.
Welcome home.
Okay. Appreciate it, my dude. Thanks for the sub. Remember, stand still. You can literally stand still. Probably don't tank that, although you can.
A cascade of pain. Stand still.
You also want to give those an extra second on the detonate, because they do have a bit of a delay on the detonation.
A cascade of pain. Stand still.
A new subscriber arrives.
Oh shit, I was calling it. I was reading a sub there. That was my fault. I got distracted. Yeah, I'm gonna stop paying attention to the notifications so we finish here, because I fucked that up. Left, right, up, left, up,
Scurry, scurry.
left, right, up. What was it? Left, right? Oh shit, I'm cooked. Up it is. Okay, we're fine. No problem. Recovered. Everything's fine. Okay, put this back over here. 1, 2, 3, and out. Good, good, good. Perfect.
A cascade of
Everything's fine. No problem. Not a problem. We're good.
stand still.
We are totally fine. It's only been like 4 months since I did Maven. Wait, there's one there too? I didn't notice there was one all the way down there. Holy shit, my arena is fucked. Okay, we just pay attention next time and everything's fine. I will not get distracted on Maven. I will not get distracted on Maven. It's like when you were in class in school and you got in trouble, you know? Yeah, just a happy little accident right here, you know? No problem.
My irritation is growing.
Did he shoot the stuff? Usually shoot. You have to get to the end? Okay, he's still there. Up, left, right, up, left, up.
Scurry, scurry.
Okay, he's gonna launch him right away, so I'm just gonna wait. That's not advisable to tank, but I didn't feel like moving. RF Chieftain privilege right there.
Stand still. A cascade of pain. Do what I say.
Okay, let's get right over here. 1, 2, 3.
Stand still.
I would be a little more patient with the ball placement in this phase, because after this phase, we have laser phase, and you want to make sure that the beams are placed, or the balls are like placed in a good spot, right? Okay, next memory, what do we have? Left, up, left, up, left, right. Okay, so that looks like half shimmy. Okay, done. Pay attention to the brain. He's going to shoot the stuff. I'm going to disable my RF here because it looks kind of scary, and now I'm going to turn it back on. Remember, we disabled that by rolling flasks with remove, ignite, and burn. You can see that on my number 1 and 2 flasks right here. I don't use them for any content really other than bossing. Okay, now we are in the last phase. So we're just going to go in here. Every stream should be viable for the spider pet. There's the beam. Oh, we got an explode. I don't know if I hit the nucleus, though. I think it may have. I didn't pay attention. It looked like it did. It looked like it took like a big chunk out of his health, actually. Alright, beams are down. I recommend you don't shield charge in this phase. I know it looked like I just hit a beam. The hitbox is usually pretty generous with them. There is a weird bug that can happen sometimes. She's going to memory right now, so I'm going to hit a flask. Turn it off. So RF is not on. Focus on the memory. Left, up, left, right, up, right. Okay, so that is going to be left, up, left, right, up, down. Okay, some shit like, I don't know what the fuck I said, but my brain knows what I said, so it's okay. Remember, we don't have to place any balls in this phase, so we just focus on Maven and Beam. Right? She does X amount of, like, attacks, and then she blinks. So whenever she blinks, you want to look at where she's blinking, because she will give you an indication. So look at her right now. She went up here, so that's easy, right? Do not shield charge in this phase unless you are comfortable. Use your frost blink so you can safely avoid the lasers, like this. No problem. Take this, just keep moving, and you'll be okay. There's a blink. She's gonna memory game right after this. Okay. Turn off RF. Pay attention to the memory. Left, up, right, up, right, up. Okay, RF on. Pay attention. Top side. I think you can just literally move and you're fine there. I didn't actually see... Okay, that was my fault. I didn't see where she was looking.
Stand still.
Once she's at 50%, we get her in our punishment range where we start to do more damage. On the top side...
Take this.
Does this actually hurt? Oh, okay, it doesn't even do any damage. Never mind. Okay, she blinked on top of herself. That's like best damage scenario. Cascade will actually hurt you, so it's best to avoid that one. You can run a circle around her. You can tap your Quicksilver Flask. You can pop your Enduring Cry. It's kind of up to you. Right, up, left, right. What the fuck was that? Right, up, left, right? I don't know how I knew that. Okay, sure. I don't want to stand still. That was kind of a fucked one, though. I don't know. Sometimes I like say things out loud, but my brain thinks other things. I don't know how to explain it. It's very weird. Okay. Completed. So, hey, Legacy of Fury. Too bad we're not playing Jug. So that was like pretty far into the character. The character is like one day in. You could kill Maven a lot faster than this. My recommendations for Maven is an Elder Helm. Elder Helm is kind of big, and a Cluster Jewel. You get Elder Helm and Cluster Jewel, and you're kind of good to go. The jewels, I just have like standard 1 increase, 1 life mod. The Elder Helm is what gives you big damage, and then of course you want like your 20 gems. The next thing I would say is if you want to actually be able to tank her, you want a life gain on block shield. That sets you up for the 75-75. That is important so that you can tank like stand still, her auto attacks, things like that. You can kind of shrug off.
Champion returns.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed. Catch you guys later, YouTube. Yo, Brodo, thanks for the 4 months, and thanks everyone who subbed during that. Okay, cool. What about other pinnacles? I mean, I'm not doing them right now. What is your question? Do you have a video on how to play versus them? Maybe you'd have to go look. Maven is just the one everyone struggles with, which is specifically why I make the Maven ones. A lot of people struggle when it comes to Maven, so I specifically made a Maven one. Actually, we have multiple Maven ones. We have a cheat code to remembering the memory game.
Our illustrious
Not really.
returns.
I'll be honest, the whole entire thing is muscle memory for me, as weird as that sounds. Like, everything about Maven is just muscle memory. Like, the more you do it, the easier it kind of becomes. Yo, Constant, thanks for the gifted. Tenacious, thanks for the 2 months. Brodo, thanks for the 4. Biguga, thanks so much.
Fills you with determination.
Really helps say the memory game out loud. Yeah, that's how it works for me. Even though I say it out loud and I'll say left and I go right, it still works for me. I have no fucking idea. It's kind of weird, so. Just kind of weird. Okay, let's make a drops command. Let's see. Let me go to the Path of Exile website. Is this where the drops are? Okay, this is the drops. Exclamation mark drops. Edit com drops. Current POE 1 drops. There you go. Drops will be live in like 25 minutes, so we're just going to keep it on right now. Your bingo was buff all RF. Yeah, dude. So to recap the bingo, buff RF, buff Fire Trap, buff Life, buff Chieftain, rework Flame Surge so we can use it, rework Abyss, add quality of life to Harbinger Shards, buff Gold Gain, rework Breach Rings, buff Beyond. New support gems for RF because RF is getting buffed. Open Chest Mastery added as a rune graph so other builds can use it. Asynchronous trading, damage over time buffs such as RF. New skill gems. Trickster nerf, Cast When Stun nerf, Valerium nerf, Instacking nerf, Risk Scarab nerf, ES nerf, Whispers nerf, Golems nerf, and or just Stone Golem giving you ES, Archmage nerf, and T17 potentially mod pool nerf. How can you get drops? I don't know if they're available for YouTube, but here on Twitch they're available, so you can come to my channel at twitch.tv/box. You should be able to see it there. Shaper Shield, Craft, Pristine, Life Fossil, or Harvest Reforged Life. Fossils are better. In SSF, you sometimes don't have access to the stuff, so it's use what is available, but fossils are definitely better. Why do you think Valyrian needs a nerf? I personally don't care, but all the CWS players are saying that Chieftain's getting gutted, so despite them, I put that they're getting gutted, you know? What do you want them to rework with Abyss? I don't like backtracking. I think backtracking is boring. Fossil farming sucks. Well, you don't need to farm fossils through Delve. You can farm fossils through, like, you can do Ritual, and then you can just pull a bunch of random ones, and then use Harvest to switch them into the fossil you want. And then you can run, while you're doing that Atlas, you can put Nico for Sulfite, and then you can get Azurite with the Sulfite to buy Resonators. There's a lot of different mechanics that give you fossils, yeah. That's what I do. That works for me. Yeah, there's a lot. Expedition, Logbooks, Blight, Delirium. 20 minutes. It's almost time. We're very close. We are very close.
Oh.
I've never broken fractured walls with the Act quest. Can you show me how to do that in the mines? No, because it got reworked like 32 times since I last delved. I used to be a delve fiend, and then they kept reworking delve, and I said I'm not keeping up with this anymore. I think RF would be good for heist. Any build that's tanky that can move semi-quickly is good for heist, but builds that prioritize max movement speed like Pathfinders will always be better. Did a run of Witch RF. Nice start. What are the cons for beginning of maps? The cons on Witch is that you don't really have any cons at the start. Your cons are more like when Chieftain gets Ignite Proliferation set up, his clear will be better than you as an Elementalist. And because his clear is better, he is also naturally more tanky. So I would say that whereas Elementalist has easier access to area scaling and easier access to damage, you do get penalized a bit more with map mods because Monster Res affects you, not applying exposure affects you, not being able to apply curses affects you. Chieftain doesn't really care about that. Chieftain has his own stuff, but everything that Chieftain gets fucked by, Ellie also gets fucked by. So I think Chieftain is just a better mapper in the late game personally. Ellie is like better if your goal is speed and you want to clear your void stones quickly. Ellie is 100% objectively better than Chieftain. But Chieftain, in my opinion, will feel better once you gear it, and gearing doesn't need to be expensive. It just means playing the character for more than, 4 hours, 6 hours. YouTube, what are you guys most excited for in the reveal? What do you think? What do you think? I'm just gonna mute my stuff right now. Give me one sec. RF buff. Could be. Yeah. Just close out of this. Put this on. We're gonna play commercials now. So sorry for the commercials now, but we're gonna play them now so that we can kind of kick them out for later. So let's play that.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yo, dying next to the 6 months, dude.
Welcome home. Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yo, Akidjit, thanks for the 3 months. Appreciate it. CWS nerf, async trading, damage buff, balance changes, async. We know that one. There's definitely a lot. You got a few years of catching up to do. I'm confused. Is the stream already started or it will start in 16 minutes? The stream is starting soon, in 16 minutes.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Playing both Ellie and Chieftain, I feel Ellie is better through Voids, Chieftain is better in early red/endgame map farming. Ellie for me just scaled better when I went for Ignite Prolif, Herald Explosions, and scaled ES with CI. Admittedly, have put more time into Ellie. I have one question though, how did you play CI? You can't play CI RF. Yo, Dark, thanks so much for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Clear those notifications. It's not that many. It's only 35,692. I mean, it could be worse, no?
You're fucking
Whoa!
crazy.
Wow! Maybe it bugged, but I stayed at 1 life. You can't play CR RF. It's never been able, man. Unfortunately, that just does not work. How do you turn RF off during the Maven fight? You roll a flask with remove ignite. We are gonna start muting notifications here just so they don't come into play during the announcement. Does your stream have a 10-second delay? I don't know, I feel like something has been weird with my internet of lately. Something feels wrong. I don't know what is going on ever since like a few days ago. I don't know like what's happening. Which is weird though, because like my internet's fine, everything just feels laggy. I don't know. I mean, I hit refresh, it's still there. I don't think there's really anything I can do. Oh. Ramako node works only when standing still. Yeah, but you stand still pretty frequently. The internet is shit all over the world. Have you been seeing the news? Everything's been shit for me, man. Like my mobile games haven't been loading. It's kind of weird. No, I don't need a VPN anymore. Ever since I got this new place, no need for VPN. Very nice, actually. Very nice. How long should the reveal stream last? I think it's around 2 hours, but I don't know. Yo, Han, thanks for the prime. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom and get some water while this is counting down. Should I put technical difficulties on the bingo card? Oh, that would have been pretty funny. Yo, Reyes, thanks so much for the $5 super chat, man. I like your builds. By builds, you mean build because it's just RF. I appreciate it, though. Adarak, thanks for the 32, man. And appreciate the prime. Dodo, thanks for the 3 months. Snacks and drinks ready. Yeah, for me, it's just, water right now. Milky Springs, thanks for the 11 months. Yo, YouTube, just out of curiosity, you can hear this right now, right? You can hear this background music? Yo, Emculate, thanks so much for the 18. Burning Arrow of Vigor, a thing for RF single target. Not really, and you'd kind of be hurting yourself a bit, forcing yourself to use a bow. You guys can hear? Perfect. Do they stream on YouTube? Do they? I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube and I'm streaming on Twitch right now. That's weird. Yo, Guchamus, thanks for the 7 months, appreciate it. Lame Grip, thanks for the 15. Do you think they will nerf Hinakura? No. No. Not allowed. Not allowed in the slightest. They're buffing Hinakura. Deleting Hinakura. You guys are getting deleted. What do you mean? Are we at POE 3 already? Yeah, this reveal is actually for POE 3. Dust off the RF jug guide. Brother, if they take away Hinakura and there are no RF changes, it's going to be a bad time for RF players. Yeah, it's not going to be a good time. It's going to be RF Elementalist and Endgame's going to be like Jug. It's, I don't know, man. I don't want to go back to the dark times, okay? Like, they were okay before when we had base damage, but with no base damage, it's pretty dark. I downloaded POE from the website. Is there any way I can connect it to Steam account? From the website? I don't know, but you can play the game on Steam. I don't know if that answers your question. Jug with very quick exploding investment doesn't look bad by the number. Yeah, but... like, the thing is it doesn't look bad by numbers, but I know what it's like to play a regular RF Ascendancy and just get fucked over by... like, Chieftain doesn't... Chieftain is so good at mapping because of Ramako, man. Like, when you encounter these... like, a Soul Eater with Ellie Res or, like, Hexproof, it feels so bad as non-Chieftains. Fairness, thanks for the prime. Explodes are Oriath and Hinakura, or Legacy of Fury. Yo, Zach. Appreciate the 9 months. What is your bingo? This is my bingo. How is Elementalist Golem RF? It's an okay league starter. It's really fast to push a few Void Stones. I think it falls off compared to Chieftain later. Can you put your bingo in a very small window in the top right? Nah, nobody's gonna be able to read it. I'm not gonna like cross it out during the stuff. I'm gonna be like reading more than anything. But like just paying attention, and then we'll just do the bingo after. Why would you ever play SF for a first character? I would play SSF if I was brand new to PoE personally, because that's just the game mode I like. Just like when I play RuneScape, I play Iron and RuneScape, and if I went to play MapleStory, I'd play like the what is it, MapleStory Reboot or whatever. They have like Iron servers. Like that's just me. Every stream should have drops on for the live stream. Like pretty much every stream. What about unspeakable gifts? That's Chaos Explode. That doesn't really work. Trading doesn't allow you to learn the game. Trading is just like a different form of learning the game. Right, for sure. Oh, it's almost time. Trade is definitely high quality of life. Trade to me is like less quality of life because I have to deal with the trade. Oh, I have to disable channel points too? Fuck. Okay, we'll go do that right now. Thought that would disable on this, but nope. Community. Let's see here. Wait. Isn't it supposed to be under community? Did they move where channel points are? They removed where channel points are. Fuck. Why?
You're fucking lazy.
Yo, where do you change channel points? Heck, thanks for the gifted, dude. Appreciate it. Guys, can you like not do that? Thanks. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Viewer rewards. Disable. Okay. Cool. Chat shush? They're not gonna shush. They're degenerates, dude. They are degenerates.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, which is coming out 1 week from now on October the 31st. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Hive-born crawler pet by following the instructions below. Without further ado, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame.
Here we go. Here we go.
We, the Keepers of the Flame, serve the will of the Dreamer.
The
His
Dreamer?
instructions whispered from beyond the wall of sleep.
The Dreamer? That's like the Chalupa.
But now, the Hiveborn are here, on Rayclast, and they seek to poison our world.
Okay, so Breach is definitely... I mean, we all saw it, but yeah, Breach is definitely a rework.
We must close their breaches, destroy their hives, slay their breach lords. And by his gifts, the Dreamer provides.
Oh! Oh!
They brought
That's
this
cool.
war to our world.
I like skill trees.
But we shall end it.
I like skill
Whatever
trees.
it takes.
The Genesis tree? That's a currency womb? Craps. What the? New skills and supports? Bloodline classes? What the fuck? 3 new Uber bosses. New trade system. There it is. Okay. Move your head. What do you mean move my head? Where do you want me to put the camera? Here, I'll put it over. You guys aren't going to be happy no matter where it goes, chat. No matter where I put it, you're not going to be happy.
Now, as you can see, this expansion is a true sequel to the Breach League, first introduced to the game in 2016. We felt like it was time to progress the story of Breach, bringing with it a slew of new updates to the base game. In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame, beginning with the league mechanic,
HP,
covering all the fearsome challenges it presents, and the new twisted ways you'll be able to empower your character. After that, we'll dive into the new ascendancy options possible with Bloodline classes. Then we'll cover the much anticipated and synchronous trade system coming to Path of Exile 1. Afterwards, we'll move into the new Uber Pinnacle bosses, how to access them, and some new drops worthy of the added difficulty. Finally, we'll cover some notable quality of life improvements before moving on to our supporter packs and challenge rewards. We'll then have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game directors Mark and myself your questions from Twitch chat. And after the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM New Zealand time or 3 PM Pacific. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Breach is a beloved league that has had an iconic history in POE. We intend to honour that legacy with our first ever sequel league, Keepers of the Flame.
Sequel League.
This
That's kinda
develops
cool.
every aspect of Breach, adding new layers to discover. Richer lore, scarier bosses, and entirely new mechanics. That said, this is still Breach, so you will still be opening breaches and slaying hordes of otherworldly monsters.
Perfect.
The Breach Lords have found the means to stabilize the connection between their realm and Rayclast. Now, with their grip tightening, we learn their true goal in our world: conquest. The threat they pose has now escalated to home soil. On the coast in Act 1, you'll encounter Aelith, the founder of the Keepers of the Flame. This is a monastic order sworn to defend Rayclast from the Breach Lords. The exit to the Mudflats has been barricaded by Hiveborn, Breach monsters that are working to claim every inch of Rayclast. Aelith can grant you a small spark of the power of the Flame, allowing you to blast away their barricade and move onwards. Once you enter the Mudflats, you'll find it infested with Breach monsters. They appear to be constructing a kind of hive, creating strange shapes and structures that absolutely don't belong. Time to purge them with fire.
Wave
Aelith
zero
needs you to
fire.
protect her as she empowers the Flame to do so. Hold off the assault long enough, and she'll be able to demolish the hive with Cleansing Flame. In other areas, the gap between worlds is strained. Here, you'll find a more familiar encounter with a new twist. A massive breach hand sunders the space between dimensions, and touching it will open an unstable breach, causing monsters to flood in. If you can slaughter them quickly enough, you can stabilize the breach. This brazen action can draw the attention of Vroon, Marshal of Zesht, who will do everything it can to stop you. Defeating this boss will permanently seal the breach, severing another connection between the Breach Lord's world and Rayclast. These stabilized breaches are similar to what a breach once was, but with upgraded monsters, a success condition to shoot for, UI tracking to keep the player informed of their progress through the encounter, and satisfying feedback when you do manage to complete the
I
encounter.
like the looting at the end. That's kind
We've
of cool.
taken all the lessons we've learned since the release of Breach 9 years ago and improved upon it in every way we can. However, much of the joy of Breach came from its simplicity. While we want to modernize the mechanic, we don't want to undermine the core experience.
What the heck is this?
You're still mostly just slaughtering hordes of enemies in a circle. Finally, in endgame areas you might run into breach constructions that have been left unopposed for too long, and have grown into their full twisted glory. Breach hives. Towering flesh-crafted cities in the sky. These are the visions of the Breach Lords made real in Rayclast, teeming with breach monsters. You must raid and destroy these cities with the help of Aelith and her flame. In some
Towers?
of these
I don't think
hives,
it's like a
you
tower
may
per
even
se.
encounter some of the Breach Lords themselves, who will not be happy you're intruding on their planned conquest. Now, let's talk loot. Of course, being an exile is hard work, and you're unlikely to help entirely out of the goodness of your heart. Fortunately, Aelith has power and rewards aplenty, born of the Breach Realm itself, to offer you for your assistance. Help her, and she'll bring you to the Monastery of the Keepers, the hallowed halls of her order.
Okay, this
Here,
is the skill
you'll
tree.
find the Genesis Tree,
Yeah.
the growing heart of the Keeper's power.
I think they're
On
Lynch
interacting with
inspectors.
it, you'll find that this tree has a tree. That's right. It couldn't be Path of Exile unless the tree also had a tree.
That's true.
More importantly, the Genesis Tree is an engine of unholy creation, and a profitable one. As you complete breach encounters and work more with Aelith, you'll be able to grow the Genesis Tree larger and larger, sprouting additional limbs. Each of these limbs, you'll notice, has their own inventories. These can be used for an unusual method of crafting new items. With this system, you'll be able to grow currency, uniques, equipment, and a new kind of otherworldly item, grafts. Grafts are breach hands grown directly from the Genesis Tree, born of the same flesh and sinew as the invading monsters. These fuse directly to your body, in a completely safe process. don't worry about it. With grafts, you can harness the power of the breach. Some provide passive benefits like this, or this, but they can also grant a wide selection of powerful skills. These graft skills can provide a flexible way to fill gaps in your build, offering everything from damage to potent defensive buffs and crowd control. For example, the Battering All
What is
graft
that
will
damage?
call massive arms to erupt from the earth, stunning all those they hit. For some additional pack clearing power, you could consider the Squalling Tool graft. When commanded, this graft will cast Dance in the White, creating a deadly ice tornado which aggressively seeks enemies and fires off bursts of ricocheting projectiles
Is there
when
one for
critically struck with
Ignite?
skills.
Is there an Ignite one?
For some further utility and a useful buff, try out the Storming Ash graft. This can be commanded to call down a ring of bolts from the sky that will leave behind the new Radiant Ground. Radiant Ground grants a potent damage buff to allies standing within it and makes their hit damage lucky.
That's OP.
If you're simply after raw damage, look no further than the Erupting Zoth graft, which causes massive eruptions of fire where you command, which then re-erupt when you Warcry.
I mean, when you Warcry,
There are a
though.
total of 16 different graft types you can grow,
There's 16.
each with their own skill.
Okay.
You can even unlock a second graft slot as you progress through Aelith's questline.
Oh.
So feel free to mix and match Flesh Zone horrors to your heart's content. Now, grafts aren't just here to make you stronger, they are also your means of feeding the Genesis tree, which needs constant supplies of graft blood to grow anything useful. You can do this by defeating breach monsters, which will leave behind blood that your graft will automatically collect. When you feed this
the
blood
loot
to the
drops
tree,
at the
your
end.
allocated passives will be put to work. This section of the Genesis tree can be used to grow new grafts for you, which the Genesis tree will then birth in a gruesome display. Basic passives on the tree might increase item rarity of birthed grafts, or the chance to birth additional grafts. These passives can target specific types of grafts, and this passive causes grafts to be birthed with a random amount of quality. Quality improves the amount of blood that can be stored by your grafts. This section of the Genesis tree births currency items. Basic passives can result in more or better currency. Allocate this passive to sometimes cause a shower of currency to burst forth from the flesh of the tree. Yeah, it's a bit gross, but working with the organic matter of a bunch of dead otherworldly creatures
Foul-born
was
orb
never
of
going to be a clean
augmentation?
affair.
Regal implant?
Grafts themselves are born of a different world, so are unmodifiable by most currencies. However, with this passive, the Genesis tree can occasionally grow fleshy mockeries of currency orbs. These function like augmentation orbs, regal orbs, or exalted orbs, but they work on your grafts instead of normal gear.
Oh.
Yep, it's graft crafting.
Oh.
Allocating this passive can
Okay.
result in foul-born currencies. This foul-born exalted orb, for instance, behaves as a normal exalted orb, except it guarantees a higher tier modifier.
So they did end up
By locking out a large portion of the lower rolls,
I thought they wouldn't
a
do
normal
that,
exalted
okay.
orb would be able to hit. The largest section of the Genesis tree is used to grow rare equipment items. For these,
I
you
thought
have
'cause
a
there's
lot
memory
of
strands,
agency
they
to
wouldn't do
influence
that.
the type and modifiers on your grown item. For example, you can specifically target boots with a dexterity requirement, with an increased chance for speed modifiers, and reduced chance for cold modifiers.
I see. That's kind of cool.
Or maybe you'd prefer to look for a two-handed axe with increased chance for physical modifiers. This section of the tree is for growing unique items. Similar to the equipment section, there are passives that let you target growing specific types of uniques or rarer uniques. The process of growth
That's
is not
kinda
always
cool
a perfect
too.
one, however, and can result in some defects.
Huh?
This passive can result in birthed uniques becoming foul-born,
Oh.
which mutates one of the existing modifiers on the item into a new one,
Oh.
resulting in some interesting new ways to use that unique.
Okay. That's.
For example, this foul-born Quill Rain no longer has increased projectile speed, but instead has increased area of effect. Another Foulborn Cool Rain could replace the mana gained on hit with the much more powerful modifier where insufficient mana doesn't prevent your bow attacks.
Ooh.
Here are some other examples.
Ooh. Ellie Overload? It just gives you a keystone?
This passive even gives a rare chance for Foulborn uniques to have multiple
Wait, that
different
was a
modifiers
boss
mutated.
drop.
I'm sure you'll come up with some extremely powerful uses for these. We'll leave it up to you to discover what this mysterious part of the Genesis tree can grow. So, ultimately, you'll be slaying masses of breach monsters, harvesting blood with the aid of your grafts, feeding that to the Genesis tree, growing some items and better grafts, and back again to the slaughter. As with all our challenge leagues, this league will come with a set of 40 challenges to pursue, and completing them will award you with the Keeper of the Flame armor set, allowing you to truly embrace becoming a monk and worshipping the Dreamer.
The Dreamer.
Now, graph skills won't be the only new tools to play with. In 327, we're also adding a collection of new skill and support gems. Let's go over them now. Kinetic Rain is a new wand attack, which covers the ground in unstable kinetic energy.
Covers the screen.
These hazards collapse at the slightest touch, releasing their energies into any unfortunate soul who happens to be standing on them. With enough projectiles and area of effect, an enterprising exile could carpet the world in dangerous kinetic force.
This is OP!
Wall of Force creates a barrier of kinetic power, causing allied projectiles to ricochet towards targets automatically. Drop one behind a boss and redirect the bolts of your armies. I'm sure you'll find ways to break this one. Conflagration is a new bow attack which rains down fiery bolts from above that stick into the ground and pulse as you approach. Once you get close enough, these bolts detonate,
I really like
causing
the ground
ravaging
stuff.
ignites. These bolts chain react, allowing you to create fields of incendiary destruction.
So they want to do this with Burning Arrow of Vigor.
Thunderstorm is a bow attack, which creates a whirling storm of wind and lightning where it lands. While you're within the storm, it will rapidly grow, until it becomes violently thunderous with lightning-infused clouds. At this point, leaving the storm will cause it to detonate, dealing damage to everything within and releasing a flurry of tornadoes in all directions. Attacking with Kinetic Fusillade will create hovering orbs of energy. These linger for a few moments above you, before zipping off to nearby targets, chaining between them, then detonating. Living Lightning support will bring to life living sparks of energy, elemental minions that zap through packs of enemies with speed and ease. Use these alongside your spellcasting to augment your pack clearing abilities, or find whatever means possible to cover the world in living sparks of ruin. Windburst support unleashes chaotic tornadoes as you attack, which ricochet around wildly and quickly. These deal moderate damage as they travel, but will explode into a highly damaging burst when they expire. So it's a choice between scaling their duration up to get better coverage, or down to access the burst more quickly. Kinetic Instability is a support gem to go along with the new wand attacks that causes enemies slain to leave behind those same orbs of shimmering energy that Kinetic Rain creates. One might ponder just how many orbs you can create if you were to use both. In 327, exiles will be able to absorb the power of some of the bosses they defeat.
This one's interesting
These
too.
take the form of new Ascendancy class options, called Bloodlines. Bloodline classes are a new means of character customization in the endgame. They are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked by defeating specific endgame bosses. They are allocated with your normal Ascendancy points, and you'll have to choose how many of your points go into the original Ascendancy and how many into your Bloodline class.
Wait, so
this means there is a nigh limitless ability to mix and match here, as you could choose to invest just a couple points into your Bloodline, or max it out.
Okay.
And you could take any Bloodline with any base Ascendancy class that you see fit. To unlock your Bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire, and defeat them. Or have a friend help, and claim the power for your own. There are 10 Bloodline classes to discover. Bosses who offer this power are typically associated with past leagues, giving additional reasons to engage with that league content. Let's run over a few examples. The Chaos Bloodline will be offered to you by the Trial Master, if you manage to succeed his final challenge. With his blessing, you can greatly augment your Vow skills in different ways. Priest of Yalmak lets you use Vow skills much more often, while Priest of Kopek makes it harder to build up Vow skills, but makes them far more powerful. Or take Corruption's Embrace, which grants more Vow Keystone powers the more corrupted items you have equipped. The Ashabi bloodline can be gained by, you guessed it, defeating Ashabi. Her abilities are drawn from the 3 types of life force that manifest within as Marian spirits. The Wild Bear rewards you with adrenaline for generating rage. The Vivid Cat gives your elusive buffs a chance to refresh, as well as making you more stealthy while elusive. The Primal Owl allows your unleashed spells to reoccur many additional times, and get stronger for each time they reoccur.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
The Nameless bloodline comes from the King in the Mists. Be forewarned, his menacing power comes at a great cost. With the Unseen Hand, you can equip a 3rd ring, but you'll have to decide if that comes at the expense of having no amulet, no belt, or no flasks. Unlight Silhouette adds a hefty life cost to all your spells, but they deal additional chaos damage based on the amount of life spent. Of course, there is more to come. What powers might you glean from delving deep underneath Rayclass to fight all the Crystal King? What secrets can you learn from Lycia, Herald of the Scourge, waiting at the end of the Forbidden Sanctum?
What about the fire one?
As you can imagine,
fire
there are
teaser?
countless possible combinations with the system.
I want to see a fire
You could be a
teaser.
Slayer that embraces corruption and vile power, or perhaps you'll play an Occultist that doubles down on their dark power by integrating the Nameless bloodline. We are excited to see what crazy and interesting builds players come up with. In the most recent Path of Exile 2 expansion, the 3rd Edict, we introduced a much anticipated feature: fully asynchronous trade. It was a fantastic success, so now we're excited to announce that we'll also be adding this feature into Path of Exile 1. When you reach Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus in Lion Eye's Watch. Previously, he just operated the currency exchange. Now, he will also act as a steward for your merchants tabs. These are where you can place items for sale, for direct and instant purchase by other players, even when you're not online.
That's good. I expected this.
To list an
Everyone kind
item,
of expected this,
simply
right?
place it in the tab and select a currency and an amount.
I'll let you know.
Once listed, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it via the trade website or the new in-game market search. To purchase something for yourself, it's as easy as hitting this button, which will teleport you to the seller's hideout, where you can view their merchants tabs, buy the item, and also view the rest of their wares in case something else catches your eye. Every purchase costs a small fee of gold, as Faustus takes his cut. To account for this further drain on gold, acquisition and cost balance elsewhere in the game has been adjusted.
Aha!
Anything you've managed to sell successfully
Gold has been
will
bought.
have your profits collected here, in a separate tab to claim at your leisure. To be clear, previous means of trading, such as via pre-existing premium stash tabs and the website, will still function just as before. Merchants tabs, and the asynchronous trading that comes with them, are an entirely additive feature on top of the already existing
What
methods
is this
to
fucking
trade.
trading, dude?
You might find yourself needing the trade system to buy some upgrades, because this update also introduces 3 new Uber Pinnacle boss fights. These encounters are manifested from the memories of Zana, and in her long torment, they have festered into something truly deadly. These fights offer an imposing challenge, alongside powerful rewards. In order to gain access, similar to existing Uber Pinnacle fights, you'll need to discover fragments dropped by Tier 17 map bosses. Each attempt at the new Uber Pinnacle fights will require 5 of these. Let's dig into some of the challenges you'll need to face in these new Uber versions. In the original incarnation of Neglect fight, the statues can be used to block the laser beams to hide behind. giving you an opportunity to avoid being shocked, frozen, or killed. When you run near these statues, they activate and allow you to reposition them. While activated, they will not stop the lasers, meaning you want to position them well, then avoid them. However, in the Uber version of this fight, instead of being a safe haven, the statues will refract the laser beams, causing a ruckus of energy to cover the arena. Activating them will prevent the refraction, so unlike the base fight, where you want to position them well and then avoid them, you'll be wanting to constantly keep these statues active. But then, you have to deal with their assault of attacks. While fighting the incarnation of fear, these fiery orbs will slowly clutter up the arena, locking off portions of it until you bait the boss into detonating them himself with his thrown spear. When Uberified, these orbs are attached by a flaming leash to the boss, rotating around him constantly. More and more will spawn as the fight goes on,
Have fun
making
meleeing
it
this
even
guy.
more imperative that you clean them up by cleverly using the boss's abilities against him. Normally in the Incarnation of Dread fight, during the bullet hell phase, you have to acquire a red rose, run it to the boss, then collect a blue rose, doing the same, causing it to get heavy stunned and interrupting its mechanic. In the Uber version, you have to do the same, but in order to get the blue rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Neglect. And to get the red rose, you have to defeat the Incarnation of Fear. Good luck. Given the difficulty of these bosses, their rewards should be worth your while. Let's take a look at some. From the Uber Incarnation of Neglect fight, we have Bitter Instinct, a spiky shield that turns retaliatory strikes into preemptive ones, making it just a matter of time before the long arm of justice crushes your foes. Alternatively, you might find Festering Resentment,
When you block.
a poisoned blade with an unending supply of toxins built into the hilt. These toxins are put to good use, causing every spell you trigger to be capable of poisoning with all damage it deals, enabling a truly crazy trigger-centric poison ruckus. And from the Uber Incarnation of Dread, the Hallowed Monarch, a counterpart to the Dark Monarch, which focuses more heavily on investing into one or a few minions, rather than growing your hordes to massive proportions.
That's what they were doing with that build.
Storm Rayclast, with your chosen few at your side, stealing power from your enemies as you go. We've got a number of quality of life changes to bring to 327 as well. Many of which you may have seen already in some of our pre-livestream teasers, but for those who haven't, Heist is a mechanic which has long frustrated some players who may otherwise have been interested in the rewards it has to offer, but have no desire to grind through the early progress of finding and running low-level contracts to get all of the rogues to their maximum level. Well, starting in 327, Heist rogues will automatically begin at maximum level, so you can start your dubious criminal career without all the busy work. Points invested into your Atlas passive tree will now be refundable with gold. Just speak to Kerak to do so. For players who love jumping between strategies, there's also an option to instantly refund your entire tree, which of course can now also be done with your regular passive tree as well. Now you can make all your decisions with no regrets.
That's so expensive though. But
Maybe some regrets.
yeah.
You no longer need to purchase bestiary orbs. You can now itemize beasts for free directly from your bestiary. From late Act 1, you can now mass identify your items at an NPC in every town.
This is nice.
And from Helena in your hideout.
This is nice.
This does not require Scrolls of Wisdom at all. While using an Alteration Orb, you can now hold Alt to swap to using an Augmentation Orb, if one is available. Opening a Blight Chest will now open all other Blight Chests near it.
Also nice.
Rogue's disenchanting services
Very
can now
nice.
be accessed from towns and hideouts. Kerak missions now have a handy icon to show at a glance what kind of mission they are. Holding down Control and right-clicking on stacked decks
Very nice.
will now continuously open them to your inventory, notifying you in chat what the outcome is. If you still want to open them direct to the ground, to let your loot filter provide a dose of dopamine, you can still do that too by also holding Shift. Val Orbs can be used on monsters encased in essences, to the same effect that Remnants of Corruption have.
That's okay. I think it's probably nice. It just removes
when
currency from
multiple
the game.
skill gems are ready to level at the same time,
This one's
you'll
nice.
now be able to click this button to level them all up at once. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Champion of Theopolis and the Verdant Magus packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Champion of Theopolis series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Manifest a Champion's Ferocity, as the Lion's Might unique finisher effect rips your enemies to shreds.
Finisher effects always look like
Open
I'm
the Champion of Theopolis portal to end your crusade through maps in the style expected of a true victor of the arena. Defeat your enemies like a true gladiator, wearing the Grand Champion of Theopolis armor set. The armor awarded only to the most elite warriors of the Grand Arena. Take charge of the situation and storm into combat with the Flaming Minotaur's Quicksilver Flask effect.
Oh no. It's
The
gonna be on the
Champion's
whole
podium
time.
map device rises up to honor the glory you've achieved as you activate it.
Ascend the stairs and stand atop the platform as you enter your maps. Each flame surrounding the platform represents a remaining use on your portal. The burden-back billy goat carries all the supplies necessary for a campsite as he travels behind you in battle. When placed in a hideout, instead of roaming around like your other pets, their supplies are deployed, creating a small camp where you can access your stash and providing a place to take a load off while you rest next to the campfire. The Verdant Magus series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Having Faustus sell your items on your behalf is great and all, but sometimes you just want to feel a little bit more shady about your dealings. The Back Alley Trader hideout decoration is more secretive with your trades, creating distance between you and your customers.
Note that until 327 is released, this Back Alley Trader will only serve as your currency exchange. Once it's out, it will be updated to have the new Managed Shop option to also facilitate your trades.
The Verdant Wayfinder pet is a loyal companion to any Master Magus. As you approach waypoints, it envelops them with its vines, guiding you throughout Rayclast. Control Earth and nature itself, as the Great Verdant Magus armor set envelops you in the ancient power now
cool.
lost to time.
Looks like one of the other
There's
armor
also
sets.
a matching back attachment included. Remnants of the Forest ripple out from within you with the Verdant Magus level up effect equipped, restoring life to the corrupted land. Call on an ancient golem to use their power to create a safe passage for you to retreat through with the Arcane Golem portal.
That's kind of cool.
As a Supreme Verdant Magus, you can travel to your Arcane Isle hideout. A cluster of islands held together by ancient magic passed down between elite mages. Stand atop your tower and relish the great heights you've reached above those who have not harnessed the arcane. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console and will remain so during Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Crypt Keeper and Frisian Magistrate packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Keepers of the Flame League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Keepers of the Flame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 3 PM Pacific.
Does this mean we get
With
a bunch
release
of
at
nerfs,
the end of
chat?
next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Good
We're
patch, but
looking
something
forward to
feels
holding off
missing.
the Breach Lord's conquest, crafting gruesome grafts, planning dozens of Bloodline-empowered builds, and filling out our trees tree.
Yeah, I think
we hope you all join us.
I think it's maybe like a little shorter than usual, but I mean, we still got a lot. We still got, so we got Breach rework, new like Breach skill tree, new Breach mechanic, new Breach bosses, new like crafting mechanic within that stuff.
G'day,
There's
Exiles,
still
and
like
welcome
a lot. I
to
don't know.
the post-reveal discussion and Q&A with Jonathan and
Why was
Mark,
the assassin change not in the
lead
reveal?
guys
I have
who
no
make
idea.
games, I believe was what we discussed as the
Official-
titles.
yeah,
That's the
official title. Yeah.
Excellent. I like it. It's good. We're talking about how to inflate their titles in the lead up to this. 327 Keepers of the Flame, the reveal we just had there was, I think, quite a banger, but I've been even more impressed with what I've been playing here in the office with some of that, so we'll get into that in a moment. But I'm curious, this is kind of like a special kind of reveal day for POE 1 fans, as I think it marks a return to schedule for us. You announced this plan to do the 4-month cycle for the games, two twos, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I'll tell you that, right? Like, it can be pretty brutal on some of the stuff when it's like, every 2 months you got a deadline. But yeah, I mean, look, we have to do it, right? Like, I mean, that was always the intention to get, the regular schedule. It's super important. So we have to make it happen. We have to make sure that is something that we can do going forward. But yeah, I would like. I'm honestly, I'm so happy that we managed to to get everything back, and I think it helps a lot.
I think like things feel a lot less like crazy here this visit for me, like, and things seem a bit more of a finished state as well from what I've been looking at. So
well, we're putting a lot more effort into sort of getting that production process down, making sure that everything's going well. Like, we're hiring producers at the moment, just by the way, in case anyone's out there looking for a production job. It's something that we're really concentrating on, making sure that because when you've got a schedule like this, when it's this tight, you have to be really, really careful, because like I would say one of the hardest things that we didn't expect, trying to make sure that we get the schedule this short, is you start to become really vulnerable to just like random things, like this person gets sick or like something like that, and that's like suddenly it's like a real challenge. So that's been real hard to adapt to. But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have to do it.
Because POE 2's 030 kind of, we missed it by a week or two as well.
Yeah,
Like, normally that's okay.
Yeah.
You slip a week or two, but now all of a sudden, now you got a bit 2 week more overlap with 327. And it certainly has less room for error.
Real
but
life Cloak of
again, that's
Flame.
why more production
dude,
stuff
look.
should help. And we are just going to get better
It's
at
not
it.
a Cloak of Flame.
But yes, we made it to 326 and now 327, mostly on schedule, give or take. One was, you could argue one's an anomaly, 2 is a pattern, so hopefully it should continue as normal.
One is an anomaly,
We'll get
2 is
better
a
at 100%, so we'll work out the kinks, but it was always going to be some growing pains to going to 6 releases a year for across both Path of Exiles. So.
yeah, I remember thinking when you guys were doing 4 releases a year that was crazy. So 6 is pretty wild, but it seems to be happening. So fingers crossed it keeps happening. Is the contingency just that like occasionally you just might delay by a few weeks here?
I don't want to. I really want to be real strict about it. Like,
we said we'd stick to the time and adapt the content around the time. Like consistency is key. So hopefully we can keep doing that. That's still our current philosophy and plan. So
We barely hear you when you talk.
Jonathan,
That's because
when
you're
you have
supposed to
that
be
for a
hearing that.
while, it kind of helps everyone get an idea of like scoping a lot better.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
content,
I mean, look, it helps with everything, right? It helps with the players just feeling the consistency. It helps with like developers. Like it's just overall like a way better state to be in.
So, Breach 2, aka Keepers of the Flame. It's the first real direct sequel league in PoE. Now, I know we're kind of sequeling with stuff in PoE 2. There's like definitely follow-ups there, but this is the actual first true sequel league, and it seems like people are pretty keen on the idea. I think the reception's been pretty good so far, first impressions. What are your guys' thoughts on doing a sequel? Were you like anti-sequel, pro-sequel? Because I know people kind of...
I would say personally that so whenever you do a sequel, you're entering a dangerous territory because people who didn't like the original could then now be like, oh, I'm disappointed because as soon as they hear that it's a sequel to something they didn't like, they're like, it's not. So you could just be ruling out a bunch of people in your audience right away. Now, Breaches, I would say, is a pretty popular one, so there's less danger there.
Yeah.
But effectively, in order to make a sequel to something, I think you really have to be doing something that had to be a real banger back when you did it, so that people actually, are definitely on board from the beginning. In general, I'd say we'd prefer to do stuff that's new, but I think this one was a good.
There's new
fit.
support gems, but I don't know if there's new support gems for
people
RF.
are liking it, so
It's I mean, as
Breach
Jonathan
did get
said, yes, like
rework.
some leagues are more divisive than others. Some have
Right.
more kind of X factor out there gameplay, with the whole Blight Tower defense, and some of them are more maps and a bit more crazy. And immediately you do turn off some people, and we know that going in. When we make these, we try and make it, something good for everyone. But Breach had that, just like you're just slaying hordes of monsters. You're just killing. It's the classic. We talk about reinventing the wheel. Here we talk about not reinventing the killing monsters in circles. And it has that. And by the way, that is a massive thing when doing the sequel, is we're like, we must keep the killing monsters in circle. Because the last thing I want to do is, and this is another risk of a sequel, is take something that people love and then just ruin it.
Right.
Killing mobs in a circle
really
was
on the
core to
weaknesses of what Breach had, because it was nine years ago, almost to date. I think it was. I think it was December 9 years ago. So we're almost there. Yeah, just if you want to feel a bit old for a moment there.
My back, ow.
And I actually still remember working on it. It does not feel like it was that long ago. I made those 5, the 5 Breach Lords back when, and put together all the monsters and all that interesting stuff back then. And I was like, what was I doing? Like we took the player characters, put some micros on them, and dunked them in red paint.
That was the style at the time.
It was like, so it's not only been fun to come back and do a sequel, which, by the way, we've codenamed Breakwall, just to... This is obviously a given.
Important.
We've coming with like 9 years of lessons learned, including, with all the lessons learned from POE 2 as well, and then coming back and being like, what do we know now that we didn't know back then? And it's like, okay, let's not sabotage the gameplay, the killing of monsters, the killing monsters in a circle, and let's focus on the weaknesses. And so then we looked at, okay, well, nowadays, if we were to do a league, it generally comes with, some character power arc. You've got some crafting system. There's generally a meta system, and then that's where you get like the grafts, the Genesis tree, and all that stuff come in. And again, focusing on that, less of like, focusing on the combat mechanic this time around, because we kind of knew that was a success.
Yeah.
You'll find that. It might be less trivial with some of the other contents that's a little bit more like crazy with respect to combat.
You're not feeling hostility in this Q&A. I mean, there's
Definitely
never hostility in the Q&A.
Basically all of the things you mentioned there. But out of interest, what's like a league mechanic or a expansion that you either would or wouldn't want to sequel at some point? Like, what would be a bad example? Is maybe interesting.
Quinn is not here for Q&A now.
With the tower defense stuff, it's just like, that would be very divisive, right? Immediately, if we said doing a sequel and POE wanted that, there'd be immediately a bunch of people would be like,
I like
I know, but a lot of people don't, right?
Both ends of this. I think you'll get the most passionate people wanting it, and then you'll get the most people that hate it on the other side.
Right.
For sure. That being said, like, it isn't like, oh no, that means Blight's never getting improved.
Right.
There's differences between overhauling and improving a league. And there's and obviously doing a narrative sequel where you kind of step away from some of it, and so really here it's like, yes, Blight, there's so many leagues, right? Insert all of them will get attention.
This is a
Sometimes
spell,
it'll just
no?
be quality of life, similar to what we've done with
buffed
Heist
by
this
RF.
time round.
Art of
Honestly,
Flame.
that might probably deserves more. And then other times it'll just be an upgrade.
I certainly wouldn't want people to say, oh yeah, we're just going to do sequels from now on. That we're definitely not. Like, I don't think it's going to be the most common thing. I think it's just a thing we decided to do here, and maybe we'll do it again sometime. But most of the time, I think people want new stuff and different new things.
I like the revisits. I wonder. There's definitely some lore and stuff I'd like to see expanded.
Oh,
like,
Maximum
Harbinger,
Light,
for example, touched on some stuff that was maybe only scratching the surface.
Part of what allows us to do the sequel here, by the way, and from a more production point of view, is that because we
help it just like one taps the boss, right?
The Twisted Domain and the new Breach monsters in POE 2. we got to utilize the monsters. So we didn't take the bosses from PoE 2. We made full from scratch boss fights for this version for Keepers of the Flame.
And see, conflagration, burning arrow, vigor build.
For the monsters, a lot of it's reusing the models, the animations, the rigging, a lot of the art side of it. And because we get to do that, we get to then focus our attention on all those other things that we would otherwise have to have a bunch of resources dedicated to. So, like, there's a kind of like two birds, one stone going on there where we not only got to do it, we got to do it in a more cost-effective way that allowed us to focus on other features that are going in the expansion. So, win-win for players and for us in that regard. But, it would be less trivial with other sequels or to other leagues where we don't necessarily have all the monsters and everything made like
blood
that.
barrier, that doesn't work for our
not
build,
to
but
say
that's
it's
kind of
impossible,
sick.
but it's just an interesting factor that came up that allowed us to do more here than we might, if we don't forward think enough or forward plan enough, and I mean quite far in advance.
Drop progression?
Making these full
Try
monsters from
refreshing,
scratch
should
is
be
not
there.
a short-term process. We might not be able to do for some other leagues. So, just a kind of fun internal kind of consideration that we made.
Well, like an interesting thing here as well with the fact that Breach is in PoE 2, and I don't normally get into lore.
Yeah, you
so
can't use
lore's
this for RF.
wrong,
I'm just saying
but,
it's a cool mechanic.
I'll try and keep it as oversimplified as possible because I definitely have delved into the deep end of the lore of this stuff. But so to simplify it, PoE 1, Chayula, baddie, we fight them. They're like the pinnacle boss from the first game, and yet in PoE 2 they're like explicitly not there as part of the boss of that. And also there's this lore kind of exploring the idea that they helped humanity at some point. So I'm curious if this expansion is kind of filling out the story in the in-between here, maybe explaining some of the stuff.
It 100% is. That was a huge
Prismatic
other win we got to do
skills.
here, because really there was like, okay, there's the breaches in PoE 1, previous to Keepers of the Flame, and then there's kind of breaches in PoE 2 with the Twisted Domain, and it's like, wait, how did we get here? What happened? Okay, so there's 25 years. It's what's going on here? So we wanted to. Given again, because 9 years ago we weren't really putting that much into the narrative of
42%
leagues, and into,
block spell damage and
you'd find
offhand?
back then. We're not far from Onslaught League back then, right? It was just 20% of some stats. So, and even when we had Anarchy, there was Exiles, but like there's named characters, but we didn't really have voice acting for anything. We've kind of stepped up our game in a lot of delivery of that.
To just be able to watch the
now
screen
we
to get
get
dropped, so
to,
you can refresh if it's a bug.
Come back and go, let's establish a bit more about Breach.
You
Obviously,
might have
there's
to like connect
uniques
your
and flavor
PoE account
text
if you haven't done
historically,
that.
but
There's
we
like
got
the
to
basic
establish a little bit
PLDR.
more, add some interesting stuff to it. Meanwhile, also, progressing the narrative towards what if people are playing PoE 2C. Now that being said, if you just play PoE 2, you don't need to know all of this. If you just play PoE 1, good on you. You now know it all. It's all entirely optional information to know, but you kind of have this. Worth noting, on the kind of Chiola arc, there's a bit of like, is he good, is he bad kind of thing going on. Still to be determined, at least for the players.
He's got a cult following, but that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other, does it?
He was a baddie here, you're an acolyte of Chiola over there.
Yeah.
What goes on in between?
I was reading the flavor text of the Acolyte of Chayula this morning, and I'm like, even that doesn't really kind of suggests that maybe it's not a good idea to be following them, but but there's power.
I saw
like the
Balboard
monastery
Red Dream.
of the Keepers of the
Like, gives you,
Flame
like,
is
life.
actually
It's kinda
where
crazy.
the monk trained and from PoE 2 grew up and all of that stuff. So kind of little fun bits there. People playing both games will appreciate it. It's still great. It's going to be great in either game, and it allows us to develop. So because look, they're both set in Ray class, it's still a shared narrative, and it's nice to be able to
Not
like,
much of a
evolve all
league.
that.
I only like the new skill and support
It's
challenge.
honestly been fun,
I
really,
mean,
honestly, doing all of that.
I think it
It's
counts
cool
as
to
like a
expand
league.
kind of like
They did a
some of
lot
the
with
story of
Breach.
the
Completely
Ascendancies there
reworked
as
it.
well. Like you're getting a bit more of a tie in there as well. But you said the monks trained there, though. I thought you were just telling me earlier that the monks trained here in the studio. What's
So technically now, officially, the monk has been trained by one of our IT administrators here, since that was he was the person he's I'm not sure what the martial art is, but he's very well trained. I believe a black belt, and we used him for our mocap reference.
That's so cool.
Hopefully he doesn't mind me mentioning that, but it's
Awesome.
it's quite fun. I think our
How many
animators
Fireteam
enjoy
boss
that
for
one a
second
little bit as
ascendancy?
well.
So that's awesome. You
I don't
guys
really
haven't
know.
really done too much
XR?
of that in the past, or
You mean mocap?
XR.
I mean, the animators always film visual references. So, like, they've got a room basically where they go up and they're just, doing all the animation, acting out. They're often not actually mocapping technically with like all of the suit and everything, but they're often filming that and then doing animation to it.
I'd say one of the most useful pieces of technology that we've been able to benefit from is it's a literally single phone shot mocap and very quick from recording to in-game animation. It works really well for animating obviously humans, but also for when it's involving just a single human. It's like ultra quick. Like if you have two and they have to interact and make contact, it's not very good at handling that. It's been insanely fast. So you just get a single.
I'm not
single
really
small
sure
tripod
what can
with a
roll
phone,
there yet.
And you can record a human and chuck it in game pretty rapidly. So that's been amazing, and honestly, almost all of the human animations you'll now see in game, where it's not someone punching or hitting another person. So like, it's not the best for combat and kind of scripted cinematic interactions between characters, but just those kind of freestanding town idols and all of that stuff, you can do pretty rapidly now. It's a
interview variety would be nice. You can't guarantee that everyone's going to be professional though, which is the problem.
Like POE2 quality stuff.
You need a website that has the items
as well. Like I've definitely seen things like that. That's a lot more going on there than there usually is in POE1. You're just talking about the fact that the original bosses were just exiles with extra color filters on them, right?
I mean, everything new that goes into POE1 like has been a lot higher standard than some of the early stuff for a very long time, right? Because it's not like you have people being like, oh, you know what, I'm going to make this worse quality because it's going in POE1 like, obviously they're going to make something look as good.
You don't have to. You're pretty sure you can convert. That's what they allowed last time from POE2. If you converted from POE2, it probably carries over, no?
They don't. No, an artist doesn't want to do that, right? They want to make stuff that's good. So
who wants to do that?
It's a quick way to remove their job satisfaction.
Right.
Make bad stuff.
It's too good. Yeah, fair enough. So you mentioned the sanctity of the kill monster in Circle. So on the mechanical front, I noticed that there's actually two distinct types of breaches here. There's very much close to the original one, but then there's this hive one. What are the differences between the two, and how do they work?
We've got 4 encounters total. At the more common one is the kind of what we're saying is the hive. So the breach have come through those the hand portals. They've stabilized the breach and are now building their hives.
They're just mainly talking about
lore.
So
you'll come across there's heaps of walls and constructs and some half organic, half inorganic. And you get the little spider things, which I think is the Twitch drop for the stream. You get those, and they're kind of building, and they're like putting together like molecule by molecule, building these hives. And that's the one where you come in and you get given the power of the Keepers of the Flame, and that can just incinerate away all of the material, and you're kind of just like running around pretending to be a Righteous Fire build for a moment.
I'll just note as well, like you don't have to click any doors or like.
Seems like the devs are people want both games updated every few months.
You just run around.
I feel like the devs are really happy with
what
they've provided.
You see ash going everywhere.
I don't get that vibe at all.
There's a couple of things going on there.
What did they say? I missed it.
Generally, when you get to the center,
what did they just say? I missed it.
You start the encounter.
What'd they say?
Just kill a whole bunch of monsters. They're trying to get to her. They're trying to kill her. They're not super effective at it. We're not doing the whole like, they are persistently wanting to aggro on her. They're gonna try and kill you. That's honestly more of an immersive flavor thing than it is like meant to be too interruptive of a mechanic or anything like that. Again, because I wanted to just
RF to the new
killing
AoE
monsters
fire
being the primary focus.
But there is a thing where the more walls you burn, the more
there's amongst all the walls you can get these like spawners, these like hive portals, where the monsters can then come through. So if you want to activate more to have more monsters, have more difficulty and get more reward, you want to burn as many of those hive spawners as possible, and then they will turn into portals once the fight begins. If you just want to run to the center, start
running
the
the breach, you'll feel like an RF character.
Go for it. The other thing here is though that of course, obviously this can be a bit of a clear speedy thing where it's like So during those encounters. Using the power of the purple flame, these kind of purple flames scatter out, and each of them kind of has a skill attached, just like an oh shit button. And so like if you're getting overwhelmed, there's like different things you can just click if you wanted to, if you needed to. Most powerful characters, you'll be fine. Just as it kind of like will send out a giant nuke and clear stuff, or like create this like flame wall, and anything that runs into it will burn. And that's honestly more to help out players that are kind of struggling or on the weaker end and aren't like, able to kind of keep up with it. So it just normalizes the difference between bottom end and top end a bit. Again, not meant to be intrusive, not meant to be like complicated. We kept it simple, and it's just like 99% of it.
When you boil it down, it's basically just like a fast-paced wave defense. Like just survive 6-8 waves of
Pretty
monsters
much,
that are rushing at you pretty fast, and but it doesn't have that same clear speed pressure that your like basic one has.
Yeah. So that's one encounter. Second encounter is like the traditional breach, the one that players have, historically been playing. You activate a thing, the breach expands out. So these are breaches that haven't been stabilized yet.
Yeah.
So they haven't come through to build their hive. So you activate it, it starts expanding, you kill all the monsters, it's revealing, and then once you've killed enough, and if you can kill enough, like it can be kind of hard early game, but like towards endgame,
that's kind of crazy.
That's your goal. You'll notice a progress
crazy.
bar filling up, and once the breach gets to the end, that means that it will become stable. And so what was going to happen is when it becomes stable, the breach are going to send through their like difficult monsters, their elites, their enforcers, their front line to come through and secure the area so they can send through their like little worker spiders to start building their hives. So this is like a yet to be a hive, and so you obviously don't witness all of that. Generally, what you do experience is you kill enough monsters. And then in the center, the portal activates and a bunch of monsters and often a boss floods through. And so now you have to go back to the center and fight all that, kill everything, defeat the boss, get the loot, and then everything drops then and there once you successfully do that. If you can't do it, run away. That's up to you. You can still play it the old way if you want and like not get so much rewards, just kill as many as you want and move on. But generally speaking, you'll want to go back to the middle. You want to kill the either waves of hordes of monsters coming through the portal or the boss that spawns.
That like locks open then once you reach that stabilization point.
Yeah, it locks open the time. Yeah, so that's another good thing. Yeah, so the existing breach. I mean, obviously, it's pretty outdated and even imbalanced, and often people were killing the breach lords, the wild ones, in like a matter of seconds. But I wanted to make sure that boss fight didn't have a time condition. So yeah, once it stabilizes, that's it. You just once you kill them, it closes. You have infinite time to kill that boss and fight those monsters. You're not just like, oh my god, I got to do it. So like it is a more substantial, and generally because you've cleared everything in that circle now, it's like almost like you created your own arena. You've got like a nice clear area where you can fight that boss and focus on killing that boss.
The Q&A, man.
Now he has minions in a regard, so obviously it's not just one-on-one, but that mechanic's like quite cool. So that's the like Varun, the Marshal of Zesht fight. He has some specific drops. You generally want to kill him. And then, so that's encounter number 2. And then, encounter number 3. I know who's going on a bit of a thing here, but these next to a bit quicker. Encounter number 3 is the kind of sky fortresses you saw. It's very similar to the first fight. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't stop this hive. Some of these hives have been getting built for weeks or whatever, and now they're like, full giant mega structures. So you climb the beanstalk, as they called it, the breach beanstalk.
Of them are Kalandra.
You get up to the sky fortress.
That's only worth it
it's
with
kind of just like a
crazy
map
gear,
of breach
imagine.
monsters.
There's no
Clearing
timer.
through.
It's not
Nah,
like
no
Breach
timer at this
Deadlands.
point. You can just clear the area and leave. Taking your rewards with you, but in the center is like the hive encounter, the very first one, like a wave-based encounter. It's just a lot more epic, and you have to, the same exact thing, except Aelith's like, it's going to take a lot more explosive power to destroy the rest of this hive and seal this portal, so you might want to get out of here. So generally speaking, once you've killed all the waves, you then have to get out of the area before Aelith burns the entire thing to the ground.
Cool.
Normally you can survive that, not in this case. You might want to get out of there. Once you do, you get all the loot. Sweet. You're not going to get that encounter too frequently, but it can be a little bit of fun, a little bit more action-packed when you're trying to escape. And then the fourth encounter is pretty similar to that, except it's just an area with your pinnacle boss, your in-game boss fight at the end of it.
And you basically didn't show
see.
those in the
So you
show.
can't
So
copy
I
both.
did note that people were like wondering why you showed kind of so much of the Uber bosses for the regular content, but you didn't really show any of these guys.
We generally avoid showing bosses for sure, especially new ones. You get a silhouette of it, a single emerge shot, and for sure, for the Ubers, we're like, well, they've got like 10, 15 skills each. Let's show one mechanic we've changed of each, Maybe not the best option. Like, I know people like their full mystery, so like maybe lesson learned in the future might just show nothing. But we only did show one of all of their skills that have changed, just so people get a general grasp of how they're changing.
I think it was fine. Thought it was cool.
I probably, given the feedback, I'm probably just not going to show those again. So,
fair enough.
People were upset about that? That they showed a mechanic? What?
So this skill tree, you actually did it. You made a skill tree. Well done.
The tree.
But this tree is
It's like
quite
one fucking
fascinating
mechanic
because
from
it's
an
not
Uber.
just a like a meta progression system for the league or something. Like there is that, it is progressing, but it is a crafting system. It's a tree that is a crafting system, and from messing around with that, like it feels kind of brilliant. Like this is a really good idea. How did that come about?
There's kind of a mixture from Chris Octavian and I can't remember who. Me and him and kind of Andrew, we all kind of we just came up with ideas. But I think the original tree that spawns items or grows items and then hatches items came from Octavian, and the grafts, mind you, as well. He's got a nice creative brain on that one.
Known.
Comes up with some cool ideas. I like that kind of out there style of design, which is good. And so eventually we took that kind of idea. I was the one who brought Breach to the table and was like, oh, we can unify these. And that came from a interesting thing where in the Twisted Domain in POE 2, you get these you have these trees made of hands that the environment artists made, and I really love them. And I'm like, normally because you're on a timer in that area, you're going hard, you're fighting monsters, you don't get to appreciate a lot of the art assets in there.
Zoom.
And I was like, wow, damn, I want to use those trees, but have them, because I think they're petrified in that version. So it's like, what does that look like when it's a bit more alive, a bit more organic, a bit more gross? We kind of came up with this tree, and tree that hatches items, and it has this fruit, and then we were like, nah, like I don't want just a tree that has fruit. It needs to be gross and dark and horror. It's like this is a gothic world, and so we obviously went a little bit more crazy with the theming on it all. But I like it, right? It is dark. It's like a little. You've got this alien-esque demon species, right? Like
squeezing the items out, like with a bunch of plus.
Yeah, it kind of came like that, and then it's like, wow, it needs a meta progression. The good thing about the tree having a passive tree is we get to reuse all the same code that our passive trees use, and then the other, because it's good because then you don't have to make a completely bespoke system. And again, it's picking your battles, being able to focus more on what the nodes do as opposed to the underlying system.
I think what's pretty interesting about it though is the way that like it actually for crafting is quite interesting how it sort of encapsulates the idea that you've got like various dependent choices. You don't normally think about crafting in that way, but that's really what crafting is. And so it kind of like means that it's actually a surprisingly natural interface for crafting. It works really well. And so, that's kind of a pretty interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen it before, someone doing anything quite like that. So
I've seen some crafting trees and stuff, but they're usually separate or there's like some little bit. But yes, like that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking a lot about like how do you communicate crafting, because it's a pretty complicated thing generally, even at its simplest in Path of Exile. But this does seem to have like a very natural, more understandable way of communicating it, because you're allocating the nodes for the craft. You get to see the structure of your craft in a visual manner, which I'm like,
it is cool. And how did we go this? So we've got multiple character trees. We've got world area trees. Is this the first crafting tree?
Well, kind of. There was the one with the items. I don't even remember the name. There was the
Crucible.
The Crucible one.
That was items having trees. That wasn't a tree to craft. You could kind of argue.
Even though every patch, the damage and defenses needed for builds gets rougher and rougher, and we get nerfed.
It wasn't really a tree. It was like a grid. It was a bit different, So. I don't know. It might be our first true crafting tree.
I'm gonna be muted while you
like, we'll see, I guess, after a league. But I just kind of wonder if you like accidentally stumbled upon one of the potential solutions to like how do you communicate crafting to players, because it's so hard to do. It's like I don't know, maybe this has applications elsewhere.
We'll see how it goes, and there's a lot to expand on here. Of course, like when you have these kinds of tree systems and. Immediately people are going to be like, oh, keystones and where's my crafting tree notables and masteries and jewel slots.
My cluster jewels for my crafting tree.
Yeah, build your own crafting tree.
Yes.
We'll see where it goes, but obviously that depends, we don't want to overcomplicate it off the bat, so you come in with something kind of simple, elegant, see how it works, see how people respond to it, and then if things go core, because we always like to decide based on how the players respond, we can evaluate how we want it to be, if we want to change it, if we want to leave it as is, if we want to, so we'll do all that. But yeah, it's cool. I like I like a lot of the ideas coming here with that, you know, with that and the grafts and stuff like that. There's some pretty crazy cool things.
So talking about like the idea of preserving some of the stuff from the old Breach or what's not being kept. So you had the old Breach Lord domains. They're effectively being replaced or removed here?
So those are all, we've kept Breach 1, I don't know what you'd call it, fully intact on standard. Really? Whereas on this league, it's the full Breakwall Keepers of the Flame mechanics. So full replacement. None of that is there in the current, while playing in Keepers of the Flame. Like, all of the Breach nodes on the Atlas tree are gone, you know, and all that. So you've got the current league. Obviously, our intention is that it goes core, but we'll take the better elements of it.
Just refresh.
One interesting thing here is obviously we still have all the old stuff. So if we miss the mark on some things, it's still there. We can bring it back. We can integrate it.
Have you seen the patch
you know,
notes?
Obviously,
No, have you?
it would suck, you know, to have to then accept that we have to keep using all the old art and old mechanics and old fight to some degree. But like, if they're more fun, they're more fun. We're not necessarily here in the business of taking away things that people loved. So obviously, I'm pretty confident in what we've got is going to be amazing. And as you said, first impressions pretty positive. So. But, you know, worst comes to worst, if we have to take the best of both worlds and merge them, then that's still what we're going to do. Now, that being said, so yes, you don't have breach domains in Keepers of the Flame. You've got all those new mechanics I described earlier. But that isn't to say there isn't a future where we have a prequel to the prequel, and we have, you know, or an update, you know, not necessarily another sequel. But you bring back some of those things that were good about it. So immediately I can see people coming to mind, oh, but what about the uniques or the rewards? We have kept all of that. All of that can be spawned from the tree. You know, you can grow pretty much all of it. You can find, I won't reveal exactly how to do that. You can figure that out.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, you can generally get all of the historic rewards from Breach from the new mechanic as well. We've tried to keep all of that.
Does this mean Breach rings finally get a revamp after sitting there with the silly thing? That
yeah, well,
no
they got their improvement in POE 2, so we had already accepted that having a double effect while in Breach, especially given, you know, that's only useful some small percentage of the time generally, not good enough. So yes, the Breach rings have been reworked. I believe the implicits are all max res of the corresponding element types. I can't remember what Fizz one is, whatever, we'll deal with that. But I believe it also restricts or constrains the mods you can roll in it, so it's like Zoff rings, fire mods.
Oh, Jester, thanks to 11 mods.
Cool. Sounds rather interesting. The unique crafting as well looked pretty wild. Like, I was pretty excited to see that. I expected it to be like it would remove a modifier and then just replace it with like a random rare modifier or something. But it seems like they're actually handmade modifiers, like there's bespoke modifiers.
Yeah, I was offering with
multiple,
max res is kind of cool.
Rain ones. Is this just like a long list of them? And surely you can't do 1,000 uniques worth of.
Will be good enough to replace.
I actually don't know what number they got to, but
I mean, you're dropping Fury of Fire.
Like,
you
we'll
can get
just go
Aspect of
until
Spider
we run
easily.
out of time.
Baruka, that's
yeah, there's a whole bunch of uniques. It is here's the list of mods that it can lose. Here's the list of mods it can be replaced with on a per unique basis. Yes. Again, not all the uniques. I almost assure you it won't be the majority. And obviously, you're not going to be getting pinnacle boss uniques from here and stuff like that. Those are restricted to things that have specific drop locations. But yeah, that being said, it is a list. It would suck to, you know, lose the key mod on an item. So generally speaking, we don't allow like what gives that unique full identity to be removed. A lot of it can be either the fluff stats, sometimes the downsides, some stuff like that. So yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens there. If people love that, it would be the thing where we can add more and more and more and more, and then eventually we will have the entire unique pool covered. So we'll just see how that goes, but
wild,
it's kind of fun.
You love to see it. So the other thing was these creepy arms that you can grow on yourself. I love that. We just, here, have an arm. Sure. Just plug it into your back. Why not? I mean, we were shoving rusty bits of metal in ourselves and stuff before, so why not continue with that? But these are like, it was in the video, but I didn't really like kind of understand kind of how impactful they'd be until I was messing around with it, especially for leveling. But these are like pretty major skills and an extra layer, because especially so there's 16 of them, and you can have 2 of them, and they're like a mixture of auto casting skills, proc based things, so like on attack or something, and manually cast in some cases as well. Like I had a tornado that was like crazy. So these seem pretty significant. what's kind of like the plan for how impactful you want these to be, or like, especially at endgame, like they'll definitely like very impactful while leveling.
Obviously, there's always going to be a spectrum of usability. Generally speaking, yeah, they're going to be pretty powerful. But you know how strong characters can get. They can generally outclass everything. That being said, for a long way, they're going to be pretty damn useful. And even beyond then, there's generally can scale the difficulty of the game like hectically. You'll notice like something I think you observed as well. The numbers on the skills are like out of control.
Yes,
that is because they don't scale with your stats.
Yeah.
Obviously, debuffs on the enemy, anything you debuff on them does. But yeah, they don't scale with your increases. The reason for that is that I wouldn't want it to be that
That's
if you're
good
a
for our
spellcaster, you have to use one that's doing a spell, you know, because you generally focus on increases. And I didn't want it to be that, now in order to benefit from grafts, you have to really only invest in global damage increases and stuff like that. It would restrict the character builds too much. So we made them not scale with like your character stats. Obviously, again, as said, if you reduce the resistances of the enemy, then the enemy takes more damage, that kind of stuff.
Thanks for 27.
But yeah, there's a kind of a lot of them that vary from utility through to just like pure offensive power. They all also just come with stats. So, and yeah, as you said, if you didn't want to, like, there's ones where you use skills and you can use that tactically. You can merge that with some of your abilities, or if you just want to, you know, effectively let it autocast. There are versions for that as well. If you just can't be bothered, that's also fine. And honestly, at the worst comes to worst, at the end of the day, they still kind of just give some mods, and that's fine. And they are obviously used to, if you want to get one that just like specializes in harvesting more graft blood, that's also a thing you can do, because those systems are linked. Like the grafts do gain the graft blood, which is what you give to the Genesis tree to give the item. So there's kind of a nice interlink between,
I mean, they should really be replacing the power that you previously got from mercenaries, right? Like if the league needs to give you something that's going to fit in that power curve, so therefore
mercenaries were kind of busted.
They are mercenaries on your back.
Yeah. In a way you could say that. Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking when I was messing with it. It's like, okay, so we're gonna have two of these. It definitely feels like how I was looking at the mercenaries and picking mercenaries that had like two really good skills. Right. It was kind of a similar idea. So the design of mercenaries has informed this somewhat, then it seems.
Sadly, you can't gear your arms.
No.
Can't put items
can't put a bunch of rings on.
Tell your arm to hold a sword. Yeah. You know, that would have been kind of fun though.
That would be pretty cool. The way Octavian explained the graphs to me was, he said they're not you, and I'm like, somehow that's really creepy to hear. It's like they're attached to you, but they're not a part of you. That was explaining the scaling.
No, I switched from burritos to bowls, less calories,
because they're not you.
They're independent life forms, and therefore don't benefit from your passive tree.
That's the case of
we didn't do this, but we had a desire to do unique ones, which I thought was kind of going to be fun. We might do this later, like going core, we'll do it, but we're like, what if you, and I think it was Octavian's like, what if you had a leg growing out of your back? What does that mean? And you know, I was like, what if you had like a good jacked quadrilla arm or something?
60 calorie tortilla?
Because I was like, you could just have unique ones where they have like,
their tortillas have to be way more than 60 calories.
And you can have like random, you know,
probably like fucking 200
crazy things going on, or like, you know, I think I had a design. I was like, what if there was one that was like converted? You're like, I don't care about the league. It converts all graft blood to gold or something, and it's a kind of like cursed pirate treasure arm or something. And you know, we'll see if that goes somewhere later. But I think that could be kind of fun to play around with. So
there's definitely some sort of like biomutant kind of combining of limbs and genetics and stuff potential here, maybe.
Later mechanic, right? Like nice to have these things you can expand on. So.
Yeah, so it looks like you can synergize with them, but you don't necessarily scale them directly, like you're saying. You can debuff enemies and things like that. While we pan down to some of our additional questions, I've been noticing some that get mentioned a lot in chat that we'll kind of transition over to briefly. So WASD gets mentioned a lot, like if that's something that's planned for Path of Exile 1, if it's feasible, what goes into
so
that?
In order,
it's a pretty big deal.
In order for WASD to happen in POE 1, we need to get the rigs from POE 2. In order for that to happen, we need to finish moving all the microtransactions over, which has definitely been a bit of a slow task that we kind of, need to get through.
Yeah.
And so effectively it would be like, we do want to do that at some point. And then after that point, we can make WSD for POE 1. But yeah, it's just a question of getting through all that work, and then we can do it. Like, I'm not against it by any means. It's just, it's just, I mean, I want it to happen. It's just, getting all those things moved over to the new rigs is the limiting factor.
Yeah, and you want it to be kind of reaching a certain threshold, it seems like, of quality.
Well, I mean, so yes, you can do it. You can do it by
Like a
just like
controller.
where the character just rotates.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that gets like that. The quality of that is really not great. Like I don't think it feels good. So yeah, I kind of want to make do it with the proper rigs that we get. And look, that would be so beneficial to everything anyway. Like we're highly motivated to do that because it means that we don't have to rig a bunch of stuff for the old rigs anymore, which a bunch of artists would definitely appreciate. So yeah, like we will get that done, and then but yeah, it's going to take a while. Like it could be quite a while.
The biggest benefit from the rigs is just that we're going to then be able to actually do a lot more new skills.
Animation
in POE 1 as well that actually use new animations, and
That's
it's
cool.
not going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make. So that's going to be epic when we actually get to that point and can just be like, okay, floodgates open, let's go and make a whole bunch of new skills that are using new animations. Because you'll notice, even though we have a bunch of new skills in this patch, it's all using the existing animations and different means of delivering it. So generally speaking, we have kind of your spell projectile, spell AoE, spell buff. They're kind of separated into all these categories.
Yep.
And so when you generally do a buff, you just use the buff one, and AoE use the AoE one. But as a result, we don't have just cool bespoke things where you do a flip while doing crazy stuff like that. We're not going to be able to really get that in POE 1 just because the cost is insane to animating that. You got to do that on 7 different characters, 7 different rigs
with all the different weapon sets.
Yeah, with every single weapon set. And because generally POE 1 doesn't have as much restrictions on the weapons to skill association, you'd be like, it's not great. It's really not great, and it would be like the cost of doing that would mean we'd have to do so much less other stuff. So yeah, I mean, just a random tangent on why the rigs would be beneficial as well. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh my god, please, I want to do new skills that are
But we will do it. We will do it eventually. It's just porting all those stuff.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting insight that you even plan to kind of bring this PoE 2 rigging system over to PoE 1 for animations and things like that, because that indicates that the future of Path of Exile 1 is not very static visually. Like obviously we're seeing new stuff getting ported back, but potentially a lot of stuff getting remade and updated, and PoE 1 is anticipated to change a lot in that regard over time.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just
why WSD is so difficult to
for no other reason that it makes our lives easier, we need to do it. But yes, we'll have the side effect of making the game look better too, which I guess is good.
So another thing I saw mentioned in chat quite often was asking for Trial of the Ancestors and what's the plans or status of that.
Good question.
I mean, we want to do it. That ultimately is just a resource thing again. It's one of those ones that it can't be 1-to-1. It was too gameable, too solvable. Got to a point where it was like, this is the strat you do. We need to fix a bunch of stuff with it. It's not out of the question. It's honestly just whenever we assess the scope, it comes up all the time.
Oh.
And it's like, oh, we could do this, or this. What do we? And it's always going to come at a cost to something, and it just has been so far. At least 326, 327 that we've wanted to make sure that we had other priorities, I guess it's safe to say. So TBD, who knows? Every single time we don't plan too far in advance with the stuff. So generally when we are at the next league or the next 2 leagues worth of discussions, it's we have a list of things that we could do. It's in that list. I'm sure it'll come up at some point. So we'll see.
Feel free to be coy about this, but it seems like since something similar is occurring in Path of Exile 2, that might help you kind of solve some some of these questions for PoE 1. Maybe that gives people an idea of the time frame.
Well, as I said once, if obviously there's a could do with respect to PoE 2, but if we manage to go down that route, we get to do the exact same thing we did with Breach here, which is that if we have all the monsters made, and a lot of art made, and a lot of encounters, so even if it doesn't appear the exact same way, it'll allow us to do a massive shortcut, which would mean that all of a sudden it is way more possible to add as a feature without having to compromise too much else. So
nice.
Yeah,
I can see that. All right, let's talk Endgame, and I'm sure you're anticipating a discussion on Tier 17 modifiers, modifier design, their addition to memory strand maps, risk scarabs, and map modifier effect. So I list all these things out because they all come together to form a bit of a tangled mess of
Tangled mess of
late
yup.
Endgame, and I'm just curious, like, before we even get into like what people are asking or what people are saying about it, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on this topic, I guess, of tier 17 modifiers and their impact on late Endgame.
I mean, the main thing I'd say there, like just as an overall view on it, is that like T17s, there's this tension between, like, it is not a good place to be when there is a tension between what players are enjoying and what the thing we want to try and do is. Like, that's like a problem that needs to be resolved. So effectively, it's like what T17s are supposed to do in theory is something that we want, which is to say, like, you know, that like you get something that you don't necessarily like want to have to play against, and like, you know, like you have to actually, and you have to deal with it or come up with a way to get around that. But in practice, players don't want to do that, so there's something clearly wrong here. So something does need to change, but it's a little bit tricky to come up with something that we want to, like, that both sort of satisfies our desires for, like, you know, like interesting challenges that are different each time that you play them, that like all that, you know, there's like, you know, new and interesting things you encounter, but yet also something that players actually like. So there's a problem for sure.
So what is your desires for tier 17 maps? Like, what do you want?
Well, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily the desire for T17s as such. It's more the desire that you have, like,
answer the question
like
mark.
Combinations
I mean,
of what's
not
happening.
Mark.
Oh,
Jonathan.
this is a new challenge I have to rise to, you know, and like, how am I going to deal with this and that kind of stuff. And like, that's something that, like, in practice, players aren't like really liking. So as I said, there's a problem here for sure. It's just a question of how we kind of satisfy that.
100%, they're not in the right spot.
Yeah,
I am of the, like, we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because like we and to be fair, we are like trying to band-aid it, but we can only do that for so long. We kind of just need to reinvent something here a little bit. Like, they were intended to be the penultimate bosses that allow you to do the Ubers.
Right, yeah.
But they're also
You got
now,
to take the mod pool out
also
back
this
and give it the RF treatment.
non-sustainable map, and where you have to, obviously a lot of people feel like they have to trade for it, and then in the other cases you've got a bunch of modifiers people hate. You've got this like thing where, because of the mods, you end up devolving down to the in-game strat becomes, as you said, stacking map mod effect and modifiers via risk. And it's like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not ideal. We tried to narrow the gap with T16 and a half, so that kind of worked, and then you get some other weird problems where, like, because those can be APROP corrupted and tier 17s can't. There's some weird issues there as well. And honestly, it's like, it is a kind of mess. And we intend to keep band-aiding it until we can drawing board, but I would expect you'd probably see a pretty...
I think it needs a full redesign.
Yes.
It needs a full redesign to try and see if we can come up with a way to both achieve what we're hoping to achieve, but also make the players not dislike it, right?
So is this maybe like separating out what you're trying to do with the tier 17 modifiers and what you're trying to do with this penultimate like boss thing that is like the lead up to the Ubers?
That is a split at the very least.
Okay. This is going to be so rare though.
I don't think that we've worked out exactly how this can work though. Like,
I don't think that like the best, most rewarding content in the game should also be
so
the tickets
rare,
to
man.
the Ubers.
It's going to be like 100 divine spend.
In
more than
that.
that.
Well, even that's like broad and sounds weird when you first say it, but
it's
like
so hard because
it's kind of, you know what I mean, where it's something's wrong.
There's a fundamental tension with, you want the hardest content in the game to be the most rewarding. But like, the moment you do that, there's all sorts of incentives that come into play that mean that people don't like it when, like, there's a map now that you can't run because
Docker, thanks for 2 months.
You know, because the mods are not good for you and that kind of stuff. And like, so then there's also, you know, there's, it's a problem.
It's a little bit of a mess of problems.
It's a problem.
Any individual part of this I look at, I'm like, well, this is actually okay in some circumstances.
Right.
Like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers, maybe.
Right.
I think you guys feel the same. Where it's like, it's okay for there to be some modifiers that are like better for other builds.
But in the moment that it's like, it feels like a huge economic penalty to that.
Bro, the only alcohol I have in this house is fucking limoncello.
I mean, you get the thing right now where you stack the risk scarabs, and then it's like, okay, only Trickster and Juggernaut can play it as a way of it's perceived. And, you know, it's, again, we are changing a lot of these variables, by the way. We're not just leaving it for 327. Like, we are changing risk scarab. We are changing some stuff around map mod effect. We are changing
cranberry juice.
You know, there are bits and pieces changing. I'm not going to stop band-aiding just because.
Bro, that's all I have. It's just limoncello. I don't have anything else.
We have an absence of
I don't drink that often.
A desire to have a grand plan for the future. But we will. I would be very surprised. I know I shouldn't be promising content in the follow expansions because variables always change. But I'd be very surprised if we don't do a more drastic shift in 328 to solve this problem, because it's now long enough that it's not worth it. So obviously, hopefully the changes we are making improve things in a pretty meaningful way, is shake up the meta a little bit, but yeah, there's still going to be some woes, and but hopefully people can be excited for, the thing to whatever the thing is to come. But it shouldn't be too hard for us to come up with something. Honestly, similar to how we did 031 for POE 2. If we can come up with something that is just like a universal success and like is blatantly a win and isn't gonna, lower the value of people's economy mid-league and stuff like that, I wouldn't be, against if we can come up with something, because we're obviously going to design it soon. If we can come up with something or a piece of that something to deploy to, mid-league, mid-keepers of the flame, I will push for that. We'll just have to see if that's something we can actually do, because often these things will mean like, oh, now all of X will become devalued. And I don't want to like ruin people's mid-league economy and wealth and just destroy it because we decided we want to make a change. And so, there's considerations to make.
Yeah, from speaking to Octavian about the tier 17 modifiers as well, I can tell they're kind of weighing on him, like he really wants to do stuff with them.
I think we're all on the same page. I honestly don't even know if anyone really is disagreeing with
what.
Like maybe in little ways, but I think everyone's kind of.
Okay, I gotta ask, like, is there someone who loves the 3 seconds out of every 10 seconds you can't deal damage modifier?
Thank God, Ziggy.
I like it.
What?
Okay, tell me why.
But I play support characters. I don't deal damage.
Oh my fucking God, Mark.
All right, you're gonna jump on this.
Get out of here.
How does that modifier come into being?
No, I mean, to be fair, I like things that are just a bit more. I'm a bit more masochistic in that regard.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm not attempting to put my masochistic views on the player base. I understand that, generally speaking, people
already there
for that kind of thing. But I also liked trying those things, seeing how it is, and
yeah, for one
there
league.
There are things where these can exist. Like if this was behind a couple more layers of some sort of more niche corruption mechanic where players, or some crafting system over here where players can kind of choose to do it but don't feel forced to do it. Those things can exist, and I want to make sure we keep that kind of stuff. But in the broad mod pool, some of these mods are, they're not really working.
It was
evidently
that one, and the like action speed reduction from using your skills, and I think there was the petrification statues get mentioned a lot as well.
It's the drowning orbs plus that plus it's just like, okay, thanks for making me slow. I mean the thing about slowness is you do feel it, hence why. Whereas like often you can just be like, I'm just gonna ignore that. That's a nothing mod.
Physically painful sometimes.
So but it's a bit overboard right now.
Yeah, it's like I see the problem here. Like I'm so torn on this because I want these sorts of. I get the idea of these modifiers being like things that you can feel, like that they have a bit of an impact, and they're not just like.
Well, I don't want everything to just be another multiplier making the monster get closer to one-shotting you. You know what I mean?
Mechanics to happen.
Yeah, you want something, but there are some that are okay, and there are some that are not, and we just haven't found the perfect spot.
There's an analogy about this, which is like, how do you feel about immunities in D2? It's another sort of similar situation, right? Where it's like it forces you to change something about what you're doing, and a lot of people just really hate that. Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar sort of situation, I think.
Yeah, I'm the same. Like I like the idea, but I don't like the execution of that at all. Yeah.
Right.
Or the
and I think we're actually sort of running into a similar situation with this.
This is it is kind of your. I mean, we've danced with this a few times in the past. We had some immunities on some pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. We talked about it in previous chats a long time ago. But so it sounds like some of those modifiers are changing then, if nothing else, maybe as the band-aids.
Sure, I mean, there's band-aids like that. But there is something like wrong here, though, to solve. That's all. I don't know if I can say more than that, really.
Yeah.
With the map mod effect and the Atlas tree in particular, I'd rather there was like 15 different ways to scale difficulty and reward, as opposed to just like, here's the stat I stack. And it's just like straight multiplicative. Right. I don't know. I want, because obviously a lot of the stuff on the tree is affecting the leagues and the content. I want more than just map mod effect to be the way that you can multiply. And so it's like, do I want to focus on this or do I want to focus on that? And there's like different builds within the like making things more harder and more rewarding. But yeah, right now it's just like, well, obviously I just stack all of that. Like quantifiably, it's obviously better, and like there's I don't know. It's a little bit lame, honestly. It's kind of just a boring thing right now, and I don't know. This again, drawing board, 100% back to it, revisit it. I'd be surprised if we're not doing something for 328 as much as I told myself I wasn't going to promise following expansion content, but
There's some patch notes coming out later today. Is that, or is it later?
Yeah, I don't know what the time is, but our 11 a.m. NZ or whatever it is kind of thing. Like
there'll probably be a rollout over time as well, from what I'm hearing. Like
that's just generally the case because patch note writing is a surprisingly difficult task. It takes quite a while to get all that stuff.
You've got an extra week to make additional changes. Like people are like
sure, there's
this
always
and
that
they
too.
get extra ideas and stuff, and some of this stuff may be in there, but it can be have a look at some of those in there. But it sounds like we're kind of on the same page with you guys at least.
Bro, what are you showing me?
Yeah, I don't think you'll. I mean, obviously, it obviously needs attention. So yeah.
All right, it's cool. So on Endgame though,
what is this garbage AI, dude?
From a longer term perspective, we have a pretty good Atlas Endgame system right now. Like I think it's pretty well liked, apart from this issue that we just talked about. Like overall, the core of it seems great. Like I can sing many praises about it. But previously, like historically, you've done a lot of complete Endgame overhauls. And to the point that it was definitely a trend, like it seemed to be like the way that you guys would go about it. Like every so often there'd be a major endgame overhaul. Is that still the case? Like have you achieved something you?
It looks pretty good, my friend.
And maybe change instead?
I don't think that we would want to not overhaul the endgame again. Like the reason that it's not like we're like, oh, this is what we're set on. We're now just going to keep this forever. Certainly not. It's more just it comes down to like it is hard to come up with the ability to do a scope for that, and it's been especially hard, since we've had like POE 2 in early access. So it's kind of like we just need to get back to a point again where like that level of scope can happen, and I don't think it will be necessarily that far away from the point where that should be fine again. It's just that like it really is just a question of like can we get the ability and time to do it, yeah, like I don't think, as I said, I don't think it will necessarily be that far away before we do something like that again. And like you do need to change the stuff every once in a while. Like it does become stagnant eventually.
Interesting.
So I think we should do another big overhaul. But obviously the term overhaul can mean a lot of different things, right?
We should be careful with overhaul.
Like it's not like it's going to change into like it'll still be fundamentally the POE 1 Atlas and the. None of the overhauls we did changed it too fundamentally, I would say, in some respects. I mean, yeah, there's big changes, but I guess it depends on how you look at it. But it's not like we're going to suddenly be like, oh yeah, we're changing it to be like a POE 2 like system or something like that. Like but we do need would need new pinnacles and new challenges there and that sort of stuff. Like that's something that we will have to do eventually. It's just getting the time.
That kind of stuff, like escalating the narrative and cycling out bosses and cycling out characters and changing all that stuff is like generally pretty harmless and generally cool. Like you're not really messing with the systems and the core of what people like and the cycle that people like. So like obviously that's always just a nice win when you get to be like, all right,
guys, I'm getting nervous. Is RF getting nerfed?
Much
not
like
allowed.
Breach has now evolved
Chieftain's
and
not
gone
getting
forward
touched
in
at all,
time.
right? There's no way.
So will the endgame story at some point, and we will do that for sure. And it's just like there's always mechanics that come with it.
Good morning,
and
friend.
sometimes if you add those mechanics, they can't coexist with some existing ones because it overcomplicates everything, it becomes a mess. I would hate to have, I don't want to add more systems and now all of a sudden it's extra steps even more over to have to do on your maps before you run them and that kind of stuff. So sometimes things need to be replaced.
Are being redone?
Like,
I don't think so. I think very few are redone and the rest are in the bloodline.
Everyone's endgame is in a pretty overall. I mean, everything always has its problems. I'm not going to deny it. We just discussed them, as you said. But it's in a pretty damn good spot, and there's so much good about it, and I don't want to ruin that. So we'll be very careful with that stuff. But honestly, generally, we'd like what you might find is that we use this T17 thing as a motivation to go, what is the redesign? Okay, let's use that as the crux of what we design around and fix the problem both narratively and like game design wise by removing these problems from the game, creating something new in its stead. And
grow a mage.
I think what I'm most curious about is like if let's say you went into a meeting today to try and come up with a new end game for POE 1, like an overhaul for it, would it still have an Atlas passive tree like it has now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
no way you'd get rid of that.
I already know.
It's too good, right?
I already know what it is, so I already have it in my mind.
Oh, okay. You were saying before last time that
it's deep in my mind.
You've got a story arc planned.
Well, the Secrets of the Atlas was intended to be part one of a multi-part, right? So I've got the other parts, or at least most of it. And yes, the tree is still there. And honestly, I don't think anything is fundamentally in my plan in my head is changing enough to cause any concern. So,
all right, great.
It's all for the better. I'm pretty confident of that as well.
Great.
And now everyone will have to just wait to see what those ideas are for an undetermined amount of time.
I assume we'll get a follow-up to the story, maybe next expansion, perhaps, of following along what's happened. That was a pretty interesting last one.
We'll see, yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about balance. There wasn't too much revealed about balance in the reveal trailer stuff itself, but I know it was mentioned that there would be a bit of balance stuff going on here, and I've had a chat to a few people and scoped out some things. Like, for example, there is the unplayed assassin that gets asked about a lot, and it seems like something's happening for assassin.
Yeah, that actually came kind of recently. We were just like, can we really... I think what I had said, and my intention was to do this for both games, is like, we should at least look at... Like, at least with respect to ascendancies, look at the least played class, especially if it's been consistently least played.
Yeah.
And make sure that that's on the radar and getting
Not
some
Chieftain,
level of
Chieftain's good on play rate.
and even if it means we have a go at it, and if the scope's too high, we do it a bit later, and if the scope's within spec, we do it immediately. In this case, yeah, we looked at the assassin.
It's an updated Breach League,
like 40% lower, at least on the primary leagues. You know, it was like much lower usage than even the next class, and then, you know, so it wasn't doing very well. And it's been the case for a little while. So we were like, look, let's just do something. Like, come on, it's better than doing nothing. So obviously we just put together what we could over a couple of days and kind of mix and match. We had like 3 or 4 different iterations, and you know, it came up when we were looking at it, you know, it was like the whole you have the interesting thing, you go and look, you look at the class, and it's like, why is the ruthless poison node better than the non-ruthless poison node? Weren't the classes on ruthless meant to be a bit weaker? And then it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing we can maybe draw inspiration from, and you know, we just did our whole like process for
Amazing.
that. But yeah, so we teased that last night, whatever the time zone is, you know, hopefully people enjoy it and play it. But yeah, I kind of want to get into the rhythm of every expansion. At least we look at, not necessarily change, because it depends on the scope a bit, but we at least give it a go of making sure we look at the worst class no matter what, even if ascendancy classes aren't part of our, like, you know, the package of things that we're wanting to improve. Because sometimes we do a focus on the ascendancy classes, other times skills, other times this, other times that, and but I was like, okay, it's like, this is pretty bad. Let's do something about it this time and see if we can be consistent with that. No promises, but you know, we'll try.
And there's a little bit of a wild card in the mix here with Bloodline Ascendancies. So just to clarify, these are Ascendancies on top of your original class that you can choose where to put your points.
Same point pool. And the reason we a lot of people ask, or immediately are like, well, why don't you give separate points like Affliction? And the real reason is, combinations are great, but also I don't want to have to water down the power of the points. That's too much power creep, like, to add to a character to be able to give trees at large. And so there was that interesting part of it. The other second part is that we wanted to make sure that there weren't enough points that you could put all 8, at least generally speaking. So you'll find most of the classes only have 1 to 3 notables, kind of up to 6 points worth that you can spend.
Yep.
And this is so always, no matter what ascendancy you are still matters. I didn't want to just make it that literally the entire game, no matter what base class you are, where you start on the tree, is the same if it happened to be that a certain bloodline was OP.
You know, Conway, this is big for RF Inquisitor.
And all of a sudden,
Actually,
now every single person is just this one
that's
thing.
Like
it wanted
really
to be
good
like,
for RF Inquisitor.
I think we want to do a feature that adds as much in-game build permutations as possible.
Yeah.
Well, and also what's cooler than just being able to take the powers or learn the powers of your favorite boss for the purpose of a fantasy. Let's mix and match these things, and now you get this cool, like, okay, I'm a Templar, I'm all about, you know, holy powers, but I'm also going to embrace my dark side over here, or maybe the ways of the Asmerian. You get like a Shabi Guardian thing or something.
Think this for Chieftain? Yeah, if you want to boss more, you can definitely drop one.
You have your Slayer something, you know. So
there might be a world where you can drop the max res and go melding.
And obviously metas
I don't know where that world is,
created and all of that. But what we obviously find is that well, there's a few awesome perks here that I kind of like. is that we can add motivation to doing certain content that otherwise you wouldn't normally do. That's great. We can add
by
this for future content very easily.
If it works with Scion.
Right? There's probably other bosses that you're like, oh, we can do this and this and this. Like, it's very easy to expand this and take it away. And the reason we're able to do that is because it is an in-game feature. It's not like overcomplicating the campaign and that player's experience. Like, you wouldn't want a second class in the campaign. People were like, holy, I've already got a tree and I've got this tree.
You mean a third class?
A second, essentially. It's like, okay, I've got too many classes. There's too much stuff going on. So being able to keep it in the end game is an in-game unlockable thing.
Time to upgrade
we can
microphone.
expand this feature over time.
Why?
Now,
I just
all
don't
of
have
that,
enough
of course,
equipment
is
in my room.
under the assumption
Why
it
it's echoey?
succeeds. Again, we'll listen to the feedback, check what players think about it. But it's assuming it does well. Again, pretty high confidence. Yeah, it will remain and we'll keep expanding, keep extrapolating, keep changing. And then it's yet another lever where we get to add so many different builds, because one bloodline being able to then be paired with all 19 ascendancy classes is just like, all right, we've got a lot of stuff going on here, a lot of different options, a lot of cool things you can do. And yeah, I mean, I am actually real excited to see what happens here. More than most things, I'm always like kind of excited to see what players do with things, but like here I'm just like, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Like, it's gonna be real cool, and I suspect you'll get, like, for quite a while, people narrowing down on exactly what the perfect combinations are for different things. And, yeah.
Well, it definitely seems like one of those things where you just design something cool and we'll see what players do with it, because there's
I have the
too many
acoustic phone,
permutations
but
there,
whenever
right?
I
Like,
vacuum, I have to pick them all
know what
up.
the math
So
on that is, but it's pretty crazy the amount of like new nodes.
Number.
Yes, several
infinite. No, not
several dozen new nodes accessible to all of the existing ascendancies. That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. I am. I'm like thoroughly excited. I'm gonna just do the whole, like, what boss do I feel like being this league? I'll just see if I can make that work, and then I'm actually gonna go backwards. I'm gonna pick my bloodline based on what boss I want to kind of embrace the power of. Then I'll pick my ascendancy. Then I'll pick my, I'll go from there. And then I'll pick my skill, and I'll end up a support character. I'm sure.
flavor building on this.
Yeah, I didn't want to destroy the walls by putting them
mercenaries,
there.
I need
so
to be a good mercenary.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah,
That's my philosophy.
I might like
back to
staple them to like a giant piece of cardboard and
so
just lay it up.
And this isn't tied to Breach League, the Keepers of the Flame. It's a core game feature, Elblin standard as well, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
yep.
Cool. And saw someone asking about Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I assume that wouldn't work with this.
Not with these, but that isn't to say there won't be some future uniques that maybe do.
I mean,
we'll see what happens.
There's an option there, isn't there? Yeah. Okay.
More Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I don't know what I want to call them. Yeah.
All right. Continuing on the balance topic from asking around the POE community, some of the more common things that just kind of come up was, the most popular thing was just the general idea of buffing underprivileged skills, like giving them some love. So you mentioned this idea of like looking at the worst thing in terms of ascendancies. Is that something you want to do with skills as well?
We're always, there's a little bit of there's a few things to go into here. Like, for example, yes, there's obviously the core skills that are bad. Sometimes those are then enabled by something else going on, some other feature getting added, uniques, whatever. But most of the time, they're just, as you said, underprivileged. We've done a decent chunk of numerical changes here, mostly numerical. Some are, I don't want to say unsalvageable, but like, they don't have the same level of different multiplicative scaling that other skills could get. There's not too many. And they require more. What I'm getting at there is they require more of a rework in order to actually become, truly viable.
Don't do it.
That being said,
okay, rework's not bad,
that always
actually.
need numerical improvements. I don't know, and then you got things like the Trathan gems, right? Cool concept. 90% of them weren't really seeing any use. A few were, and now those are going core, I believe, into heist is what it is. But as meanwhile also full balance pass, so hopefully some more come to the foreground there, and so on. So like, but like honestly, this is like a kind of endless task. It's like almost like you could just never stop. So like we like to just do batches at a time and send it, and we try and do as many as we can. But like each require discussions. They can be quite time consuming. Some are more obvious, where it's like, okay, obvious increase, and others are like, do we want to do this or do we want to rework it? And then you get lost in a rework discussion. It's important to like cut the time. And it's like, actually, look, for now, buff it. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, like we get through as many as we can. We've done a bunch. you know, I could always say, hope ideally we'd do more, but like, I don't think, again, there's no real end point to that. So yes, sure. I wanted this patch to be very class centric.
Yo, peace. Thanks for the 4
in terms
months.
of balance, and like we did.
Yeah,
I would say we did a decent chunk, but it's, you know, we didn't get to cover every base 100%. So obviously, like, you got the bloodline classes, you've got grafts, which are character centric, and then we got the whole set of new skills and support gems, and some changes around that. There are a bunch of other changes, but yeah, like, it's that thing where I don't know if I'm ever satisfied. I always just you want to do everything. You want to literally do it all, and you never can. So like, hopefully there's enough. Certainly should be enough to shake up the meta. Should be enough to make everything feel fresh and some awesome, cool new stuff. But like, you know, don't be surprised if a particular person's favorite skill didn't happen to get touched. Like,
that's the interesting thing about the skill buffs idea, is that you manage to achieve these days very, like, there's lots of different builds, and they're changing a lot each league as well, by virtue of like the new stuff that you're adding, like ascendancy changes or new skills or whatever. All that stuff is creating lots of new builds all the time. But when it comes to the skill buffs, I think it's more just about, like you said, like someone has like a favorite skill that has been languishing. Some sweep lover.
It sucks to miss something, like, because you see, because what happens when you buff everything, then you get a lot of like, but what about this? And you're like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I really wanted to, and you know, and then sometimes we still try and just squeeze it in before the patch, and we just try and get as many done as we can. But yeah, like, again, it is ultimately a resource game, and we do as much as we can. We really do, combined with both new stuff.
I mean, they're not talking about RF, because RF has been on the chopping block for like 6
outliers
years.
down, and we do try and improve as much as we can.
It's not RF.
And this time we took it upon ourselves to add a bunch of new skills and supports, and so I don't know. There's heaps there, but you know, it's that thing where a few people are going to have missed their thing, and there's a few. You know, you want to do hand casting, you want to do that. You don't want it to just. I know that's come up, and I think even you mentioned earlier as well. It's just like, it devolves down to often, you know, either Archmage or you know, Ephemeral Edge, and like that kind of stuff being just like, well, obviously, right, quantifiably better. And so yeah, it's the ideal thing where, you know, we'd make some changes to some of those, and ideally it'd bring up all of something else. But you know, sometimes you get some of it, not all of it, and everything. But yeah, there's heaps here. Just, you know. You never quite catch everything, but there will be new metas, there will be new builds, and probably a lot of existing stuff will still be, you know, pretty decent. But yeah, there's a bit of nerfs, bit of buffs, bit of, you know, it's how it goes with all of this balanced stuff, really. It's a bit chaotic, but, you know.
He's smiling, there's a lot of nerfs.
Satisfying to it, but yeah, as I said, you never really fully get everything, and thus you never fully feel satisfied.
You kind of answered my question a bit, because like one of the popular archetypes that's come up as being a bit problematic is hand casting, self-casting. Spells, and usually I think what gets brought up with that is like slow base cast speed, and that in turn making things like echo feel bad, and mana costs being
I don't think we've done that enough justice, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's certainly on the hit list. Yeah. So we'll either we can get to do some stuff, you know, in this coming week if it's simple, if we can think of it. It's not off the cards. That being said, there's always next expansion as well. But honestly, you never know, because often these external variables, like the new classes and stuff like that, can really change these things up, you know, without you really predicting it as well. So, you know, I can't speak to what we'll do in 3.28 with respect to all of this, because we have to observe what happens in this patch first, given how many variables we've added. And like we said, we've added a nearly infinite number of permutations of builds with the new bloodline classes and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll see how all that goes. And then, but we'll just keep doing it. It never stops, never ends. It literally is an infinite task. You never run out of stuff to do here. So we'll just keep doing it every single patch as best as we can.
One that comes up a lot is the kind of dominance of ES stacking and kind of stacking builds in general, but ES probably has been getting mentioned a lot more. Forbidden Ride, Ephemeral Edge, things like that, but also just ES compared to Life as well.
Yeah, it does happen.
Classic.
You know, there are Band-Aid fixes and stuff like that we always like to do, whether or not you can consider them Band-Aids or just like, you know, you just change some numbers here and there. Sometimes in the case of like Ephemeral Edge, it can be a matter of like, yeah, that's an acceptable thing to do. It just shouldn't be so easy to do. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's no broad solution here, but yeah, I agree that it is a problem where it's like the more traditional just do a thing feels like it's now wrong. It feels like you got to like pre-commit to being like, what is this singular thing I'm going to stack and then pick the thing that scales off of that. So be it like attributes historically, not just thinking current meta. It's always it's always like, you just like heavily stack this one thing and here's a unique that scales off that thing. And it's like, well, that's on one part it's interesting. It's like fun. That is the build. I'm in two minds on it. But then when every build is just like, okay, well, that's stacking this, that's stacking that, that's stacking, and you start going through the builds and you're like, okay, well,
we definitely like very slowly got here over time. I feel like in the stacking where it just became kind of like, just a little bit at a time. It became POE 1 became all about stacking builds.
It really primarily comes down to mostly to the unique items that got added, right?
Like, it's often
generally a unique item's special thing is like, what am I going to scale off? Be it off evasion or off armor or off energy shield or off life or off ES or mana and or off int or off strength. It does end up in that, and then some unique gets added, like maybe it's 1 per year, and it's like, oh, here's another 6% increased intelligence. There we go. That build's now just got a little bit more of an edge, and you do kind of just power creep into that point.
Thanks for the 5 gifted, dude.
It's like I don't even know like how much of a problem it is, but it's like definitely identifiable that it's like a big aspect of the build meta for POE 1.
It is. I think
other things out maybe.
I think it's too dominant, but on the other hand, it's
fun though. Like, people
it's
like
fun. It's cool. It's interesting.
So
Can you let me stack life with RFM?
Things kind of it's part of POE to a degree.
Yeah, it's an actual action RPG.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with it. You don't just want to take away all the fun and just make everything flat and boring. On the other hand, but you also don't want it to feel like a player's made a mistake by playing a more traditional, build, and it often can feel that way. So there's a fine line here. Hard to be at that fine line, but some things are a bit too OTT at this point, and other things are too far on the bottom end. And the other problem is if they start buffing all the skills, well, a lot of those skills might see use, but they'll still see use in that stacking ecosystem. And then it's like, well, have you really made a new build at that point? Like,
I think that's sometimes the problem is like, my builds feel the same because ultimately, like, I'm using different skills, but I'm just stacking on all of them or something like that.
I don't have a like, here's the solution.
Yeah,
because it really isn't how it actually. It's not really how it plays.
Kind of gauging your thoughts on it.
I mean, I enjoy discussing it. It's just a matter of like, it's honestly 500 different solutions, and we need to just chip away.
Jonathan has said anything for 20 minutes.
Mold it, and
Jonathan is here to
eventually,
observe.
shift into something else.
He doesn't need to do anything else. He's the observer.
Meta, and then that will be complained about probably after a while, and then something else will be. And it's the cycles. It is balance. It is as I said, it's an infinite amount of work, and we just need to keep doing it. Like, you don't give up on it because it can never be solved. You just keep going, and as long as people are having fun, and you don't like compromise the philosophy of the game ultimately, then you're winning, right?
Balance is a journey. Yeah, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
It is. It actually is.
For real.
I mean, sure. It's just the
his
stops
head
along the
is
way.
like a turret scanning for fun havers.
Well, a nice stop on this expansion I noticed is wand. So you did actually mention it last 326 Q&A. You said wand specifically. I went back and watched, and I was like, oh, interesting. I should ask about that. And then you showed off a bunch of wand skills, and it seems like there's some nice wand buffs going on in there to help wanders out.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things. There's like a bit of a hidden gem is that there's attack mod only wand based types in the series now. So they're literally, and they're kind of themed more around kinetic
wands.
Wands, and so. Because that's always been a bit of an annoyance. Like, there is a place for the hybrids, but that's been a bit of an annoyance. So now we get the like pure attack ones to help it a bit easier to roll for those builds. You got way more of a skill set to pick from now. And then, I mean, generally speaking, the skills they can be pretty hectic. They can scale.
The new one skills look really cool. They look really cool.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a cool theme, just like that general kind of like, physical kinetic energy kind of thing going on. We had a little bit of it with kinetic bolt, kinetic blast.
Yeah, Zach, we'll have to see how the single target is, to be honest.
Yeah. You got your wanders, and it's the thing, and then we also added a little bit of like kind of wind magic, some tornado stuff.
It's like a force wall that you can.
Yeah, the kind of force wall. You've got like a little bit of inspired by Huntress from POE 2 a little bit with some of the, I walked upstairs the other day and saw some QA playing, and I'm like, oh, someone's embracing the tornadoes, and he's like, that's not even half the tornadoes you can make. And I was like, all right, sweet, all right. I was like, yeah, that's POE 1, and I walked out of the room. I was like, all right.
And I blasted, like, I went through 4 yesterday on a wander, and I was just like, man, this is so good. I was having the time of my life. Like, oh my lord, the new skills and the wands. And it's like, it's not just the kinetic ones as well. Like, it actually pairs pretty well with the other ones that have like the flat added elemental damage. And
yeah.
It all kind of came together a bit. It's like, oh,
it's cool.
I definitely, in the past, I just kind of like wrote ones off. I was like, yeah, they're never going to get to wands. It's like forgotten about.
It's always been pretty kind of just, it's niche. It's actually an interesting thing. I mean, obviously it was designed before I started on POE, and I always thought, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like, that wands that aren't about just spellcasting. It's, they're about doing attack damage. I thought it was interesting.
Pistolero style. That's what I like about it. Dual ones.
Yeah, this might be the largest update to
Jonathan
wands
said,
attack
fun
in
Absolutely.
now like 15 years or something. So
finally, look.
Beezer, thanks that T1. Appreciate it.
Long time waiting for this one.
Yeah, you're right. It has been
your
forever.
moment has finally come. It's good
cool.
stuff.
Yeah, there's a few other little gems in there as well, like some fire archer kind of things, and there's some that we want to still extrapolate on, but like wands was the main focus.
Yeah, definitely a lot of love for wands, and pairing in nicely with the added skills from the hands on your back as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Lots of fun synergies there. So we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but shifting gears a little bit, I'm curious about the long-term development of POE 1. Like, how much is POE Classic, POE 1 kind of like sacrosanct to you? Like, how much do you like not want to change it? Or because you've been taking things from POE 2 and feeding them back into POE 1, and I'm curious, like, is there points you get to where you're like, well, actually, let's not push it too much closer to POE 2 in that direction, but keep it its own thing, or
It's
maybe
a Jonathan
actually
question for sure.
preserve it as it is to some extent.
I wouldn't want POE 1 to ossify into something where we feel like we can't change stuff. Like, that would be bad.
Cool.
But
Sounds cool though.
Yeah, but it's kind of like okay, the stuff people that we'll probably take back from POE 2 is more around the sort of QOL areas of stuff, right? So obviously, people would have been rioting if we hadn't brought async trade from POE 2 into POE 1. That's obviously something required. And so it's been sort of nice that we get to do a little bit of like proving grounds in some cases in POE 2 for some of those changes to see whether or not it'll be okay. The thing we wouldn't ever do to POE 1 is make changes that would break what people like about it fundamentally. So there's things like the trickiest parts, things like the way that item drops are and stuff like that. Like, I don't know that, like, even though there are things I don't like about that, I don't think we could necessarily change them either. In terms of, so like there's stuff like that you just have to kind of like let it be, because they could easily break stuff that people really like.
It kind of raises the question, like, what is it about POE 1 that does need to be kept, that is kind of what makes it feel like itself, that people do love about it?
I think that it's hard to even define that, quite frankly, because like it's a mix of things. I mean, look, the thing that POE 1, I guess, has become known for, as opposed to POE 2, is just like the combat pace stuff, like where it's just like ultra fast in a lot of ways. But it's not like there was like a goal to make POE 1 like that either. It just kind of is. And so you wouldn't like it's I wouldn't even want to nerf that about POE 1, right? Like, it just is how that is, right?
So
that's like really the fundamental difference.
That's kind of inevitable, though.
I think actually that the community sees more differences between the two games than what we do. Like, from our perspective, like, it's like there are I don't even know how to really get into this exactly, but it's like, we're just trying to make a good game. And it's like, it's not like we changed design philosophy or anything like this, right? Like, it's the same design philosophy from the same designers. Like, going on in both. It's more just a question of like POE 1 got a bit out of control in certain few aspects, and that's kind of become part of its DNA, and so we can't really change that. And so so when it comes down to stuff like that we'd take from POE 2 to POE 1, well, it's just like all the things that POE 1 players would like, and none of the things that POE 1 players wouldn't, really. I mean, look, that's ultimately we want to be doing. But yeah, I wouldn't want it to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation, as I said before, where it's like, okay, we're like POE 1 is in some kind of perfect state that needs to be preserved forever. Like, I don't think it's like that. We do need to be able to make changes. So yeah, it's just a question of,
I think a pivot with POE 2 out, and this isn't obviously black or white, but POE 1 is we always had a and this is still true. We still want to bring in new players, but I would say POE 1 now, it's more important to us to keep the POE 1 player base, the fans of the game, the long-term players, the people who love POE 1 happy, as opposed to going, we need more new players, we bring people in. Whereas obviously POE 2 is still now a growing game. There's a new audience available, that kind of thing. So
that'll make people
obviously
happy.
We still want people who love POE 1 to love POE 2. That's the ideal world. But that being said, when we're looking at POE 1, we're not going to try and do anything that's going to compromise what the fans love about it in order to bring in a new set of players at this point. I would say that's going to be pretty rare. So it's about making sure that the people who do love the game continue to love the game. And that's why you're probably going to see less in the way of some grand structural change to all kinds of stuff. Because, if that change would bring in a bunch of new players. I think making sure you have a good, popular game that people love will inherently bring people in, because people will see that positivity and be like, I'm going to give this game a try. Less focus on bringing in new, more focus on keeping the existing fan base happy. And whereas obviously with POE 2, it's a bit of a different story where we really did think
an hour.
We want to, there's a new room for a new audience here. There's room for a different audience. We want to make sure we get as many of those players as possible. What would it take to do so? But ultimately, at the end of the day, what that then ended up boiling down to, aside from obviously modernizing graphics, changing the feel of combat, honestly, the biggest change is just balance.
I don't necessarily even think about it, I think, in the same ways. I'm not thinking I'm making changes to bring in new players. I'm thinking what are the things that I want to improve that I think that we can't change about POE 1, because they are somewhat would be impossible to change just due to the game field changing so much.
Yeah.
And so really for me, it's I'm on a 20-year quest to make the perfect ARPG, right? That's my sort of design thing. And it's like nothing actually changed between POE 1 and 2 philosophically, other than just learning about some things and deciding, I want to improve things in certain ways.
I do think there is a little bit of an assumption that a lot of philosophical discussions occur with respect to, outside of talking about dexterity and stuff like that. Honestly, most of it is just we're just kind of get real passionate and just start coming up with real cool ideas of shit that sounds cool.
Fucking dexterity, man.
We're not really having discussions about hey, okay, today, Jonathan, let's have a discussion about how many new players we can bring in. We don't do that. So about I'm trying to boil down what we are. I'm trying to turn it into a philosophy, but the reality is the process is just how can we make cool shit? That's it. Cool shit that's fun, that doesn't compromise things into thing of a way, things people will love, things people will enjoy. That is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. As I said, making whatever the visions are of this infinite quest of making the perfect ARPG. It's always interesting trying to be how can what are the rules? What are we going to change? At the end of the day, it's just well, I don't know, we'll just continue to make cool shit. And that's just generally what we're going to do. And so, I don't know. It's actually a little bit hard to try and decipher that down into a set of rules or something, It's I don't know. If it's cool, if it's fun, if people love it, then it's a win. And
it's good that both games have a bit of room to breathe on their own then, because you can preserve the things that do make POE 1 its DNA, but are objectively limits to what sort of improvements you can make to the game. But I do have an important question for you both. What bonus should dexterity give you?
Oh, jeez. got a few
got
hours.
See, I know this has been... Every time I come over here, I feel this comes up. It's been going for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, for
dexterity.
sure.
What do you get for dexterity? Yeah, still haven't solved that one,
At this point, I just feel nothing. Just nothing.
Just vibes.
We just call it... We rename it to green attribute. It just does nothing.
It's an organic attribute. Very nice. All right, so still not solved there. So you did mention that asynchronous has come over to POE 1. It's initially I was like, there's almost not a question about that because it went into POE 2. It worked. Was there any problems in bringing it over to
back
POE
chat.
1?
We still got an hour to kill.
Not really, to be honest. I think it basically. The fact that POE 1 got the gold already kind of meant that it can kind of work.
The gold is a thing though.
It is because of the fact that the gold is more scarce in POE 1 and more valuable for other things.
Used.
More used for other things. Yes.
Yeah. So we had to do a little bit of balance around that.
that's been
obviously,
tackled
but
then.
also like we do have to go through and assign gold prices to everything in the game, and obviously because POE 1 has a lot more different items and stuff going on, we did have to go through and do all of that. So yeah, it wasn't just like immediate. We had to consider, well, hold on, people, the gold balance already was kind of like, tight. Like, so and it's in that spot of like, some people are like, I want more. And you do want people wanting more. And so now all of a sudden, now there's this extra thing that's a cost. So we have to obviously account for that. What else was there though? I mean, ultimately, it's mostly just, I guess the console.
Yeah, so there's like the thing. So console previously had a kind of like trade board thing, which is made pretty much entirely redundant by this. So that old trade board is getting ported over into this system now. So that's
we're actually deploying that. Just a fun fact. We're going to make a post about it, but we're deploying that a bit. The removal of that a bit early because we need. There's like a thing where we have to get rid of it before the new system is put in place due to just like database migration kind of territory things. So we're doing that like a couple days early to remove the console trade board, and then a couple of days later 327 releases. So there'll be a little bit. We'll do a whole post about that, just about what happens to those items. You don't lose your items; they all get put in remove only tabs and all of that stuff. But
well, I'll tell you, for the POE 1 only players who maybe haven't tried it in POE 2 yet, it's been pretty phenomenal. The Icicle Destroyer is definitely like a massive quality of life improvement and very, very pleasing to use. It's a new era.
We have a bunch of UX improvements we still need to make to it. It's got its kinks. So like, I wouldn't want people to think just because it's porting that we're seeing it as perfect. I know people have brought up having save searches. Being able to more rapidly, you could control right click your item to automatically search for that item.
We're getting that feature, right? I think they even made
That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm talking about things that are in progress.
Like, that's actually wild that you're like potentially getting that. That's
It's very. I know everyone wants.
Is that going to be in time for POE 1's release?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't followed up on the exact specifics of that where that's at, but if not, it'll just be mid-league or something. You know what I mean? Like we'll try as soon as it's done on both games, it'll get deployed.
Since you're on it, was there like a reason why you can't mouse over items in like your sold items log to see what they were? Like I like that information to be like, oh, what was that sold for 2D of?
Tried that, didn't we?
But it doesn't.
I don't remember, but it might have been that it would require storing the item, which might have been.
We discussed originally allowing that. I think. I remember discussing that before doing it, and we were like, "That would be cool. That would be the thing we want to do."
Probably doesn't store it at the moment because it's like
a tech thing for that.
It's not like. I mean, we could probably do it, but
okay.
Yeah, it
potentially on the cards then. It certainly would be nice. Like I like that feedback as a seller, but I certainly love logging in the morning to all the currency and seeing what's sold for what.
But effectively, I think that like trying to improve the kind of price check experience would be the thing that kind of like the next frontier of like in terms of the in-game UI trade search and sort of stuff.
The next slippery slope to slide down to.
As long as we don't all of a sudden have like stock market-esque UIs.
No, I don't think we're not going to get that. Like basically, we have to find a way to do that stuff that doesn't get overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So like but then that's the tricky part. Like trying to improve that.
Yeah, I know we've talked about that in the past. Like how far you would potentially want to push that, and like I think there is like an interesting
he's scared of a piece of paper
you guys have to be able
to
it's a piece of paper that's moving from the fan.
Like, much more sane for
players.
Gotta
investigate
now to price check an item, which is a very complex affair typically. So but it's interesting that that's on the cards, that's something you're exploring, pushing further, not just kind of leaving.
But I don't think that's going to come all in one grand moment. Like I think it'll be, so this time it might be just being able to. I can't remember what the modifier keys you have to hold is, but there's some modifier keys you can do to like effectively search
like
the
plastic
item
that came from like a box.
Open up the board and see it.
Nice.
It's like, I got these decent pair of boots. I'll just search for that, and then you maybe lower the move speed by 5 or lower the life by 10, and
the thing that you want to get into is because there's all the questions around. Okay, but what if these mods are irrelevant and you don't want to search for them, and like being able to do that
right
and
skill.
Exactly, it's like all of those things that need that need a little bit of UX around them that we will.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about, because with the right UX, you could really communicate that skill in a nice visual, physical way.
No, the Huskies passed, unfortunately.
Exciting. Anyway, slightly getting off topic there, but trade is like, it was obviously a big thing, and like for a very long time, you guys were rightfully afraid of like what would be the economic implications of this? How would it affect gearing and progression? And like, I guess, like, firstly, what has been kind of the use rate of asynchronous trade? Like, how have people been using it?
So we were checking on this recently. I think that you got them to look up the numbers on that, and it ended up being around 50-50.
Just under half were using the new system in POE 2 so far. I expect that to go up over time.
Just under half?
Is this, like, compared to the existing stuff? Or?
Well, it's just compared to people using normal trades.
Yep,
you know, from one person to the other.
Okay.
But there was a little bit of filtering, like, okay, if it's like with your friend, do we count that or not, and like that kind of thing. Like there was a few things like that we would need to sort of look at to see, like, you know, questions around that. But yeah, I mean, look, it's people who are using it seem to like it. I mean, the buyer experience is obviously way better.
We generally found, like, I don't know if it's still the case now, but like for a while, like the new trade system, the items were a little bit more expensive. So then there were people who were like,
settling in.
I'll deal with the old one because I want a thing a bit cheaper.
But then the reason why they're more expensive is because of the fact it's easier to buy them. So therefore people are willing to pay more.
And then
so
most people are like,
effect.
I'm just going to pay the extra cost because I can't be bothered with
exactly.
doing it. So I agree. I'm one of them.
right.
Cost of money, yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's important to note as well, and I just want to always verify this. If you are a POE 2 player and you do have your merchants tabs,
I think like
you have them in POE 1 already. You don't need to buy new ones.
It's good.
They are shared, just to reiterate.
So, what do you think has been the effect on economy and gearing, and like, is it as, you know, I guess as bad as you feel?
I honestly want to look a lot more into this, and I sort of suspect that the damage, as it were, that it causes is like quite subtle and harder to appreciate.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no damage. I think it does matter, and like the things we were concerned about are real. It's just that like it's really hard to kind of quantify that. And I sort of suspect that at the end of the day, the benefits just outweigh that by much higher degree, to the point where like it honestly, you know, like just should have just done it.
Was the cost that needed to be paid.
But the thing that you were just saying, right, is that like those kind of like mid items are like now worthless kind of thing, and that is exactly the fear that we had, right? Like that's the concern.
Yes, Jonathan was asking me before this, like what has been my feeling of like how it's affected my experience, and like I was saying, I'm the player who lives in that 5 to 10 C sale range, like selling those items for 5 to 10 chaos.
And that is exactly the fear that like introducing fast trade does kill the values there. And that like I mean that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the only thing that's going to change that is if we increase gold prices. Now, there's going to be an interesting dynamic with the gold and POE 1, and like we'll sort of be there. But it's like
we'll have to keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah. But it's sort of also hard to know exactly what's going to happen with POE 1 as well, just because there's so many more items. Like there's so much more going on. So like maybe the breadth of the economy will kind of change the dynamics a little bit there. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
Well, like it's. I mean, it's an interesting mixture of phenomena. Like you get the ability to obtain like your starter endgame gear for
Your name
5
doesn't
exalts
fit you
total.
anymore.
Like you can buy a set of gear basically for 1 exalt each.
Right.
So like that's obviously there's a big impact there. That,
for sure. I mean that once again that is the fear, right?
It's just the like the standard now. The bar for like the quality of our gear is raised to a certain point,
right.
And then I guess that has follow-up questions like
you get so heavy to hold for so
as
long.
to how powerful crafting is, how powerful like item drops are when you first get to early end game, like how difficult the content is. Obviously, there's like there's a whole like follow up here.
I mean, we're going to have to effectively look at what all of that and adjust. And the thing is that effectively by making trade easier, it's meant that the difference between SSF and not is effectively increased.
Sure.
And that kind of thing as well. Like, I mean, there's some stuff there. But I mean, going back to POE 1, I suppose, like, even though we've got this experience now with POE 2, we're just going to really just have to see what happens in the POE 1 economy. And there, you might have to be some adjustments. But it's going to come down to the individual.
I mean, either way, though, like the amount of people I saw just being like, please just deploy a league. I don't care if there's nothing in it.
Yeah,
as long as the trade system's
but
there,
this is the thing, right? Like it just kind of has to happen. Like it doesn't even matter. Like there can be problems and we'll adjust for them, but we still have to do it anyway.
But of course, like,
so
it's such an improvement.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
I'm excited. It's good.
It's so good.
It's very, very good.
But yeah, it's still going to be interesting to explore this. Like maybe like even next Q&A, like how it looks like if we start to see things over time.
That would be cool. But yeah, that's crazy to think about, you know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we're talking about releasing Breach 9 years ago. Now who would have ever thought we'd have gold and asynchronous trade and a currency market and like, holy, we're not
actually
are we the same people?
back then to say.
I don't
We
know.
are, but you know,
I know. I'm not.
It's like
it's a good thing. It's
it
good.
is.
It's
but-
healthy evolution. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to some kind of mixed questions. Mercenaries was mentioned to
hairball
be
strolling.
likely returning after rebalance redesign in some cases. I'm just curious, like, does that mean that like some sort of horrible mercenaries is a plan to come back, or is it more just about like having the duels there with the gambling or something like that?
The intentions they come back. There's just a little bit of figuring. I mean, like with all these things, we have to figure out exactly what. It's very hard to develop. We like to see how players think about it, find the bad things, find the good things, and all that. And it's very hard to develop how it goes into core straight away, because then you'd be working on that, and some things might change, and then you end up wasting a bunch of time. It's way easier to let it end, be able to process everything all in one collective, and then make the changes and bring it back together. But like, what is it like? It's a great new player tool. It's great, like, or you know, less skilled players experience tool. But like, what does it look like when it's not the active league? Like, I don't want a mercenary in every area, and you know, there's all these kinds of like things you got to mess around with and change about how they appear. Is it on the Atlas tree? Are there scarabs for it? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. And then you know, all the way through to you know, were we happy with how they were itemized? Like, you know, I thought it was too free to just put all the uniques on them without really caring about the downside. Like, they would, you know, there's like they weren't balanced quite right. There were some that were terrible, some that were not so terrible, and like, you know, so there's just heaps of stuff to change. It's really hard to do that when you're in the middle of the league and where you're gathering all that information. So yeah, generally, and this is what you find with a lot of leagues, you get the league, you get a break, and then it comes back 1 or 2 leagues later because it's given us enough time to.
Did you eat some fish treats?
Work out all those kinks and put it in game, you know.
Fundamentally,
Fishy
though,
K's,
like,
are you?
so I quite liked Mercenaries, but I also see it as like the sort of thing that I don't know if I want it to always, like, you
agree.
always have to hire a mercenary.
I agree.
Well, it would be mandatory, right?
And that
It's
would be
just added.
and then this is the thing with additive power like that as well. Is like the moment you've got that, well, what's the reason why you don't do it?
Yeah,
and that's
one
answering
happy
that
cat.
question, I think.
Because
is
he read
like,
the patch
so
notes
that's
and
how
saw
to
RF
try to
buff.
figure out. Then is
yeah, you'd have to have a reason.
If you had a permanent mercenary and then permanent grafts and
Exactly.
like,
Yeah,
will we now have to start watering down the power systems?
Exactly, right. There's questions there. But I think there should be a way to bring them back, and you just need to find the right way to do it that doesn't involve everyone has a mercenary all the time now, which is fine in a league, but I don't think fine for just the game overall.
Yeah, so I imagine it. When it comes back, it'll be some sort of more like limited or
maybe.
opportunity
Honestly,
cost
it's hard to say.
capacity.
It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, like I imagine there's like a lot of different ways you could go with that. Whether it's like, they're tied to a skill gem, or they're tied to a certain ascendancy, or something like that.
Right.
But I mean, it's a cool design. Like, it would be cool to have them back in some capacity.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure they will come back eventually. It's just, how.
Yeah, we already said they were, so they are.
Yeah, you promised when you said mercenaries.
Is your tail
and
dirty,
grass,
Mr.
and I was like,
Miike?
what's that game with the giant?
Yeah, you want
rolling
to see a
ball
cool
that
trick?
sucks
Watch
up all
this.
the entire sea?
Miike, your tail's dirty. It's time
I was
to
like
clean it.
imagining Exiles just kind of becoming that over time.
Yeah, don't want to just turn the game into just like everyone's an auto bomber. You know, with all their just like league mechanics just killing everything for them, you know.
Katamari, thanks, Charlie. That's the one. Yes,
Okay,
giant
finish.
Katamari ball eggs.
One more thing?
So we did
thank
touch
you.
on gold. That was good. Heist is mentioned as getting the Trathan gems added to it to give it a little bit more. It got some nice quality of life improvements. But something that I saw that was an interesting question was. So at one point, Heist had these like extra modifiers you could get on contracts to like make them more interesting, and they don't really have anything like that. And I would go so far as to say right now Heist doesn't really have any decision making. How do you guys feel about the state of Heist overall?
It's not good enough. And this is the part of the problem is we were having. It's like, we want to do this kind of like mid to grand rework for it, like make it better and change this and change that. And then that was honestly what was holding up that QOL change, where it's just like, because we also were like, we'll design it out such that the rogues don't have
more
the
than half
levels.
today.
And it was waiting on that, and I was like, okay, look, at this point, it's been too long. We don't know when we're going to be able to do this. We can't say with certainty, because again, the same resourcing limits, the same argument as Charlie. The answer is the same as everything. We have to pick our battles. There's more battles than can be fought, and so and the same thing. It was like, okay, well, look. If we're not doing this anytime soon, then yeah, we should do this QOL change, and we'll make little incremental improvements to them all the time. But yeah, it's one of those ones that needs
how
some
he's
love for
sitting
sure.
right now,
and
hold on.
it'll come eventually. We cycle through everything eventually. So yeah, I mean, I just can't win.
Do you see how he's
you never know. You never know with these things because we assess the battles every time and we try and pick the best fought ones. And I know there'll be some people who are like, "I should be your #1 priority battle," but like I don't think that's the majority vote right now. So we try and make sure we.
Heist is a tricky one because like I think it always suffered a bit of an identity and mechanics issue as to like. What is it supposed to be? Is it a stealth thing? Is it just run through as fast as you can? What's the decision making?
For sure. Wow.
But it's also like simultaneously, it is quite well loved by the people who like it, and it had like a lot of flavor and cool characters and stuff in it. Like that, so it seems worth salvaging.
It's definitely rich of character involvement, NPCs and lore and stuff like that. So it's nice and it.
I named my daughter after one of the characters. So you better save the mechanic, please. Just saying.
Who was that? Was it
Talina?
I was going to say. I was going to suggest one of the crazy character.
That would be an interesting name for my daughter.
Well, I don't know why you named her that. That's your choice.
I'm a fan, okay. It comes up every now and then, of course. Campaign and leveling. At one point, I think like Path of Exile 2 was kind of
too hard to hold you in the camera at the same time
to help save kind of the campaign experience for POE1. But obviously, it's a separate game now. So.
Yeah.
But you've done some nice improvements, like adding new things and doing a few little streamlinings of earlier acts. Is this something that you're still looking to continue?
The webcam's borked. Give me a minute.
You're saying that you're like not really beholden to trying to seek out new players.
I try to balance the like webcam in between two monitors, which is fucked.
Interesting.
Because those campaign changes are what helps it keep fresh for people who are replaying the game.
True.
It's actually it's way more important for the existing players. So yeah, it is something I do want to keep doing for sure.
Great.
I liked the adding things like different things happening in different zones, and you can kind of restructure some of the areas a little bit and add a little thing here and there. I like doing all that for sure. So yeah, I would expect to continue seeing things. I don't think we have anything particular in 327 for that, but it will. At some point we'll certainly be doing another set of things, and we'll try and keep that up pretty consistently. If not on a patch by patch basis, at least like, every year you get a certain set of them and stuff like that, just to help it feel a bit fresh. I also like the things you just get to integrate like some other random league into the campaign somewhere in a few areas. It's like, these areas are being overrun by X or something. It helps it feel a little bit cool, and the world is changing. And it's not just this static thing all of the time.
I kind of want to fix the fucking Zoom
integration of league,
but I don't know where it went.
That you've been doing in POE 2 and to a lesser extent in POE 1. It's cool. That's good. It's a good way to introduce that stuff to people over time as well. Did you ever have like a crazy fever dream where you like dreamt having like a league where you have some alternate leveling experience besides the campaign? I know that's never been a.
That would be a bit of a tricky one to do, honestly.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure that has been something we've discussed for a very short amount of time, a long time ago. But don't know if we could really.
Yes, I've had some fever dreams about it, but I was just trying to remember what it was. But
see when they're going to stop talking and give us matchups?
Yeah, because I know, like, people ask about it every time, and I'm like, I guess I'll ask in a creative way this classic question of like,
I'm really zoomed out.
People who just don't.
This is how it always was. I can zoom in a little bit more if you want.
You just want to make the campaign.
I don't know how much we're zooming in exactly.
The answer is always, we'll make the campaign better.
Like this.
But then I thought, like, a league as a throwaway thing wouldn't be that permanent problem that you have.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting. That's why
you don't want to give something that's The problem is they'll like directly compete, and one will clearly be better, and then everyone will just do that.
You can just make it really awful, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're
great,
right,
yeah, great plan. Let's just make some terrible content.
No one will ask for it ever again."
Cool.
What is it? Incompetence. Yes.
No, I do want to keep making it fresh, and again integrating. I want the leagues to integrate into the campaign better and feel unique. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, it is a thing in POE 2, and we're going to start doing in POE 1. Every single area for Rise of the Abyssal has a guaranteed
really.
drop
I mean,
that drops from the
Yeah,
chest.
it's great.
I guess their videos seem like a little short compared to normal, but
I know it's not a secret.
okay.
The races.
The interview is worse than normal.
And then like
isn't it like
I
an
think,
hour
for
longer
example,
than
the
it usually
Molten
is?
Vault in
I don't
Act
know.
3 has a guaranteed unique drop for the first time you do an Abyss there.
Yep.
And so you get to do that
Time-
thing where you
time
get to
value,
like,
yeah.
and I want to make sure
We're gonna talk about
we're gonna
RF.
do the
I don't
system
think
in
so.
POE 1, by the way, with Keepers of the Flame, where you get like a kind of extra handcrafted guaranteed drop that we pick
Cool.
for each area in the campaign. So there's a little bit of like, what's it going to be in this area, and so, it'll help ideally if we do our job right, not just like be like, I'm going to skip every single area, get to endgame, and then care about it, which is still a fine strategy, by the way. Go for it if you want. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you'll second guess some of it now and you work out what areas you want to do. You know, I like that, but I want to make the active league feel more important in the campaign as well. So as much as we can do to strive towards having that be the case.
I want to make RF
was
feel
fun.
more important. Does that count?
I obviously understand, though, that like when you're insanely an accelerant player, you don't need it, right? You can just get to endgame and then deal with it. You might not want to sink the time, but like a lot of people do want to engage with it. A lot of people want to play the new league in the campaign, and so you know we should take every motivation we can to try and make that happen, and that way the campaign can feel more enjoyable, not just be seen as a thing I need to get through, but there will always be a bit of that, and there's not really much you can do about it. So it's really the fight to keep us feeling as fresh as possible, and
35
with heaps of stuff going on.
actually.
But it's part of that is the motivation of why we do leagues in the first place, right? Like, you want to come back and have this new thing going on in the world. Imagine if you came back and there wasn't even a league. You know, imagine you came back and it's like, okay, there's some balance changes, but like, what else is going on? You know, so you know, like it. Even we understand that you must have the league in order for the campaign to not just feel the same every single time. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And I think like the ones that have had less impact on the campaign have certainly been a little bit less exciting for that
for sure.
initial leveling experience.
Yeah, for sure, because it's just the same as before, except kind of honestly maybe worse. You know, and then you really want to feel like the world is different, something's going on, something you're engaging.
The devs
with
have learned to
before,
stall just like the players.
Anyway, I'm a campaign enjoyer. Sorry, I like it, but I got to rep the diverse opinions out there for that one. The
oh, for sure, it's commonly brought up. It's always worth discussing. 100%.
It's a classic.
We compromised on gold. We compromised on trade. You know, it's always good for people to ask what else
I like to
and
check
how
in
we
and see where you guys have shifted.
Yeah, see where we are and what you know. Like nothing's set in stone forever. Maybe this one is, but we'll see.
Maybe next Q&A. We'll see. So a question that I saw that was interesting was how does GGG track bugs? What's the best way to report them? And the kind of like the example was like they had a specific transfigured skill gem as like an ice golem that doesn't work with support gems and hasn't since launched. So just kind of like stuff getting kind of lost in the woodwork. Like,
unfortunately, one of the realities of live service development is, okay, so if we're going to make a league by a certain deadline, like every time we're looking at each issue and being like, okay,
the bingo sheet
is this more important than getting this league finished? And it's really, really hard to prioritize some of those things in some cases. Like they should get attention eventually, but it's like we have like, you know, I have no idea how many open issues there are in our bug tracker. It could easily be tens of thousands.
It will be.
Yeah, like it will be. And like this is one of those things where like
games.
like we have this thing where it's like, okay, here's something that might affect 0.1% of players, and like it's really, really hard to prioritize that over like, you know, here's the new content that everyone's going to be playing. So people do get slack time where they can just kind of work on random things like that, but like it can be hard to get some of them.
You might find something as simple as like this skill doesn't get affected by support gems. Could take 5 seconds and hasn't really been observed or prioritized. That is an option. Or it's going to take 5 weeks to implement some giant refactor, and honestly, we should have just deleted the skill and added 15 others. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly kind of hard to know, and it's easy to go look at that single thing after this because you happen to bring it up and like, we'll see what the problem really is. But often sometimes the simplest things boil down to like, oh, we have to refactor this and about how damage is dealt and how, you know, something with conversion and dexterity and, you know, not dexterity, and it boils down to this like giant refactor of how all this code works, and then it's like, now we can do this thing. Okay, what else did it get us? No, just kind of just
and you get issues stuck in this hell effectively of like, you know, someone like read it, they put it in the issue tracker, someone looked into it, they realized there was some annoying detail of it that would require some larger change, and then someone was like, oh well, we don't have time for that, we're doing some other thing, and then it kind of gets put into some like hell of like unversion this, like, you know, when we get time thing, and then it just kind of dies, and that's kind of an unfortunate situation that
I have several thousand assigned to me in a version called unscheduled.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this. You know, like one day there used to be this optimism of like one day I'll get there, and then I've accepted defeat.
But I mean, ultimately, obviously we prioritize things based on how much the community cares about it. So if people do care a lot about it, then
people care a lot about Righteous Fire.
To the point of the question, then, like, what can players do from their perspective for something that they think is important?
Generally, most of the media, like our community team, has a generally good eye on things that are more at the larger issues that get brought up. They do get noted down. They do generally get forwarded to us or the relevant people. For the fine detail bug reports, our QA team, it is part of their routine to go through the bug reports forums, and
the forum seems to be the most pertinent place.
That is part of the day-to-day routine of the QA team.
So if you want to take like the time to actually document something that is like that you think maybe has been missed or doesn't have enough information or could get the bug report forum.
The slash bug in game comes with like a thing, but that's more about like terrain issues or like something you say, oh, what the heck, this generated weird, or like what the heck is this weird thing here. And it does give us a like recreate of the level so we can come in and then like figure it out. But like if slash bug going a skill is broken or like my skill can't be supported, those two things are not correlated. So that's like if it's like broken and like if the level is bad or there's monsters in the level or something glitching out, slash bug is a good way, and then there's a brief description. If you want to like report a skill or something like that, it's better on the forums for sure.
Okay. A couple popular requests. One was Jewel Stash Tab, and also kind of tangential to that was like more
Jewel
Stash.
Stash.
You said dual Stash Tab. I thought you meant as in two stat. I was like,
well, I want more stash tabs in my stash tabs.
You had the quad one. You want to?
I want a halfway between that. It's too much.
Okay.
The other's too small. Jewels.
Right, I got it. Okay. Generally speaking, we wanted it to always be that like rollable equipment, things with modifiers, don't get specific stash tabs. Like that's the stuff you have to deal with. That's the item management should be in that. But then I understand technically compromised on flasks and bits and pieces, and it's like a little bit of a grey area. But like we so far have drawn the line kind of as just like, I mean, we've literally listed the rest of the stash tabs, and aside from adding new leagues and a whole bunch of new currency items here and there and stuff like that, it's been like, I don't know, I think that might be it. Like, until we add new stuff that requires new affinities, like maybe something comes with this league. I think this league has a locker, so whatever. But then it's like, I don't know if we will ever really add them for the equipment. I don't want it to be that you literally can just control click. Well, people have their dump tabs and different methodologies of doing that stuff, but I don't want everything to just auto sort.
I do.
People may disagree with me, and fair enough, you can. But that is ultimately how we want it to be, where it's like there is at least some items you're kind of looking at, like especially with mods. Like obviously with the currency, you know by the icon what it is. With an armor, you want to look at it, see what the mods are, and then make a decision. And sure, a lot of people put it in a tab and then look at it later and make the decision. And I understand with the trade system before, what actually people are doing is just dumping it, and then if they get spam for messages, then looking at it. There's stuff like that. But I do want to make sure that you actually are reading the modifiers, assessing if it's a good item, and then making decisions on it as part of your cycle. And you can work around it. That's up to you. But the moment that everything is just like somewhere, and you're just like, all right, and do you even know what you got now? You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue, well, I can look at it and then control.
I mean, I don't really agree with that though, because
I think we kind of drew the line at equipment. And again, I suspect a lot of people are gonna be like,
I agree. Like auto pickup is bad because you don't know what you're picking up. But if you picked it up, you know what you have.
Disagreement there, and again, I'm all about having a healthy disagreement. I don't mind. So that might just be where it is, and I don't know. We can reevaluate in a couple Q&As from now. You know what I mean?
I think on the affinities tab. On the affinities side of things, chat's mentioning that there's like a few in POE 1 that are kind of missing, maybe like incubators and stuff.
Oh no, they are missing. It is our intention to add this
Okay, yeah.
For that, more like fungibles and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
non-modifier stuff, there is an intention to add that, yes,
Oh,
100%.
cool, nice. Good to know. Yeah, cool. So that's probably the ones. that
I mean, we did
there.
that in POE too. We were always like, oh, we're going to release the stash tab, and then we did the whole like, wait, we can just add affinities without the tab. We can add the tab later if we want to. So we still need to go through POE 1 and add some affinities that aren't that don't have stash tabs for sale or anything like that. So yeah,
done some really good click-based quality of life, less clicks. I'm always keen to see, like, for a lot of that stuff that's very spam clicky. Something that was asked was the idea of consolidating harbinger shards in particular. Seems like it's pretty painful to farm for people that enjoy that, but you know, can only do it for a brief stretch.
Why is the microphone next to his eye?
There was something about that happening.
I think we did do something with that, and
yeah,
helps him
it came
think
up
faster.
when we initially were speccing all the QOL changes and like things that are just like easy wins and improvements.
Yeah,
it came up. I just don't have 100% memory recall, and if we decided to do it like now, it might actually just be in the patch notes. I don't know. There's like 50-50. It might just be like already like. I think what we do is drop less of them, get rid of some of the bad ones, and drop more of the good ones, but like fewer overall stacks. Hire more in the stacks and less of all the pitter patter that you end up kind of filtering out anyway. So hopefully we did that, and then it's in. If we haven't, then it's very clearly on the radar and will come soon.
Cool. Nice. I like this. So you had this thing. It was like, what? We need 10 quality of life improvements for each update, right? It's like bare minimum.
Yeah.
I like this. It's been paying off. I think it's you get those nice little teasers. I'm pretty hype building in the lead up to it. And I'm like, oh yes, give me that quality of life.
Yeah, they might be stacked.
It's very important for a game again with so much replayability and people coming back and playing that you just.
They said maybe Convey. I don't remember.
Remove a lot of this friction. You don't want to obviously make it frictionless, because some of the fun comes from a little bit of friction here and there, and in some regards. But like, there's things where it's like, you know. Yeah. This obviously doesn't need to be this way.
It's the little things that erode your enjoyment of time.
Yeah. And honestly, there's a little bit of a time factor to it. It's like the longer it's been in, the more like it's like, okay, at this point, come on now. We've added some other like friction and something in some other way here. We can take away from some of it over here. You don't want it to become a spreadsheet.
26 more
but
minutes.
At the end of the day, you don't want it to just become, as we add more and more features, more and more content, it's going to... Everything will have their little thing. It's going to become growingly more annoying over time. So it's important as you add some things that require, manual intervention, that you start removing some of the other ones and streamlining them. And it's because the game is so replayed for so long. It's really, really, really important at this point that we are addressing as many things as we can per league to make sure that, you don't just get a build up of annoyance over the course of a long period of time.
Yes, and my hands are very much thanking you as well for a lot of these changes. Oh,
yeah, good.
Sweet relief.
I mean, those ones are always a good win, but like some of them, like the Spectre thing and, the heist thing, there's so many that are just like, I mean, they're not... Are they QOL? Yeah, kind of. I mean, they do improve quality of life to some regard, but it's honestly kind of balance as well. It's just like,
How much nerf would it require for you to stop
this way
playing
anymore,
RF?
so let's
I
just
don't know,
change
we'll figure it after we read the
yeah.
patch notes, right?
We try and think of as many as possible. I love my bingo cards. I don't think I've had too many recently, so feel free to put some more bingo cards through. I love the ideas.
Keep the bingo cards
They can
going.
look, if you don't have 20, it doesn't have to be a 5x5 grid. You can make a 2x2 bingo card. It can, if you can't think of more than 4 things, or just have 4. If you only have one thing, just a single cell bingo card. It's also fine.
Stretching the definition a little bit.
We do
Easy
take a
bingo.
moment to sit down and go like, what do we want to fix? We crowdsource. We go to our QA. We talk to other designers here who play and stuff, and we're just like, what annoys you the most? And then we try and come up with something. So yeah,
it's good.
I don't know. It's actually quite a fun process, and we go. I think this time around we've got some pretty good winners.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, asynchronous trade, not to mention.
Yeah, I mean that's the big and obvious
That's the
thing.
big
But
one, yeah. Woohoo, pretty nice. So, thank you very much, guys, for the chat today. I look forward to playing some more.
We done?
Good.
We'll see you fine, folks, in 327.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks again, and
hopefully you guys enjoy the game.
See you later, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, surely they don't get posted now, though, right? They get posted after question mark? There's no way they get posted yet, right? I think there's going to be a delay, but we'll see. For sure, we'll see. Yo, Poost. Thanks for 3 months, dude. Holy fuck, I'm blind without my glasses. I think I get more blind every day, dude. Guys, is there a difference when I talk from here versus talking from here? I imagine there is. This probably sounds less echoey, right? I mean, is it just loud? Is it just louder, or is it just louder, or is the quality better, right? So this is me back here, but when I'm actually gaming, I'm over here, right? Clearer. Okay, clearer. Yeah. Well, it's 'cause I still need a... I'm still lazy, like my walls are just like completely not filled with anything yet, because I don't want to damage these new walls, so... I think I'm just gonna do a ghetto setup where I just take these... I have like 100 of these fucking foam panels. I'm just gonna like take them and like staple them like a piece of cardboard, like a giant piece of cardboard, and just like lean it against the wall. Get a rug. I mean, I have a rug. Ready? Actually, what I normally do... Hold on. What I normally do, this makes it a little bit. Open this. Do that a little. That helps a bit as well with dampening. Path of Exile is raiding Pox. Okay, so either they're buffing RF or they're nerfing RF. That's, that's a big one. It's either they're buffing RF or they're nerfing RF. Which one is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a lot. That is a lot. Gonna get chaotic real quick. Yeah, I might have to put follower mode on. Right now we don't have follower mode on, so... we shall see. They want to see your reaction. We have arrived. Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Path of Exile, for the raid. That was awesome. I just gotta go turn my alerts back on really quickly. Give me a little bit. Official raid, yeah. Okay, let's see. These should be good. Esteban, thanks so much for the 19. What do you think of the league? Honestly, I'm pretty hyped with it. I like the Bloodline Ascendancies. I like the rework to Breach. I'm kind of 50-50 on like the extra consumable thing, you know what I'm talking about? Like maybe it's good, maybe it's not. They said it won't be like required, so we're gonna see. Overall, I'm pretty happy. It's definitely not as girthy as some of the other ones, but that's okay. Like I understand they're running 2 games now, so that is definitely a lot. Hello everyone. Hello Elastus, thanks so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. We are waiting for the patch notes. Our assumption here is that GDG raided us because they're surely buffing Righteous Fire, right? Surely Righteous Fire is being buffed, right? Yo, Jabber, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Sir Gog, thanks for the raid as well. Jumney, thanks for the Prime. Sir Gog is in on it. Surely it's buffed, right? Can you introduce yourself and what you do? Sure. My name's Pox. Nice to meet you. I am typically a Path of Exile streamer. If you actually, in my chat, use the RF command, it will take you to a website here. This website is called pox.net. Give me one sec. Let me like move to a different location. My hideout's kind of blasting music. This website is the website I run for primarily League starting Righteous Fire, right? I like to plug this a lot because we have like the video guides I do every league, the written guides, the Act 1 through Act 10 walkthrough, built-in loot filters. Over here we have like an FAQ. right? Say you're struggling with like dexterity. It's got pretty much like 150 questions, so you could play around with it. We got built-in crafting on here as well under the craft tab. Usually it's like more mid-level crafts for entry-level players. Atlas, I'm still working on updating this because things change every league. Usually I'm playing Path of Exile. You know, when POE gets a little stale, we'll go play Path of Exile 2. Sometimes we do some Warcraft 3 custom games as variety. Alternatively, I do... Well, not alternatively, but I do also love playing SSF. I primarily play SSF, but I will play Trade League for the first 2 weeks, and then I usually go play SSF after. That's pretty much our rundown of how we do things there. Jabber, thanks again for the 5 gifted. Jumney, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Neptune, thanks for the Prime.
And also, occasionally, I put on my radio voice when we're playing Path of Exile. Why? I really couldn't tell you. It just gives me more confidence.
Do not call me Pirate Software, please. Thank you very much. I said don't, okay?
Just because some of us have the ability to modify and augment our voice based off of what we want
does not mean that we're Pirate Software, okay? Some of us just
have the ability to roach out.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Did you work at Blizzard? No! No, I've never worked at Blizzard.
Our illustrious champion returns.
No, bro. I went from fucking high school to college to streaming, okay? Like, that was it. That was it, man. There is nothing else in between. I swear. I swear. I don't even have a degree, okay? Yo, Bid, thanks for the Prime, and Skull, appreciate the Prime. Alright. I'm gonna give you guys a rundown of what, like, a really cheap RF build would look like. So, oh, actually, let me change one more thing really fast. I gotta switch back audio there.
Welcome home.
Okay, let's turn down music volume. Let's put on...
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home. Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Okay. So this is what an SSF RF character can look like after a little bit of gearing. For reference, the time played is a little inflated because I like went AFK. For like 1 day played, can see my gear, nothing too crazy, a recombinated weapon. Forgot channel points. I will do that after. People are just going to spam them. An Elder Helm. We got really lucky with the Defiance. You don't need a Defiance for this shit at all. Usually you would prefer like a +1 dot multi-weapon, a Shaper Shield with life on block, a really poopy body because we don't have a 6-link yet, or a Cloak of Flame. Speaking of which, you have to do Cloak of Flame Gamba. Nothing too crazy. You should actually be able to look on the left. There's going to be a widget there that you can click. The widget will show you everything. You like the DoD. Well, because I've been trying to get a DoD drop in SSF for like 17 leagues. And of course, it drops when, like... Of course, it actually drops when we're like, you know... doing like a test run. Like, what is that, man? We're doing a test run and we drop a T0 unique? That's like fucked up, you know? That's not normal. Do we not do Exarch or Eater on...
returns. Welcome home.
Oh. Wait, what is this tree? Oh, this is the Delhi tree. I don't have altars on any of them. Well, oh well, we're just gonna do altar anyway.
It fills you with
I'll go put on channel points. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Rooster, appreciate it, my dude. Do we think RF will change? I hope it gets a little bit of a buff. The single target's definitely been not a good spot with RF, so we'll see. Okay. Gotta do a quick map.
You're fucking
what? Oh shit, these are not the right flasks? These were, I was just doing Maven, so we're just gonna take off our life flask. Surely everything's fine. What about Assassin RF with Poison?
Hello there.
I don't see how that makes any sense, but you know, Poison makes sense.
Hello there.
Oh yeah, let me put my webcam like back where it's supposed to be. Somewhere over here.
Hello there.
Something like that. What do you think about Captain Lance's video on LERF versus Chieftain? I don't think it was an LERF versus Chieftain. I myself played Ellie this league relatively like at the beginning. I think LERF is faster than Chieftain when it comes to clearing your void stones. That's definitely like a fact, not an opinion. But and it also does a lot more damage. But it also gets punished more by map mods than Chieftain. And also Chieftain gets built-in explode, which makes Chieftain very insane. You can see the damage on the explode here when the the bosses walk into it. That is the primary reason we play Chieftain, right? We play Chieftain because it's naturally more tanky, and your explodes do most of the heavy lifting with your build, which is important because actually trying to scale RF damage is very difficult. Like it is not easy to scale RF damage.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Hello there.
Can we not use a different skill for single target? No, Fire Trap is your best skill. It's hard to replace the best,
Our
you know?
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Mojito! How you doing, man? Thanks to 27. You cannot replace Fire Trap because Fire Trap has an initial hit. It has built-in Ignite because it has an initial hit. And it has Burning Ground. The only other skill that does that would be, like, Flame Dash, which is not really a damaging skill. Where's the patch notes? It's supposed to drop in, like, 10 minutes. You don't play RF, what would you play? I don't really know, something fun. Played Bone Shatter back in the day. Bone Shatter was pretty fun.
Stay vigilant.
Our illustrious
Well,
champion
thanks to Thor.
returns. Welcome home.
Appreciate it. Why do you use punishment instead of flammability? You cannot use flammability when you're a chieftain once you take Ramako. Obs are at minus 20 fire res. That cannot be changed at all. You made Death's Oath? I used to play like exclusively Death's Oath back in the day. So played at least like, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 Death's Oath builds.
Our illustrious
Long time ago
champion
though.
returns.
That's back when I used to play HC
Welcome
still.
home.
Hello, Mr. Burning Man. How are you, bud? Idea for Assassin RF with new node that poisons and base spell crit play for spell damage. You're not really playing Assassin RF then, you're just playing Assassin and you have RF. That's very different. Like a lot of casters use RF as a spell damage multi, we don't call those RF builds. Otherwise it gets confusing. I'm really curious what else we have for, like, Bloodline Ascendancies. Surely there's a fire-based Bloodline Ascendancy. Long time you look healthy. Thanks, dude. You too. Artisan of Katava. The Katava Ascendancy. Press this ability to root your character in place for 20 seconds.
You there, local.
You're using RF as a vehicle to do Ignite, so you're not really RF, but Ignite Man? Technically, yeah, but, you know, the build is building for RF. It's just that the Ignite scales better than the RF. It would be confusing, like, if anything, you would call this a Hinakura build, but it is RF by nature, so we call it RF. Patch notes soon. Very soon. Oh, I can show you some more endgame stuff, by the way. Where's your blood rage? I don't know. Is that why I was slow? Oh, I took it out because I was doing Maven. Forgot to put it back on. I'll show you guys what the endgame of RF can look like. Oh. Almost crashed the game trying to play it. There we go. Why do you like Toxic Sewer? Just do, man. The mobs are really close together. It's a nice map to run. Should try it. We tried Flame Surge of Combusting instead of Fire Trap. I'll say it once and I'll say it again, man. There is no skill that beats Fire Trap. Just the way it is, my dude. I promise. No skill yet. That's true, although they didn't tease a new skill for, like... They didn't tease a new skill for Firebase, so probably not. Leap Slam and RF. Yeah, this character dual wields. Yeah. You dual wield because this mod gives you 3% AoE per 50 strength. And this character has 4,200 strength. You are effectively a strength stacker. Did you see the POE 2 RF idea using HP minion and use Infernal Legion? Yeah, I covered that when I was playing POE 2 this league. Not the row attack, that's definitely going to get nerfed, because that's probably not supposed to happen. What about Fire Trap of Blasting? Does not be regular Fire Trap, my dude. I promise you guys, there is no skill that replaces Fire Trap. This is a nightmare to build. Oh yeah, I don't recommend people like build this. You have to like really set it up correctly, and it doesn't really feel very good to me until you craft like the helical and you get a Calandras, then it feels like alright. It's a really cool character once it's built, and you can scale it really well, but it takes time to scale it. How much does your RF do in this version? A lot, and this is a Scion Onder. Let's see, the tooltip is currently 8 million on this one. Any cosmetics you can unlock while reaching certain milestones. I think they showed a cosmetic set, yeah. This build is RF. Yeah, you don't see the circle? I can press another button if you want to see another circle. This one's kind of off the screen though, you can't really see it. Oh, it's almost patch notes time. This is getting a nerf hammer. I mean, this character is like 1,000 divines, so for, you know, for 1,000 divines, Pretty much every character should do something extreme now. I think CWS version is better than pure RF. I don't play CWS. It is better to ask people who play the build. I think CWS is better than a regular RF fire trapper on a reasonable budget, but don't know how they compare when they're both shot to the extreme. Because you go from like a 5 to 10 budget fire trapper, like an RF fire trapper, into a ... CWS, because it takes time to like convert everything over. But RF can also just be Hinakura without CWS, and I don't know, like, because I don't play all these different variants. Like, I play my variants, but I can't compare my variants to other people's. But people can compare their variants to mine, because they've most likely played mine, right? 30C trade. Sure, I don't even really play Trade League right now, so I don't even know where this item is. Wait, where even is it listed? And money sign. Am I fucking I'm blind? Here we go. Open for good luck. Here we go. I'm good. I'm good, bro. All my tabs are in a folder. Selling stuff is awful. Thoughts on RF Scorching Ray Elementalist? Good luck standing still, channeling Scorching Ray on an Elementalist. RF LE is fine if your goal is to rush Void Stones. Hello, friend. Oh, we're so close to patch notes time, surely.
Our illustrious champion returns.
But coming, thanks for the 72 months, man. 6 years. That is a long time. I remember the Poxa used to have different ascendancies. Sad to not see Elementalist there. Because I would only play an Elementalist for 2 Void Stones and then I wouldn't like it. So it feels like bait doing that.
It fills you with determination.
Okay. I am going to start reading. Nothing for Righteous Fire. Nothing for Fire Trap.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome.
Okay,
home.
so they just buff Flame Advance. So we're actually okay. We may not have gotten a buff per se, but we didn't get deleted from the game. So haters, see you later. Is there Valerium on here? Okay, let's start from the top. Let's start from the top. Okay, these are the skills they showed. Conflagration, Thunderstorm, right? Somatic Shell? What? Fire an initial projectile which applies a kinetic barrier to enemies struck. The barrier will absorb damage? That's kind of cool. What the heck? It's like an offensive guard skill for Wanders? Kinetic Fusillade we saw. Kinetic Rain we saw. Wall of Force is... Yeah, we saw... Wait. Kinetic Rain of Impact. Aha, okay. Windburst, Living Lightning. Added over 20 uniques. Blasting Wand, Kinetic Wand, Somatic Wand. Okay, cannot roll caster mods? Holy Wander buff? This is what they were talking about? That's kind of crazy.
Welcome home.
Okay. Hold on a sec. I need to start writing some stuff. Okay. These are the currencies they showed. We saw all this. Introduce the unstable implant, which corrupts a graft, either destroying it entirely or replacing the implicit with a powerful modifier. Added asynchronous trade. Faustus is now in your hideout once you have met them in King's March. Okay, this is the identify all. When specters die, they now transform into a floating orb specter that cannot be targeted. When you enter the area, the orb will automatically transform back. That's such good quality of life for specters. This is the... Okay, this is the stack deck change. The Vol orbs we saw for essences. Added 5 new stash tab affinities. Oh, whoa, that's... They didn't talk about that, right? Incubator, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum tomes. I don't know what those are. Research and settler items. Okay, they did. Okay, I didn't hear that. Added a new tab in the added a new tab of fragments for Syndicate Medallion and all Flame members. Nice. You're now able to fully refund passive. Yo, Reload and Rostered, thanks so much. Airfar, appreciate it. Drag, thanks for the 7 months. Noob Gamer, thanks for the T1. Okay. Bloodlines. Added Bloodline classes to the base game. There are secondary Ascendancy classes that are unlocked on a character. Character basis through defeating specific endgame bosses. Oh, thanks to the gifted. Bloodline classes can be paired with any Ascendancy that are allocated with your normal Ascendancy passive skill points. You can decide how many points to allocate. There are 10 Bloodline classes to discover. That's nice. We're gonna just take this whole thing and just put this in here. Okay. Introduce the Lonely Revenant and Traumatic Fragments, which can be used to access the new Ubers. These new fragments can obtain from tier 17. The Feared Maven Invitation now requires Sirius. Whoa, they're changing Feared. The Feared Maven Invitation now requires Awakener and Incarnation of Dread instead of Chayula and Atziri. Oh, that sounds spicy. Oh, that sounds kind of spicy. Holy. Okay, that's kind of, Can you imagine, like, getting trapped inside the meteor? Like, inside, like, you're trying to run out at the... I don't even want to fucking talk about it, man. Okay, Right, where are we? Tier 17 modifiers now grant item rarity, item quantity, and pack size values that's similar to red map, except in case... Oh, so they already nerfed it. Okay. Tier 17 maps can now sometimes be corrupted with 8 mods. The Abyss Scarab of Edvis no longer causes Abyss in areas to spawn hordes as they travel, and instead now causes Abyss pits in areas that do not lead to spawn an Abyssal Trove. Oh, okay, so Edvis is gone. Edvis is literally gone. Additional bosses from Blight Scarab of Blooming no longer spawn extra monsters. Is that a big deal? Cartography Scarab of Risk now has a limit of 1. Okay, that's pretty alright, fair enough. Following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Academy, Arachnid Nest, Arena, Burial Chamber, Cells, Coves. Oh, Crater, I like Crater. Crimson Temple, Desert, Excavation, Factory, Forking River, Infested Valley, Lava Chamber, Lookout, Marshes, Mud Geyser, Pit, Port, Primordial Pool, Residence, Sulphur Vent, Summit, Thicket. Thicket's kind of... Dude, I feel like we haven't had Thicket in a while. I feel like we haven't had Thicket in a while. Maybe I'm cooked, though. And Volcano. The following maps have been removed. Ancient City, Armory, Basilica, Bog... Fuck Basilica. This is the one with Sirius. Not Sirius, what is his name? The guy with like 32 phases. Innocence. There we go. Bog, Colonnade, Conservatory, Cold River, Coral Ruin. No more Coral Ruins. Holy, we have to remember. We have to figure out the new map for your Divine Vessel. Because it used to be Coral Ruins for like 8 leagues in a row. Crystal Ore, Dig, Dungeon, Geode, Forbidden Woods, Foundry. No one likes Foundry. Laboratory, Leyline, Malformation, Peninsula Pier, Scriptorium, Siege, Sunken City. You are safe! I still got Toxic Sewers. No problem. Map tiers and locations have been shuffled. Most maps are initially found at a different tier. Some of the bosses you are required to defeat to upgrade your Pantheon have changed. You missed a hidden inventory change. Oh, crafting recipes have been shuffled. Okay, I missed an inventory change? Am I dumb? Where? What? Maven invitation. Maven invitation. The hidden is now replaced with the remembered, requiring witness of courtyard of wasting, chambers of impurity, and theater of lies. Oh, this here? This isn't an inventory change, though. Am I dumb? This is a Maven invitation. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't understand what you guys mean. Okay. Breach clusters have been removed from the Atlas passive tree. I think my inventory invitation. 2 people said inventory. That's why I was confused. Okay, in the Keepers of the Flame League, breach clusters have been removed from the Atlas passive tree. I read this at first and I'm like, delirium clusters? Okay, I see. Beyond clusters have been moved from far left to the right side. Okay, that's as we suspected. The straight and narrow notable Atlas passive has been reinstated in the Atlas passive tree for Keepers of the Flame Leagues. What is this? The Guarded Horde's notable no longer grants voltaxic sulfite veins and chests to have a chance to contain double sulfite. The mining byproducts that has... Wait, I like this one. The mining byproducts notable Atlas passive no longer grants sulfite veins in your maps have a 10% chance to contain equal amount of azurite, and now grants voltaxic sulfite veins have 15%. No! I like this because I didn't have to delve for my resonators. No! GGG, no! Fuck, I was literally just talking about how I love this note. Anyway, moving on. The small passives in the mounting... Fuck! Anyway, moving on. The small passives in the mounting modifiers cluster now grants 5% increased rare monsters in your map, previously 3%. The small passive Chisel Perfection now grants 5% magic monsters. Oh! Whoa! They're removing... Wait! This is what they meant in the Q&A, where they weren't happy with everything just stacking, like, increased map modifier effect. The small passives in the invasive adversaries cluster now grants 1% map pack size. Four small passives in the interior of the Atlas tree now grant 2% rarity of items found instead of explicit modifiers. Small passives that grant 5% rarity and 1% quantity now grant 3% rarity and 1% quantity. Okay, league changes. Breach League uniques are no longer upgraded from Breach Blessings. Blessings now only upgrade Breach Stones. Breach is no longer a reward outcome from other content. The All-Flame Ember of Kulmak is unable to substitute it that fled in Keepers of the Flame Leagues. Valdo's Puzzle Box cannot produce outcomes containing Breach. Heists, which previously could spawn breach rewards, now spawn gold reward rooms, which drop a sizable amount of gold. Oh, okay. Pre-existing breach reward rooms on blueprints will be converted to gold. Vol breach will be unobtainable. Holy! I'm just gonna... Woo, that's kind of big. Let me just put that down there. Okay, well, some builds just got fucking deleted from the game. See you later, boys. God damn. That's kind of a big change. Okay, let's keep reading. Rogues in the Rogue Harbor will now start at maximum level. We know that. Trothan gems can be found as a reward from Heist. Opening a blight chest opens in an AoE. Characters are now required to have entered Highgate in Act 9 in order to run a safe house. They didn't like that people in Gauntlet were cheesing this. Syndicate medallions are now more commonly found from high-level betrayal safe houses. This is good. You are now less likely to get higher rarity div cards from chests in betrayal transportation with Gravicious. See you later, my boy Gravicious. Harvest don't you dare. I don't want to read this. It says harvest and I'm scared. Harvest reforged crafts, which guarantee a certain modifier, such as a reforge or rare item with rent. Please don't. Including will now respect modifiers on items which restrict modifier types. Oh. Wait, isn't that okay? That's good? That's good. That's a buff. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Harvest buffs in 2025? That was not on my bingo card. Holy. When re-rolling recruits at Rolf, I didn't even know that's his name. In King's March, workers with expertise in mapping, disenchanting, and farming will have less chance to have expertise in other jobs. Thank God, because you don't want mappers to be with... I actually had this problem in my SSF run. I was trying to get disenchanters, and it just kept rolling disenchanters with mapping. And it's like, dear sir, do you want a level 1 disenchanter with an upkeep of 1.7k? And I'm like, no, I don't. Get the mapping out of here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and they nerfed it. It's 16k instead of 20k. Okay, abandoning a commandeered shipment in King's March now warns you. Rogue exiles drop fewer regular items. Okay, this does not affect their bonus edition drops. Okay, sure, that's fine. Gigantic rogue exiles are revived in ritual as oh my goodness, they finally did it. I haven't farmed this strat in a while. I farmed it in Acropolis and it was busted. This is like massive nerf to that strat. You are no longer required to purchase bestiary orbs. Okay, we talked about that. As such, bestiary orbs can no longer be purchased. Okay. The voices and whispers during delirium encounter are now considered ambient sounds. Oh, wait, that's kind of cool. Player changes. Drowning orbs no longer drown the player faster when they have sources of debuffs on you expire faster? Wow, that's a great one. Spell suppression has been nerfed. Okay, cool. All right, good to know. Spell suppression now prevents 40% of damage from suppressed hits and ailments previously 50%. Copy and paste it. Okay. Minion attacks now inherently always hit. Wait, wasn't there such a crazy like rotation of like minion accuracy sucks. Minion accuracy was buff. Minions have to use an accuracy support gem. Now minions just always hit. Removed all sources of minion accuracy from the game. Although existing items with minion accuracy modifiers are unchanged. Wait, that's kind of crazy. That's, I mean, from what I last remember, that's kind of crazy. When I played Anime Weapon before I had gray hair, accuracy was a big problem, I think. Alright, sources that specified other on rings have been changed to clarify they work with the opposite ring instead. Okay, right, that's because of the 3 rings. Okay. Skill gem changes. Chain Hook of Trothus now throws chains at up to 8 targets, previously 6. Has a maximum of 6... I don't play Chain Hook, I'm sorry. Cyclone now does more... Cyclone does 20% more damage at all gem levels. Okay, that's kind of cool. Same with this one. Bladefall now has a base critical chance of 10%. Bladefall of Impaling has 15. Bladefall of Trothus has damage increase by 50% at all levels. Has a base crit of 10. Bladefall of Volleys, 10. Blast Rain of Trothus, secondary radius is now 4. It deals 20% more base fire. Blink Arrow of Prismatic Clones now deals 20% less damage. Minion duration is now 5 seconds, previously 20. Is this for Bama? Blink Arrow of Bombarding Clones, 33% less damage to the rain of arrows. Minion duration is now 5 seconds. Bone Shatter now deals 3 to 6% more damage per trauma at gem levels 1 through 20, previously 2 to 4. Dude, that's kind of sick. Convocation now is a white gem similar to Detonate Mines and no longer has any attribute requirements. Dark Pack now has a base crit of 7 and sacrifices 12% of Skelly's life total. Okay, previously 8. Dark Pact of Trothus now has a base crit of 7. Now on reaching 7 Ruin will sacrifice 50% of life to do 500% of sacrifice life as chaos. Elemental Hit now has a base radius of 1.4, previously 1. Attack speed of 120, previously 100. Holy Ellie hit. Explosive Concoction. Holy shit, there's a lot of text here. Okay, the top end got chopped a lot. Okay. Okay, so the fire was nerfed, the cold was buffed, and the lightning was buffed? Right. No, it just moved to the flask consume portion. Oh, I don't play the skill, so I'll let you guys look at it. No problem. Exsanguinate. Now deals 15% more base physical per second with physical damage over time debuff. That's actually awesome. I played Dot Exsanguinate. It was pretty cool. Exsanguinate of Transmission. 15% more base physical per second with physical damage over time. Flames of Judgment granted by Atziri's Rule unique staff. Now penetrate 50 fire as previously 25 and has a 100% chance to ignite. Hex Blast now has 200% more damage with hits if enemy is Hex, previously 150. 90% more damage with ailments. Yo, is Hex Blast Ignite still a thing or no? That's a decent buff, no? It still has a cooldown? Oh yeah, fuck. You're right, I forgot about the cooldown. Yikes! Yeah, cooldown is just... Mirror Arrow of Prismatic Clones has a 5 seconds instead of 20. 5 seconds instead of 20. See you later. Poisonous Concoction has been nerfed. But an added chaos equal to the flask life recovery buffed. So the base was nerfed, but the flask consumption buffed. Yeah, less base, more added. Okay. Place Pyroclast Mines no longer have an aura that adds fire damage to hits against enemies near them. Thank God. I did not like that this was a thing because it just, I know like supports use this a lot. It's just weird, man. It's just a weird interaction. They now instead apply an aura that inflicts fire exposure. Yikes. Okay, well. Pyroclast Mines now deal 35% more damage to all gem levels. Fires additional projectile for every 3 prior mines in detonation sequence. Okay. Okay. Reap. now deals 15% more base physical damage per second with physical damage over time debuff. How come they're buffing all these dot skills? What about RF, dude? Why couldn't RF get a buff? Shield Crusher the Chieftain now has a mana cost of 7 to 12, previously 9 to 15. Siege Ballista of Trothus now deals 35% more at all gem levels. Spectral Helix attack speed is now 120 of base, previously 110. Quality provides projectiles that have pierce deal more damage. Oh, that's kind of good. Spectral Helix of Trothus attack speed is now 120 of okay, previously 110. Same thing. Spectral Throw attack speed is now 120, previously 110. Okay, Spectral Throw got a little buff. Yeah. No. So weird reading like 5 of the same gem because you have like the base version, the transfigured version, the other transfigured version, and then the Trothus version, and then maybe a Vol version. It's so weird, man. Stormcall of Trothus now deals more base physical damage. Like, I didn't even know Stormcall did physical, but that's the Trothus version, so that makes sense. Storm of Judgment granted by Zuri's rule is... Okay, so this is the same as the fire treatment. Storm Rain of the Fence. Did you guys know there was a gem called Storm Rain of the Fence? Arrows now fire beams every 0.15 seconds, previously 0.2. Each arrow can fire 20 beams, previously 14. This is kind of a cool... I don't know, it sounds cool. Storm Rain of the Conduit. Each arrow can fire 6 beams. Arrows shoot a beam every 0.3. Previously 0.5 to 0.41. Quality now provides each arrow can shoot another beam. Sunder. Wave can now restart up to 3 times. Winter Orb now fires projectiles every 1.2 from 1.6. Whoa. Now has 80% more projectile frequency while channeling, previously 125. I don't know how much that matters. I don't play Winter Orb, so I don't really understand. This just means like while you're actively channeling, it is proccing them faster. But this is while you're running, it's gonna shoot way faster from before. Yeah, generally you're moving. Right, exactly. Volatile Dead deals 25% more damage at all gem levels and has big added effectiveness. Volatile, okay. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking no longer has 50% more area of effect. Fissures will not target enemies hit by the explosion. Oh boy, they really said no. You still need to build Caswin Channeling Voltaxic Burst Jug. Do you remember that, Levin? Do you remember that? Voltaxic Burst now has a radius of 2.6, previously 2.2. A lowered cast time. Oh, it's just as a radius increase, unfortunately, for how I played it. Vortex of Projection, now unable to explode from frost bolts that will explode from other casts of Vortex of Projection. Yikes. Okay. Vol Cyclone, more damage all gem levels. Vol Reap, 15% more dot. Vol Spectral Throw, attack speed is now 120, previously 110. Now deals more damage. And is this the Pierce one? Yep, and more Pierce. Support gem changes. Awakened Hex Touch. Supported skills have less curse duration. Buff. Corrupting Cry deals more. Corrupting Cry gets buffed, but RF doesn't? G. Why? You know that people play dot skills. Buff my RF. It's not fair. It's okay. It's just fuck, man. Like, I see them wanting to buff them. It gets worse. What do you mean worse? Energy Leech support no longer has supported skills deal more damage while leeching Energy Shield. Oh. Supported skills deal more damage on full Energy Shield. Quality grants increased damage while leeching. Damn, they removed the multi off this now. Supported skills have less curse duration. Previously... Oh, shit. Previously reduced curse duration. Okay. Rupture support. The Rupture debuff can stack up to 4 times. I don't know what Rupture does. Sadism support. Damaging ailments inflicted with supported skills deal damage faster. and has less duration. Okay, so Sadism got buffed. Nice. Spellslinger support. I haven't used Spellslinger, but that's kind of big. Kind of nice. Ruptures, faster bleeds. Chieftain buff, just not in the way that we want it. For people who didn't know, we had a bingo card here. We wanted RF buffed, Fire Trap buffed, Life buffed, Chieftain buffed, Arcane's or Flame Surge reworked, Abyss Scarab reworked, which kind of correct. Quality of Life on Harby, Gold buff, Breach rework, Beyond rework, new support gems for RF because it gets buffed. Open Chest Mastery added as Runegraft, asynchronous trading, damage over time buffs, such as RF, unfortunately not the RF part. Trickster nerf, Cast 1 stun nerf, Valerium nerf, Instack nerf, Risk Scarab nerf, ES nerf, Whispers nerf, Golems nerfed, Archmage nerfed, and T17 nerfed. There's quality of life on Harvey. I haven't gotten there yet, if there is. Champion, the Worthy Cause Notable Ascendancy passive skill now grants banner skills have 100% increased duration, previously 50. Assassin. Okay, we already saw the assassin stuff. I'm going to skip it. Trickster. Well, I'll tell you what. The fact that Trickster's on there means it's nerfed, right? Okay. The Heartstopper Notable. No one even used Heartstopper, right? The Heartstopper Notable grants, okay. Now grants every 10 seconds, take 50% less damage from hits for 5 seconds. Oh. And take 50% less over time. Oh, wait, this got buffed? The Soul Drinker Notable no longer grants 20% attack speed and cast speed while leeching. Okay, that's rough. The Spellbreaker Ascendancy no longer provides 20% suppression. Oh. But it does give an extra little bit of suppress, but also suppression got nerfed. One step ahead's now grants your action speed is at least 90%, previously 108. Ah, okay. So it did kind of get nerfed. We're taking it. Saboteur, the Like Clockwork Notable Ascendancy passive now grants 40% cooldown recovery rate, previously 30. Elementalist. The Liege of the Primordial Notable Ascendancy passive now grants 50% increased effective buffs. Okay. Necro. The Corpse Pack Notable Ascendancy passive now has 4% increased attack and cast speed for each corpse consumed recently. Pathfinder. The Master Distiller now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills. You are consuming 3 charges. I don't know what the heck this is. Oh, I see. If Bismuth is consumed, 25 pen. If Diamond is consumed, big crit. If Amethyst is consumed, 37 Physics Chaos. That's kind of a lot. Warden. The Lesson of Seasons Notable Ascendancy passive now has prevent 3% of suppressed spell damage per bark, below maximum from 2. Bark Skin granted by the Mother's Teaching Notable no longer has mana reservation. Oh! That's kind of... Oh! That goes on my list. I don't know why it goes on the list, but it's kind of important, so we're putting it on the list. I mean, shit, if something is free, I mean, that's kind of good, you know? Okay. Removed the accuracy mastery that granted minion accuracy, removed minion accuracy and minion accuracy. Okay, Chaos Res. Unique item changes. Oh, there's not that many. The Ashcaller unique wand is now found on a goat horn. Yo, that's a buff for leveling. Go Ashcaller. That's good for rolling magma. The Eclipse Solaris unique wand is now found on the Fawn's Horn base type. And now provides increased attack speed. Okay, increased light radius now adds 2 to 5 fire damage to attacks for every 1% light radius above bait. Okay, sure. The Glorious Madness buff from Beacon of Madness unique boots Embrace Madness skill now inflicts a random touch debuff every 2 seconds. Oh! I don't know if you can build around it yet, but I always wanted to build around these because these give you built-in explode, right? The Hinakura Sight unique amulet now has prevents first damage to receive 3. Okay, cool. Midnight Bargain is now found on a different base. Moon Sorrow is on a different base. The Nebulous unique scepter now grants increased LE per 1%. The Nebulous unique scepter now grants 5 to 10% increased LE damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold res. Wait. 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 How much is that? That's a lot. Chat is incorrect. It only goes up to 90. Five to 10% increased LE damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold res above 75. Oh, it's just above 75. It's not like... Oh. Yeah. So it's not that crazy. No? It's not uncapped. Yeah, it doesn't say uncapped, right? I don't know. Maybe my brain's not working? Why would it not be uncapped? I don't know. My brain doesn't work right now. It's 450% for us. Isn't that still really good? That's still really good. $450 versus the old 600. What do you mean the old? The old one was cold and lightning, bro. I'm a fire build. It says or, not and. The Nebulous unique scepter now grants 5 to 10% increased LE damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold res above 75. Yeah. So it's 15%, no? Per element. Oh, it says or. Or. We'll just fucking see in game, no problem. In game, it'll be super simple. Bam. It'll be really, really simple. I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to put it in my YouTube and then everyone can call me an idiot for reading it incorrectly. No problem. The Obliteration unique wand is now found on the Omen wand base type. The Replica Midnight Bargain unique is now found on the Calling wand base. Increased magnitude of implicit modifier is good too. Yeah, but what is that, like, what is its implicit though? Because I don't know what the, like, it just says the Nebulous unique scepter. What is the base type of the Nebulous? That would be the implicit? Or does Nebulous have something else that I don't know of? Oh, it's a synth, so it pulls random. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. The potential's kind of high on Nebulous now. Oh, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Obliteration unique wand is now found on the Omen wand. Okay, Replica Midnight. The Replica Nebulous unique scepter now grants increased LE per 1% missing fire, lightning, or cold res up to a maximum of 450%. Previously 15 to 20 fire, cold per 1% miss. Okay, right up to maximum of 300. It now also grants increased magnitude of implicit. Okay. Replica Twizzle unique wand has increased physical. Okay. Piscator's Vigil. Piscator's Vigil unique wand is now found on the kinetic wand base. Poet's Pen is now found on somatic wand. Twizzle no longer has socketed gems fire additional proj. Now has increased physical damage. Okay, Twizzle got buffed. I see. They want a fizz, like a leveling fizz wand for the new archetype. Attacks fire 1 to 2 additional projectiles when in offhand, and attacks have increased area of effect in main hand. What is somatic wand? It's part of their new bases they're rolling out. The Void Spawn minions summoned by the Servant of Decay unique body armor now deal more damage and have a combined life and energy shield 3 times their previous totals. Okay. The Wine of Prophet unique flask, the Doctor buff, now displays a granted stolen rare modifier for 60 seconds, previously stated 20, but was functionally 60. The Whispers of Infinity unique amulet now has 50 to 100 ES, previously 200 to 400. It's still really good though, no? We're almost done. Because Ruthless is... Where's Ruthless? Ruthless is here. Well, okay, it's just a little bit. Never mind. We have like a little bit to go still. Essence of Fear now grants increased minion damage on helmets from increased minion accuracy. Runegraft of Recompense has been renamed to Runegraft of Refraction and no longer grants recover 10% of skill mana cost per unspent chain when projectile ends up to 50%. Now grants fire at most 1 projectile skill chain 1 time and projectile fork. Huh? Redeemer amulets can now roll prevent suppressed spell damage. Okay, so 3 to 5, previously 2. You can no longer obtain rings in Delve that have curse skills have increased effect duration. The carved wand, engraved wand, imbued wand bases can no longer be obtained. But imbued was the what? Well, I guess it doesn't matter actually, because we have the 3 different wands. Accumulator wand, Assembler wand, and Congregator wand now have base crit of 8.5, previously 9. Calling wand, Covening wand, and Convoking wand now have base crit of 8. Coiled wand, Crystal wand, Goat horn, Opal wand, Quartz wand, Spiraled wand, Tornado wand now have a base crit of 8, previously 9. Demon horn has a base crit of 8. Fawn horn, Pagan wand, Profane wand now have a base crit of 8. Omen wand, Sage wand, Prophecy wand, don't care. Flaying knife, glass shank, skinning knife now have base crit of 8. Pusher, Poignard, and Stiletto have base crit of 8.3. Who? It's such a funny amount though, like the 0.3. Prong Dagger and Sai now have base of 8.5. I just checked POB. A Nebulous with default implicit, assuming 450, is only very slightly worse than a +2 dot multi-mod Void Scepter in the last loadout. With a good synth implicit, it may be better. I think it's kind of sick though, because it allows you to lean more into dot multi in other locations, right? So surely like there's ways we can change that. It also makes like the I don't know, it's like one less item to craft / recombinate, which sounds really cool. Also potentially targetable on SSF as well. Hollow Point Dagger, Pneumatic Dagger, and Pressurized Dagger now have base crit of 8.8. There's no way they made that unique as good as a +2. I mean, sure they can. Increased damage is the worst damage type to scale. Right? Surely. Because, like, here's the thing. It gives mega increase. It gives no cast speed. It gives no attack speed. It gives no pen. It gives no crit. It gives no crit multi. Right? It's just increase. So I know I'm coping here, but, like, give it to me. Modifiers on Heist Rogue gear that granted increased experience gain for equipped rogue can no longer roll. Okay, sure. Ruthless specific changes. The Pathfinder's Master Distiller Notable Ascendancy passive skill now grants bonuses to non-channeling skills you are consuming 3. Okay. Didn't we read this? Oh, this is Ruthless. I'm skipping. I was going to say, didn't we read this already? Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to Ellie scale with... Refactored how monsters with physical damage converted to Ellie scale with monster modifiers on map modifiers that grant physical gain as extra element. In general, these monsters will have far less, these modifiers will have far less effect on high-level monsters that converted. Oh, that's a buff to player defense, no? Adjusted the incarnation of dread, the incarnation of fear, and incarnation of neglect boss fights, generally resulting in less life, but oh, yo, that's an RF buff. That's an RF buff. I'm copying it. You guys don't have to believe. That's anything that reduces monster life, RF buff. We're taking it, boys. We're taking any W we can, okay? The detonation speed of monster volatile cores can no longer be scaled with attack or cast speed. Additionally, shut up. Additionally, the ability for some sources of volatile cores to ignore block, evasion, and suppression has been removed. Volatile cores from T17 man modifiers and ritual has had their damage reduced. Okay. Malachi the Nightmare should now more reliably remove the invulnerable visuals from his life bar. I was going to say Malachi always has this. I was waiting for when this got fixed. Okay. Iraq League modifier. Where is Harbinger? Abyss, Ambush, Anarchy, Domination, Heist, Legion, Settlers, Torment, Breach. Where is Harbinger? Does that mean it's just not changed? That just means it's not changed, right? Right? Abyss now costs 3, previously 5, contains 2, previously 3. I just want to make sure that there's no weird thing where they just like remove it. That's all. That's all. Ambush now costs 4 chaos, previously 3, and causes the area to contain 4, previously 3. Okay. Ambush buff. Anarchy costs 4, previously 6, causes there to be 4 rogue exiles. Domination costs 4 chaos, previously 3, causes there to be 4 shrines. Okay. I'm liking this buff. Heist costs 5. Legion now costs 3 orbs, previously 7, and causes there to be 1 instead of 2. Settlers now cost 5, previously 3. You know why my brain is confused? Because back in the day, we used to get these things that would like rotate, and now we just have them all, right? I think that's what it is that's confusing me. Or I'm just dumb and old. That's a thing too. Oh, we'll look at this in a minute. Okay, Settlers is nice. Torment costs 2. Okay, sure. Previously 8. Holy. Yeah, Breach has been removed. Add an imbued heist map for 5 smuggler caches. Okay, let's take a look-see here. We're basically done. Kinetic Rain can be purchased from Nessa. Kinetic Fusillade can be purchased with, okay. Thunderstorm, Living Light is just the new gems. Sure. User interface. Added an option in gameplay settings to prevent the game from pausing. Oh, people are asking about this. Add an indicator for your current thaumaturgic dust to the recombinator. Okay. While using an orb of alteration, you can hold Alt for the augmentation. Okay. When multiple gems are leveled up, there's a button to level them all up. You can access disenchanting from Rog. We saw that. Added icons to Kirak. We saw that. Skill gems traded to players via the trade window now have their level up dismissed and attack in place properties reset. Holy, that carried over? Recorded the list of currency items in the item note editor. Oh, reordered. Okay. The cursor size UI option has been changed to a slider. Oh. The portal access option is now accessible when using a controller. Interesting. Increase the size of the resistance icons for bosses when playing on controller. Improve the management of cache files on console to avoid running out of temporary storage. Yikes. Okay. I need like 2 minutes really fast. Give me like 2 minutes really fast, guys. I just need to go put on some cream for my psoriasis. I'll be right back. Give me a minute.
You're fucking lazy.
Hello there. 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 Hello.
What is this spam?
Hello there.
What the heck, chat?
Hello there.
Why are you spamming?
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Bro, my alerts is just...
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Who started this? Is their name Killall?
Hello there.
It wasn't Killall.
Hello there. 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 Hello there.
Will pyro mines be used for RF? Pretty sure you still use fire trap. We'll try different things, but fairly confident you just use fire trap.
Hello there. Hello there.
He's got our names. I see them. I see them right here.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
I see all of them.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Will RF be able to keep up with the new breach? Surely. Surely, I don't see why not.
Hello there.
Nebula's huge potential if you get insane RNG and roll fire synth mods. Yeah, I mean, so if I go back to like Nebulous,
Hello there.
the Nebulous Unique Scepter grants 5 to 10% increased LE damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold above 75. This literally just reads as 15 times 3, which is 45, times 10 at a perfect roll, which is 450% LE. No? Am I reading this wrong? Or so if my fire is 90 and my lightning is 90 and my cold is 90, or is a big word. You think it's one res, not all of them? It says or, not and.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
Why are word problems always a fucking issue in this game, dude? Yo, JK, thanks for the prime, and Brutal, thanks for the prime. If it would said and, it would require all of them. Yes. So like, let me like try to read this in dumb logic. Okay?
Returns. Welcome home.
Per 1% fire, lightning, or no, like the way it reads, per 1% fire, lightning, or cold. This is 450%. No?
A new subscriber arrives.
No, it's not.
Fills you with determination.
Okay, but then let me ask you a question. If this is an endgame boss drop and it only can give you 150% LE, why would anyone use it? A 150% LE, I want to explain a 150% LE, by the way. 150% LE is literally a T1 fire damage roll and the implicit. That's it. That is 150%. A tier 1 fire damage and the base Opal Scepter or Void Scepter is literally 150%. So I feel like this has to be 450. Yo, Grizz and Bar of Soap, appreciate it, man. Soap, thanks for the 11. Just read the replica stats. I know the replica says max of 450. The original has 2 mods. Maybe this only has 2. I mean, it says, though... No, I mean, it literally says this. I think that this is promoting people to build Dynamax Res. It would be astonishing if it was anything other than 450. Dude, I think it's a nice RF weapon. And then you can lean more on Dob multi, you know? Where do you even get Nebulous from, by the way? Uber Cortex. Oh. Well, at least that's the easiest Uber. That's not too bad. Not too bad for SSF. Yeah, what is it you guys linked me here? You linked me 2 weird things. Okay, this we already know. This gives, like, stupid amounts of life if you can actually get this, but this is going to be, like, really difficult to get. Because this can give you, like, 40 to 60% life increase with tattoos based off of the correct location. I don't know what the heck this is. This looks edited, I'm going to be honest. This does... This does not look right. This looks edited. That is not even the same color text as this. It's a blatant edit. I mean, it just looks funny. I like this, though. I like this Nebulous, man. Did you see this? Are there any nerfs for RF? No. I wouldn't say we got, like, buffed per se, but, like, there's a new weapon you can use for mid-game. It's kind of cool. And the 3 bosses they added last league have less life but do more damage, which I'd say is, like, kind of good. Did they nerf suppression for everyone? For everyone who uses suppression, yeah. They did buff some sources of suppression on gear, though. Like, the amulet can roll, like, 4 or 5% instead of 2. It doesn't make sense for them to say the cap on the replica scepter to imply 450 and not to be similar to the non-replica. Yes, I agree. That you can see here to here. For sure. Bama got bonked. Yep. Yep. I just like this weapon a lot. It's also possible that they forgot to mention the cap in the notes. I mean, I go with my logic again. If this weapon only gave like 150%, it's useless. If it gave like 300, it would be okay. If it gives 450, that's kind of sick. So, and that depends on what it rolls. I don't agree, but the new Nebulous is just going to have 3 lines that give 5 to 10 LE per res type because that's what the current Nebulous has, so it's definitely going to be 450. Wait, what do you mean on the I don't agree? Sorry. What were you saying before? What is RF state? RF state is it should be a little better than last league. I don't think the replica patch notes matter. Oh. I just think that it's coincidental that this matches up to the 450 from this. Who's PMing me? Oh, sorry, bud. I'm AFK. I don't exist right now. I was AFK, man. I didn't do anything wrong, dude. I was AFK. Hello, and you know what? I'm still AFK. I'm not even touching the keyboard right now. Not even touching the keyboard right now, to be honest.
You're fucking lazy.
That weapon gives as much damage as a mirror tier scepter if it's 450%. It's 450 plus the implicits. Is it actually like? I guess it depends because you have to build a little differently, no? To build a little differently, like there's no way you ever use Light of Meaning with this weapon because Light of Meaning is just a bunch of increase. I still think it's cool, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm not sure I would call RF in a better place. Don't forget that we are now without the Mercenary help. Mercenary was a nerf for RF, man. We're in a better place. Mercenary made the game harder for RF builds. With Mercenaries not being in the game, RF gets a buff because you don't have to scale to the point of being able to use a Mercenary. And with an item like Nebulous, with like future crafting, with like kind of like how they're teasing things, with Life having like an extreme endgame jewel with potential, like I would say it got buffed. I would definitely say it got buffed. It's not that easy. You first need 90 max res and you need a max roll for this item, which is Uber exclusive drop. Well, can't you just get the drop and then divine it, like, to here? RF Chieftain literally hits 90 max res in, like, yellow maps. Nebulous and Adorned matches nicely. Nebulous and Adorned goes really well, actually. Yes, Nebulous Adorned is a great fucking combo. My god. You are very correct. It's likely the Nebulous base is going to have 3 different lines, so you'll need to get 3 mods with 5 to 10%. I'll just have to see. I don't know how, like, I haven't really paid attention to Nebulous in a long time. What implicit would you try to get on Nebulous? I have no idea what implicits exist, so not sure. Mostly just increased damage. Yeah, I didn't think it was anything too... I mean, I know there's explode, but the chance of that happening is like 0%. Implicits. Fuck, there's a lot. Ah. Ah. That doesn't seem right. Oh, here we go. Someone just gave a Nebulous link. Does it show implicits on Nebulous? Oh, that's these, right? Holy shit. There's... Bro. I mean, okay, like... Burn is fine. Ignite is fine. Res is fine. Dex is fine. Like, Res is fine. Int is okay. Why are there so many tiers of int? I guess there is of everything, huh? Strength is fine. Chaos res is fine. Melee damage is okay. Fire res. More int question mark? Fuck it, just give me some light radius while we're at it. So Teak, thanks for the prime. There's a lot of stuff that's like okay, but it's not like I don't think the implicit is why I'm buying the Nebulous. I mean, don't get me wrong. You get like this with the implicit magnitudes, like you could get some crazy stuff for sure. You can get some really good stuff like here as well. Plus you have the implicit magnitudes. What about if we go all the way down? Because the item level's like increasing as we go further down, right? Yeah, I mean, that with double magnitude, that's really good. Right? Frenzy charge on kill is really good. Endurance on kill is really good. Damage per endurance charge is like okay. There's not too bad of stuff. The last one's good. I don't ever look at the last one because it's so rare and the item is going to be worth like stupid amounts of currency. So I don't ever really look at Explode. There's good stuff actually, better than I thought. Yeah. Even endurance charge duration is like not terrible. There's some good stuff. You shouldn't be creaming over Nebulous. These stats won't ever be seen together. I mean, I feel like you can... So what is it rolling again on the Ellie that you're talking about? I mean, I know the 5 to 10% rolls, but what are people talking about with the Ellie? They're saying it picks like different things? Because I assumed it just dropped and then it rolls 5 to 10 now. But like, I'm guessing that's maybe not the case. Thoughts on Vol Portal for Chieftain? Vol Portal? What is Vol Portal? They're confusing with the implicits. Vol Portal gem opens a breach. They disabled Vol Breach. So what is... I don't know what the heck Vol Portal is. The current Nebulous has 2 mods for scaling lightning res and cold res. Assuming Nebulous will have 3 mods, 1 for each, giving 5 to Ellie, so need a divine 3 rolls. You don't think it just rolls with the fire? Like I thought it just rolls the 5 to 10 and that was it. Buenos, thanks for the prime.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yo, Ramp. Appreciate the 5 months. You're saying it can roll fire, it can roll fire cold, it can roll fire cold lightning? I guess not really, because then it would have a bunch of different variants.
You're fucking lazy.
Oh, you're saying each element has its own line. Oh.
Our illustrious champion
Okay, I
returns.
understand now. 5 to 10. Oh. Damn, that's annoying as shit. Either way, though, that's like, even if that's the case, though, that's still like, you're still gonna get a 300% plus LE weapon very cheap, even if that's the case. But it says LE damage, not fire, cold, or lightning. That's also true. That's also true. The fact that it says elemental damage kind of implies that it's rolling it as 1. Yeah. I'd bet on 1 line. I'm fucking betting on 1 line, dude. I'm betting on 1 line. I'm betting on 1 line. This is an affordable weapon, like literally 48 hours in. Why do they make it confusing? I'm going to be honest, I don't think they make it confusing, and I think we POE players just dissect everything for some unknown reason. You know? That's what I think. Uber Cortex, more like 72 hours, not 48. Okay, sure, we could go with 72. That's fine. It's usually pretty fast though in trade leagues. I like this. This is my favorite line of the patch notes. You recommend it? It probably won't be cheap. I mean, I think I still have to like talk about it, so I don't think it's gonna be in my POB, but I will make a like in my video today that I make, I will talk about it. Or I guess tomorrow I'll make it tomorrow. Think the replica will be better? Well, considering you have to lose res, no, because we're gonna be 90 res cap. Like RF Chieftain is 90 max res all the time. RF is up big because VFOS is dead. I wouldn't say anything about VFOS like affects RF. I'd say that it's better than last league because it's better suited for the league mechanic versus last league, and it didn't get nerfed mainly. I think Elementalist is good. I think Elementalist lost part of its appeal. It's probably still fine for like a 2 Voidstone push. Question mark. Yeah, I don't know. How you doing, Jabberwockies? I mean, did you really need Vol Breach though for Cast One Stun? Righteous Fire? You didn't, right? Yeah, because I didn't use it on my regular Hinakora build, so Golem nerf's kind of huge. It's definitely big. I don't play Elementalist enough to know how big. I mean, 50% Golem effect on 3 to 4 Golems is pretty big. What was your job prior to full-time streaming? I worked like 2 jobs. One of them, I was like in high school still. No, college? Yeah, I was in college. I worked at a place called Galaxy Skateway in South Florida. I just like, how do I explain this? People gave me their shoes and I gave them rollerblades, and then I had to clean up the place. It was trash. And then I did like some like Facebook moderation and Twitter moderation while I was streaming to bring in extra income. Other than that, I've been streaming the whole time. I mean, I streamed literally out of high school. So once I was in college, I basically started streaming. I'm 32 now, so. I expected software engineer due to the wiki. I didn't build my wiki, I just put all the info on. Is Nebulous even good for RF? I mean, 450% LE damage is pretty good for an elemental build. Is getting a bloodline ascendancy worth it? Well, first we need to actually see them. I'm sure that a lot of builds are going to use like some form of like bloodline. Did you see the red dream? Yeah, but that shit is going to be so rare, man. It's going to look so rare. It says fire, lightning, or cold, so isn't it most likely 150? There is a 0% chance that you kill an endgame Uber and he drops a weapon that can only give you 150 LE damage. 150 LE damage is the same as a tier 1 roll on a weapon, plus the implicit. It's not possible, right? It's like, here, if you take a look. Actually, in fact, here, I can just show you in game because I have one in SSF. Look. There's a 0% chance, right, that an endgame weapon off an Uber is as strong as this weapon, right? This is a tier 2 mod. A tier 1 would be over 100%. So there's no way that that is an Uber drop, right? Because that's what that would be. That would be the Uber drop right there. And you would have to have 90 max res of a specific res to get that. There's just, I don't know, there's no way, bro. Like, there's just no way, right? There's actually no chance that that's the case. I mean, in fact, it would even be worse because I can just craft multi and it's already better than an Uber drop, right? It's just not possible. It's cheating. The vision. I don't know whose vision it is, but it's not mine. I'll tell you that much. And how long did that take you to craft? I mean, I just used a currency on it. It's just alterations. Everyone arguing in words when you can look it up. Yeah, but I can trust my gut. I gotta believe myself. How long did it take you to ult? I don't know. I did it by accident while I was rolling my weapons to recombinate. There's no new alternative to fire trap in the gems? Don't believe so. What is the recom trick? It's not really a trick. You just get a dot multi with a +1 fire, merge them together, and then you get a +1 fire dot multi, and then you multi-mod. I just don't have multi-mod right here, so. Because of aura wording, I think it will be like actual Nebulous, but it rolls 2 elemental res, and its LE is capped at 300. I mean, it could be, but I feel like it would specify that. It would definitely specify. Any RF buffs? There's not any nerfs, so I'll call it a buff. Yeah? Why do you only have few tabs? Oh, I have this tab, it's called Hide. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 30. Can I stop? Because I stopped. I don't know. Okay, you guys count. Because I stopped.
Lazy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, 13. There we go. Oh, this is another currency tab, though. Yeah. Can you tell me how I set that up so I can stand in to log into standard? Oh, if you're going to log into standard, what you do is you hit hide unavailable tabs like this. How do I have something unavailable? What could that be? I'm in SSF. How do I have an unavailable tab in SSF? The socketable stash currently is not supported in this game version. I mean, okay, sure. All right, POE 2, no problem.
A new subscriber arrives.
It's because I bought the tab in POE 2, the rune tab. Yeah. Yo, Shaman, thanks for the prime. Merchant tab. I mean, it can't be the merchant tab. I guess it could be. I did buy a few merchant tabs. It could be the merchant tab. Yeah, but it's not. It specifically says the runes. Like 100% it says the runes. God, the fucking, my elbows are so itchy, man. I hate this shit. Pre-purchase tabs. Joe, what's your favorite part of the patch notes? And why is it the Nebulous buff? Psoriasis life, the pain. Yeah, actually, it's worse than just psoriasis. It's sebo-psoriasis. I have a mixture of seborrheic dermatitis and psoriasis. It's awful. Keystones on uniques. Ah, that's true. Async trade or the map mods. I do like the map mod nerf, yeah. Not only the map mod nerf, I also really like what they did. They pulled away some map modifier effect for like extra like rare mobs or magic mobs. The copium of the mob life nerf. Doesn't Glorious Madness buff fortify stacking? I don't know. I have to pay. I have to like pay more attention to it, because I did use Glorious Madness in one of my builds, but it was really annoying to keep like dealing with the fucking 1 second buff that you keep getting, or debuff, I guess. You're stoked to buy a Nebulous and not think about your weapon. That's true. Minions always hit. Yup. Is there a free fire explode with the new mechanic? I don't think we'll really get to know until we play. Can you re-explain the league mechanic? You have breach in every map. When you do breach stuff, you get a currency. You go talk to this thing, and you can spend your new currency on a skill tree. You can get a new equipment slot that is like an oh shit button. You can kind of craft it. The tree in the trailer, hold on. Right. So here's breach. You fight the breach mobs. Yeah. then as you're killing the breach mobs and like filling this up, right, you're gonna get this currency that you can spend on this tree, and then you can grow this tree, and this tree, like if you look at this, hatches these things, and these you can hatch like unique items, currency, gear, etc. Right? And then there's like some more complex stuff as well on top of that. That's pretty much the league mechanic. I guess we can watch it again. Let's see. My music still playing? Probably. Yeah, and these things that stick out of you, these are the new like equipable things. How do you guys know buff, debuff without seeing the patch notes? We just read all the patch notes. What do you mean? No sound? Yeah, I have to change it every time I'm doing sound for YouTube. I already did the whole trailer and everything, reaction with sound, so just mainly talking to my Twitch right now, sorry. YouTube kind of gets a little fucked there, because I have to, like, anyone who's streaming splits their audio to YouTube, which means you have to manually do this every single time you want to play any audio, and that's just not going to happen. Whenever we do big events, then we switch it. It was RF buffed. It wasn't nerfed, which to me is a bit of a buff from some other stuff. So we're replacing Ramako passive. Well, we have to see first off, like, in regards to the bloodline, you're not dropping Hinakura. Like, you're definitely not dropping Hinakura, right? You're probably not dropping like Volako and Salo. I mean, like, maybe, but probably not. Like, there could be some kind of weird shenanigans where maybe you like Forbidden Flesh and Flame Volako, and then you don't play Salo, and then you fix your res with a Mage Blood, and then you take like, you just take, well, no, then you wouldn't even take Ramako. Then you have 3 points for a Bloodline Ascendancy, but that's way too spicy. Like, realistically, you're taking Hinakura, Salo, Volako, not going Ramako, taking a Bloodline with Ramako. That would be, like, the most obvious thing, but to do that, you need to, like, switch your build as well. You definitely need to switch your build if you're going to do that. Because if you drop Ramako, you have to change from Punishment to Flam, and you have to go back to, like, Combustion support. The gem with 100% life increase notes can be crazy for the build. That gem is going to be more expensive than most, like, that gem, or the jewel, is going to be so expensive that most noobs would have to play the game for, like, 6 years to be able to afford it. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty pricey, surely. Because first you have to get that jewel, which is already a little pricey. Then on top, I don't know, maybe it's easier now with changes, I'm not sure. Then you have to, like, cook the jewel, I guess. I don't know if you can just put it in the tree, and then it has to remove the correct line, and then it has to hit it with the other correct line. So, yeah. I was told that you were the happiest person today. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the happiest person because my build didn't get buffed, but for once in 7 leagues it didn't get nerfed, so that's good.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yo, dope. Thanks for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Can you just, like, cook uniques in there? Or, if you can't, like, just cook a unique, can you, like, is it just, like, random? Surely not, because you can't just create boss unique. You got raided by GGG? Yeah, it's true. The raid from GGG was nice. I do appreciate it. They were very nice. When is RF coming to PoE 2? Not for a while, my dude. First they're making Druid, then they're making a sword class. Maybe RF comes after that. Bob is in shambles asking when next PoE 2 league is. Wait, why? You have a branch specifically for uniques, but not dedicated boss drop ones. Yeah, and what they show is a boss drop, so I'm curious, right? Because like they clearly show that ring is a boss drop ring, right? D17 and Abyss Strat nerf most likely. That Abyss Strat was fucking F, man. Like, that Abyss Strat literally punished any build that played it. If you were not a caster, you had to spend points on the tree just to be able to open fucking box, like, the things. I don't know, man. Like, don't get me wrong. Cool for a league. Not something that I want to see going forward. So... maybe from the breach nodes themselves? Oh, bosses? Yeah, maybe, for sure. Risk nerf, you can only use 1. Good. They could make it 0 and I'd still be happy with it. You think the new Uber bosses will be almost impossible? For RF, you're not doing Ubers for a long time on RF. I think Zoff can be dropped from Zoff mobs. Right. Yeah, it definitely can, actually, now that I think about it. You're not wrong there. Is LARF still a Void Stone Rusher? I would have to play it again to see. I haven't... like, I don't know how the 50% Golem effect works. I mean, it sounds like a pretty big nerf overall. It does. Still probably faster than Chieftain, though, to be honest. Like, the #1 reason to play LERF was Golems, and Golems got nerfed by a lot. So the build will still work, it's just weaker than it was. And it already, to me, was only impressive for speed at the beginning of a league, not, like, overall, right? We haven't changed from last league? Yeah, but thankfully, you know, Merc League was not a good league for RF boys, so surely this league is just better. What were the bingo results? Also, I didn't read anything about Harbinger and the quality of life, sadly. They did say they wanted to do it. Bingo results were, not very good. To be fair, we were never shooting for a bingo in the first place. RF wasn't buffed. Fire Trap wasn't buffed. Life wasn't buffed, unless you want to count the Jewel, but... I mean, should I count the Jewel? Like, I mean, it is... you're stacking life. That Jewel is kind of insane. Chieftain did get buffed. It just, the buff doesn't matter for our build. But he got buffed. Flame Surge did not get reworked. Abyss did get reworked. Well, wait. The Abyss Scarab got reworked. Yeah, that's why I have it there. They said they're doing Harvey Quality of Life, but we didn't confirm Harvey Quality of Life. Nebulous is an RF buff, though. It is, but not... like, RF itself didn't get buffed, you know? Beyond didn't get changed. They just moved it. They did add new supports, but not supports for RF. I didn't read anything about chest, like the caster mastery. They added async trading. They did buff damage over time, just not RF. They buff fizz damage over time. They added new gems. They nerfed Trickster. They didn't touch CWS, which is cast when stun. They didn't touch Valerium. They didn't touch intelligence stacking. They nerfed Risk Scarab. They didn't touch ES. They did nerf Whispers. They nerfed Golems. They actually nerfed T17 mods, no? They did. T17 actually did get nerfed. And they didn't touch Archmage. Would you drop -20 res node for a bloodline? Yes, that would be the node to drop, is the -20. Aren't removing Vol Incursion nerf CWS? It does not nerf the gem itself, and it does not nerf the Valyrium interaction, so no, not by mine. Anything to say about Nebulous Unique Scepter? Looks amazing. Looks amazing. It's in my notes here. What did I put for notes? Let's see. A lot of random shit in here, to be honest. Added 5 new stash affinities. The whole, like, bloodline classes, because it seems cool. But let's see. We probably drop Ramako's Son's Light or bloodline. Yeah, Feared is now different. Vault Breach is not obtainable. You are now less likely to get high rarity div cards from Betrayal. Gigantic Rogue Exiles no longer are gigantic when revived. Drowning Orbs no longer fuck you if you have sources of debuffs expire faster. Spell Suppression got nerfed. Bark Skin on Warden now has no mana reservation. Ashcaller is on a Goat Horn, so a little buff for like RF leveling. Nebulous looks fucking crazy. Incarnation of Dread. So all the three bosses they added last league have less life but do more damage. That's kind of nice. They're less spongy. What bloodline class are you gonna use? Well, we don't know. But there's 10 to pick from, so surely like there's something there. Surely. We've only seen 3 out of 10. Yeah, we saw an Oshabi one. We saw, let's see, there's Oshabi. We saw the Vol guy. And who's the third one? Oshabi, Vol, and who else? King of the Mist. King of the, if you want to wear an extra ring, just delete your amulet, delete all your flasks. Or what was the other one? Sorry. Delete your amulet, delete your flasks. What was the... delete your belt. Yeah, there we go. Fuck me, dude. A link to the music playlist. Sure. There you go, bud. Right there in the chat for you. We delete amulet. I think you don't take that unless you have a specific build. Crystal King is no joke to get to. That's true. Crystal King is pretty far away, but, you know, surely he's not fire related, right? No problem. Oh, there is the thing about breach rings. Give, like, max res now. Breach rings now give max res. So, Zoff. Rings equal max fire res? Yeah, that's a thing too. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, so that was, they said that in the Q&A. They said that in the Q&A that like the ring now drops. I thought they said that like it drops like based off of like it could be Zoff, it could be Ulnatal. I don't know if it actually can. They said something like that, and the implicit gives max res. Would a breach ring be worth? It's so easy to hit 90 max res without it. Yeah, but think of dropping like Purity of Fire potentially, right? So it's always good to have options. It doesn't mean you need to use it, but it's good to take note of something because you never know when you might want something. Chalupa ring. As a fear now works on helmet for minion damage. Is it viable craft early league? I don't know. I think you want a defensive helmet versus just increased damage. How much did gold get buffed? I don't know. They just said across the board they're looking at things that cost gold, lowering the amount that they cost. And I don't know if they said they're increasing the amount you get. But for example, in King's March, re-rolling for the like perfect workers instead of 20k is now 16. How good is Nebulous for RF build now? You will use Nebulous until like a perfectly crafted scepter, basically. How much more damage could you get if you were to drop Purity with a Breach Ring? Well, first you have to understand that rings actually give you a lot of damage, but hypothetically, if you got 7 max res from a Breach Ring, you could easily replace Purity of Fire with Aspect of Spider, which is like 15% more damage, maybe. You could try to greed to get Malevolence, which is more than that. So it'd be somewhere around there. Nebulous starting price, 10 divine. I still think that's cheap for a weapon that you could use like all throughout the game. What time is damage? What part of damage over time buff, such as RF? Well, it's not see? Damage over time buffs. See? Nothing to see there. I put the such as RF as like a meme because I put it here, and I put it here, right? How common is Nebulous? I feel like it's really common off of Uber, what's his face? The guy who drops the flask and then Nebulous drops and you get upset that it's not a flask, you know what I mean? Don't expect it to remain common. I mean, that just... What is his drop pool, even? He drops weapon, he drops flask, he drops body? Right? Is there something else? The ring should be tied to an elephant, or an element. Therefore, being more likely to roll modifiers of that element can be strong for decent breach rings. Maybe. The thing is we use dot multi on rings. And I highly doubt you can get dot multi, but maybe. Maybe. I mean, it wouldn't be hard for them to just code fire multi on it. Mask is the most common. Ah, okay. Didn't they say they were going to go ballistic on class balance? Am I crazy, or was nothing changed that much? Maybe when they were talking about going ballistic, they were referring to the 10 new bloodlines you can get. Because, like, in my opinion, the thing about the bloodlines that's kind of crazy is there are so many builds that have like 3 very good ascendancies, and the 4th one is kind of like okay. But the 4th one, now you get to pick from 10 different ascendancies with any build. With any build in the game, you can pick from 10 ascendancies and then pull a specific point from those 10. That kind of opens up a lot, no? I would consider that class balance, man. I don't know. I'd say that's class balance. Air Dragon, thanks for the 3 years. Appreciate it, dude.
Welcome home.
Can you really pick if you have to defeat the boss with your build? I mean, why? Yeah, why can't you kill the boss? I mean, I guess like all the Crystal King is like a tough one, maybe specifically. I don't know about the other ones. No, no idea about the other ones, but I mean, surely you can kill them, right? You gotta work for it, you know? Some people can't or will not. I mean, that's their fault. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, what if, like, I don't know, for me, I would get excited, man. Like, it's another step in character progression, which I think is cool. I always want this stuff. No, you cannot all in on a bloodline. RF can kill all. RF can kill every boss. It just takes a lot longer than on other builds. That's about it. You know, if it takes you 5 minutes to kill all, it takes me 15 minutes. But that's life, right? What Harvey quality of life do you want? They were talking about it in the Q&A, actually, so we might have it. But it's stackable currency shards. Patch notes today. Yeah, we already covered them. Mika, you want to come over here? Mika, come here. People want to talk to you. Come on. Why do you look like that? Come on. You don't want to move? Now that I think about it, my psoriasis started to act up after I started holding you, Mini K. My allergic to cats kicking in. My allergy to cats? That would suck if so. I'm allergic and I didn't know until I moved out at 18 and could breathe normally for the first time in my life. Is there anything good build that I can transition into from RF that's decent for bossing? I don't really know what people are playing on Chieftain. You could look at Chieftain or Jug or Berserker. Surely, like, there are people who play these builds. How old is he now at this point? I don't know. How old are you, Mini K? 12? 11? He said, I'm still a kitten. Does he act orange? He acts very orange, yes. Just not when he's on stream. When he's on stream, he's always a good boy. When he's off stream, he's like anything but being a good boy. Isn't that right? Hmm? Yeah. that you, Mr. Good Boy? Yeah, are you a good boy? Hmm? Yeah. No fear, no brains. How big is the scepter buff? It's really nice. It is very nice. Most RF builds will probably be using it. What's the buff to RF? Oh, there isn't. That's why it's not checked. We have an orange cat we rescued thinking he was around 3 months old. Found out at the vet that he was 7 months and will basically always be the size that he is. Damn. We have a cat that's kind of like that too. We have a cat who's, he's like basically permanently fun size. He's like a dwarf cat. He's like a male cat who, like, something's like wrong with his heart. So he's like a little bit smaller than normal, but he really tries to act big all the time. He's so funny. Like the way he walks, you know how like a cat would like walk on their paws? He walks like on his knuckles. He walks like a gorilla. He takes like long strides and goes like, he goes like, as he walks. I don't know what's up with him. He's just trying to live big, man. Quadrilla cat. Yeah, that's him, dude. That's him, Quadrilla cat. Not this one though. You're a good boy? Yeah, good boy. Chieftain Nebula's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be really good because it gives you the ability to buy a weapon that arguably should be much cheaper than like a proper recombinated weapon, a proper like +2 dot multi, etc. So how is permanent uptime on Vol RF not a buff? Permanent uptime on Vol RF. I mean, not everybody is playing Vol RF build though. Why do you look like that? Where are you hiding? Vol RF is not permanent. I'm guessing they're talking about like, I'm assuming they're talking about the Ascendancy that buffs like the Vol skills. That's kind of my guess. Why are you so lazy? Hmm? 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 Why are you so lazy? Why do you put your head like that? Like, what is that? How is that comfortable? Hmm? How is that comfortable?
You're fucking lazy.
Why do you do that? You may have to play trade for once. What's the kitty's name? This is Mini K. I named him after the Mini Kappa emote like 10 years in Twitch. You looked very funny with your foot all the way up in the air like that. Why is your foot like that? What the heck? Put your foot down. That's rude, Mini K. What are you doing with your foot? He has a question. Bro, his foot is just like fucking up in the air, dude. What? How? Yeah, I did that because of your foot. Put your foot down. Put it down. Okay, put your foot down. What is this foot doing? What a distinguished gentleman. If you could see how he's sitting right now, this is how he's sitting. He's just Garfield. He's sitting like one of us. Yep. He has a question about RF. You have a question, Mini K? You trying to kick me in the... Why are you trying to kick me in the... What the heck? You want to go? Go ahead. Go have fun. Where are you going? He said, I'm not going any... Oh, he actually jumped down. Wow. Nebulous gives, if you look, 5 to 10% increased Ellie. Right? So, from 15 to 90 is 15. Yeah? So 15 plus 75 is 90. 15 times 10 is 150. So now you apply this to cold, lightning, and fire. That's 150 plus 150 plus 150 is 450. Because people keep asking, there is no way that Nebulous only picks one element. If it only picked one element, it would only give you 150 Ellie. 150 Ellie is not good. Like, for an Uber drop, that's literally impossible. You can't do that, right? Trying to league start RF and then transition to something else. What's the investment? What's the investment to start making good currency? That depends on you as a player. I mean, you want like, let's see, 6-link Cloak of Flame. You can run on a 5-link. 5-link works. 6 is going to be better, obviously. Ignite Proliferation in the form of gloves or your Cluster Jewel. Cluster Jewel does not have to be expensive. You take the Cluster Jewel because you can actually get, like, increased damage here versus having, you know, like, more tank nodes. Like an okay weapon, I don't know, I'll just throw a budget of like 5 Divine. You can definitely map blast on way cheaper than 5 Divine. The only other option, the only other thing you'd want are 2 pieces. You would want an Elder Helm, which is literally just getting an Elder base and hitting Reforged Fire till you get Conk Burn. It's usually 5,000 life force on average. And then you want a Life on Block Shield. So 2 influence items, a unique item, then like some other cheap uniques like Immortal Flesh is literally like 1C, that's not expensive, right? And a base cluster like this with 1 mod, so it's not very expensive. And that, like, if you look at my SSF character here, I can show you what that'll look like. Take note of my Defiance of Destiny, which is not needed. The Defiance of Destiny is not going to provide any damage whatsoever, right? So you can literally see how weak this character. You can see all the gear on the left, right? I don't think I have influences like Ritual right now, so I'll just go run a quick map and show. No, but a lot of defense. Yeah, but I don't need the... I mean, here, if I have my old amulet, I'll just switch it. I think it was a Lapis amulet. If we see a Lapis anywhere, you let me know. Oh, it's right here. There we go. Swapped. Fizz Dog got buffed. There's a lot of like Fizz Dot multi buffs. I want to state that more mob density makes the build feel better. So like I don't have Exarch altars. The map boss got one shot, by the way. I don't have Exarch altars because I didn't. Well, I don't have pack size for it right now. But the more pack size, the faster you map, because the more mobs, the faster you roll the explode chance. This is your single target when you don't have an explode. It is okay. Nothing special. Right, definitely not RF strong point. What is that? Never mind. Don't. And I mean, if you can do this, you can farm currency, right? You can farm strong boxes, Harvey Beyond, Delirium content, a lot of different things. Ritual, Harvest. You can do a lot at this stage on the character. I would just stay away from doing anything with big bosses more than anything. Big bosses are going to take time in this setup. Because this setup is a 6 life mastery setup that I run specifically for SSF. It makes you very tanky, which is really good. I mean, that was like a 2-minute map, kind of like relaxing, right? Pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Let's say 450%, how good is that scepter? Compared to a +1 fire multi, and increased fire. I don't have a number, maybe like 20% better. It's very good. It is very, very good. Is this an SSF? Yeah, this is an SSF character. We like just boot this character up. We started at like the beginning of this week. We played it for like a day. POB updated? POB takes time to update, so probably not, man. POB can never really be updated on like the day of patch notes because they gotta take that stuff and put it into POB, push a bunch of updates, and then etc., right? That takes time, unfortunately. Maybe this is good for all Ellie builds, not specifically cold or lightning. Yeah, but there's an argument to be made with other builds where maybe you want cast speed, maybe you want crit chance, maybe you want crit multi, right? Maybe you want like pen, like other factors. Maybe you're looking for a specific influence weapon, so I feel like, you know, like that, like maybe this is cope on my end that it's not as good for other builds, but it's definitely a very good pick for RF. I guess Ignite builds might want it, but then you can't you get Ignite speed on a weapon? You can. Not sure. Is RF going to use a new Blood Ascendancy? I mean, maybe. There's a lot we don't know yet, man. Also want to state, like, how much damage that is for RF specifically. That's a lot of damage for pure RF, man. That's a lot. Can you go over your flasks? I don't think they're really proper right now, but I like running quartz, granite, quicksilver, and then this one's optional. Can be sulfur, can be silver, can be whatever. Sometimes I run an amethyst if I'm missing it. As for affixes, you can always look at the POB. You want gain 2 to 3 charges on each one, and then suffix can be anywhere from reduced effective curses, movement speed, chance to free shock ignite. I don't know. There's a lot. You can find more in the POB. For sure, you want this mod. I just didn't put this on yet. This right here. This is the first unique scepter ever used for RF Chieftain. For Chieftain? Maybe for Chieftain? Maybe? We used to use other unique weapons in the past, like Balefire or the one from Atziri. Is that mod from Katarina? Not anymore. Now you just get them through mapping. How long before you drop a video about RF nerfs and buffs? I'm either doing it today or tomorrow. I'm leaning kind of towards tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, like before I go live, I just drop the video. Is that DOD in your inventory on your Fresh Star S Saffron? It is. It is a real DOD, yes. I'm confused by your earlier statement regarding how RF was bad during Merc League. Didn't Mercs buff us? No. No. The thing about Righteous Fire, man, a mercenary in your party increases a boss's life by 50%. The amount of investment it takes to get your Merc to give you more damage than that is a lot. You need to use like a Cover in Ash Amulet, Learcast Helmet, Malevolence, increased effect, body armor and weapons. Now you're breaking even. Now on top of that, you also need to make sure your mercenary has no damage over time on it at all, because if you do, then it can brick your Hinakora chains, preventing you from actually proccing your Hinakora, so it's not really very good. A lot of people don't understand this. If you play a build a lot, you will start to learn like the ins and outs and the niche things that are not really very good. That's why Mercenary was very annoying. If you're going for a Nebula Scepter, is that going to make Purity a fire? Oh, is that going to make getting Purity to the right level unachievable? So there's a few ways we can go about this. Number one, you can try forcing a +1/+1 amulet earlier on. It's kind of annoying. It's pretty RNG, but +1/+1 Ami is good. There are weird things you can do, like you can go for Annihilation's approach and look for +1 gem or like +2 gem, +2 like AoE on Annihilation's approach, and you can use Annihilation to hit your 90 max res. You can use an extra jewel with 2 max res. You can use a jewel with 1 max res because it's cheap. There's the new Zofferings that maybe will be desirable. There's like a lot of different ways to do it, so. How do you counter mod less recovery? You don't run that map mod. There are map mods that counter builds. That's one for RF. Merc was the first league I got to 100 on RF Chieftain. So I was confused. I mean, it's okay. You were objectively weaker in Mercenary League, but again, that's okay. Unless you were one of the players I'm talking about who is like really overgearing their Mercenary, you should overall notice that the game feels a bit easier when you're playing RF in a non-Mercenary League. Doesn't DoD counter less recovery? I mean, I guess if you want to spend money on an amulet to run less recovery mods and still potentially die, you can, but I feel like it's okay to avoid some map mods, you know? Is it possible to counter Ellie Reflect? RF doesn't really suffer from Reflect. Maybe Fizz Reflect you can get hurt sometimes, but for the most part you don't die to Reflect. This game needs to explain itself. It's frustrating to want to play, but then I have to watch 18 guides on 3 different websites. I promise, if you follow my build guide, there's minimal, like, navigating of pages. I'm going to give you an example, and while I do this, I'm going to link to a website and show a video, but I'm going to use it as an example. So, if you come to this website, I try to intentionally condense everything to one spot, so it's easy, right? You can start by watching this video. It's an Act 1 through Act 10 RF Chieftain walkthrough. You can literally just play it on the side. and go through the game and follow it, the video is 4.5 hours long, and it is time-stamped so that you can kind of just go through with the video. That will take you through all of like the campaign. From there, I do have a lot more guides on past that, but this is one condensed video as an example. Then I have an FAQ where you can search your questions if you get stuck, such as like maybe you don't have enough dexterity in the campaign. Boom. We have crafting all in one central location, Atlas guides, etc. Doesn't Learcast helmet on Merc solve 50% more boss life? No, Learcast is 50% increased damage. If you want an example of what 50% increased damage is, it's Divine Judgment. But the way diminishing returns works, that is not 50% more damage. Not that I dislike watching guides, but the devs put no effort into explaining their own game, relying on other outside sources. Yeah, I think they came to the point where their game was just too layered that it's not worth them working on that part. They also stated that they have all the the information and the resources, and they say that whenever they try to make more helpful content, it just gets dismissed by like 95% of the player base. So whereas I don't fully agree with everything that they say, and they could definitely try to work on it, that's pretty much why. Yo, Poke, appreciate it. How's Melver going? Melver's going pretty good on this run. Let's see, where are we at? I needed to get some prayer, so I'm currently enchanting medium urns because I hit 99 fire making, and now I'm gonna pump my well, basically I'm consuming all my urns, and then I have to go back to God dungeons because I want to get a cloudburst staff so I can start grinding for my fez and hitting like 99 magic. We'll see what happens after that. Is the Atlas section new? No, it's been there for like a year. It's the Milky Way idol replacement. I still have Milky Way, but it's kind of dying for me, so we'll see. I'm just getting bored with it. Idol Awakening. I haven't heard of that. Is it on Steam? Melver is a very good idle game, though. No cap, for people who are interested. It gets a bit of a slog from time to time, but it's pretty good. Have you signed up for Melver 2 Beta? No, where do you sign up for it? New patch note update. Link it. It's on their Patreon? Okay, I'll probably go check it. That is pretty good. Link it to me, Morning, in Discord. Just send me a link. Holy dude, Fubgun's title. -4 farms, same meta. Oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. Not like this. Oh no. I'm just happy we get POE 1 content, man. Like, no complaints for me. I'm just happy. Evolving Shrines from Domination Scarab now reduce the chance for monsters to upgrade rarity every time, but now has a base chance to evolve 25. Ah. Pub is really mad. I'm not gonna shit on the guy, everyone plays for their own reasons, so. Did they throw a wrench in your build? No, it's actually doing just fine. In fact, I would say certain progression points even get buffed, so I'm happy. The skill itself didn't get buffed, but in general, like, it's in a better state. Was it Fabaru that mocked RF? I feel like everybody mocks RF because it numerically like isn't very good, you know? What is the plan? The RF Chieftain, baby. I'm starting Mono RF. Do you know anything about its current state? I just don't like it, unfortunately. I don't like the defenses on Mono RF. It can clear the campaign fine, but I'm not really the guy to ask, unfortunately. It was a recent tweet. Oh, that's Jungron. RF is always at 100 first the most. Because RF Chieftain is a good build, man. A lot of people don't like to put it in a high rating for League Start because, well, I'm just not going to shit on people's opinion. People can do whatever they want, but it's not a bad build. Like, it is a good map blaster on a budget. It is very good on a budget. Does POE rating you mean they're going to support / buff RF? I mean, that's what we assumed, but, you know, maybe we get a special line in the patch notes just for us. Who knows? Who knows? Any of the new ascendancies worth mixing to RF? We don't know yet. We've only seen 3 of the ascendancies so far out of the 10. What is a reliable way to get your first items after the campaign? Honestly, gamble a few bases. Like gloves, helmet, boots, etc. Spending your gold from the campaign to gamble some bases is like not bad at all. In fact, check this out. I'll show you an example. Because I have a video my editor highlighted. Let's see where it is here. Okay. So if we like look at the end here. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, YouTube. This will be muted for you. Wait, did I already gamble that helmet? I already gambled that. Hold on, let's go back more. So if you look here, this is gambling items. You can get, this is an extreme example, but like you can, even if this had like one less stat, it's very achievable through gambling. Thought it was extremely lucky. That this helmet specifically is extremely lucky, but the thing is, even if this helmet had 80 life and 16% life regenerate, it would be good. Why? Because you could still craft fire res or fire and chaos later, right? So if you can get something like this in every single slot, like, and again, when I talk about like 3 affixes, it is very strong, right? I think even you'll see me gamble like a shield too, right? I don't know if I already got it. Let's see. Like, that is not a crazy shield. It might look crazy. It has a big life roll. It has a big block roll. And it has a fire res. That's 3 stats, right? Like, the armor is okay. The strength is okay. The avoid ailments doesn't really do anything. It's not on the best base. It's okay, right? But, like, the armor isn't the selling point on the shield. For me, the armor, the regen, and the block chance are, right? And this, you just use the gold from the campaign, right? I don't think I got anything else from gambling. Oh, I tried to look for gloves. Here we go. Definitely, it's a good way to start. Like right there. See, prime example. That's not crazy. I'd say the Chaos Res is lucky. 100 life, Fire Res, Chaos Res. Bam, right? Gambling gear is like really, really good. It is very, very good. Because it breaks up the... I'm using campaign gear, I'm trying to get into maps, and I have like 2k HP for some reason, right? This is where gambling for like high life can really assist you. And if you prefer to trade, like I'll give you an example. If you are a much slower player, which there's nothing wrong with, instead of gambling, maybe you want to just go buy some cheap gear off people, right? Did you gamble armor? Yes, space for the socket? Yeah, so if you look in this exact example here, right? I'll explain my process here. The body armor is much more important for armor than the gloves. Yes? So, if the body armor is more important, and since it's not a 5-link or a 6-link, what we do now is we just stick with armor ES at the beginning because we don't have currency, and that way I can run a pure armor body, right? So, we can continue with this, because ultimately, if this had another 300 armor, it would make a little bit of a difference, but it's not the end of the world, right? Especially if you don't have the colors. If you don't have the colors and you can't even like chrome your gear, you can't even use the gear. So whatever my RF is in, I try to get it in like my gloves, ideally gloves or helmet, and then the like the fire trap goes somewhere else, right? So we just sacrifice. Same thing here. The reason I gambled in armor evasion helm is because of the 3 greens. But once you start like mapping and you have an abundance of currency, you want to focus on pure armor. Do you set up any specific betrayal setups? Not really. I mean, for a little while, I think I did Gravicious and Chimera in transportation. I forgot what it was. They nerfed Gravicious. I don't know how good he's going to be now. Last time I played RF Chieftain, I got dumpstered by Uber Elder. Well, you know, do understand that a lot of bosses are not meant to be tanked. Uber Elder is one specifically. A lot of his attacks hit hard. Specifically on Shaper's side, you cannot tank a lot of the stuff. You can tank like his auto, and you can tank like the like icicles from time to time, as long as you're not by a wall, but you really have to be quick with Uber Elder with pretty much every build you play. It's a very fast-paced fight. Probably drop Velaco if a new Ascendancy has a sweet first 2 points. Yep. Yep. I would say that indeed. No way you ever drop Velaco. Sorry, did I say Velaco? I meant Ramako. That was my bad. I meant Ramako. Is DM not live? I thought Darth would be live for the POE announcement. I wonder if he's busy. What? Was that you, Mike? Mike, who are you yelling at? Okay, he just ended stream early, I see. Mike, are you yelling? Mike? What are you doing over there, Mike? Mike, are you happy our build got buffed? Yeah? What are you playing? Explosive Concoction? Mike, talk to me when I'm speaking to you. What are you playing? He said, don't talk to me about my build. My build got nerfed. What are you doing? Now you don't want to talk? After I disable the filter, you don't want to speak anymore? You were just yapping up a storm. Minike is playing Poison Spark Assassin. Actually, Minike is playing Poison Spark Ascendant. How's the patch looking for RF? It's looking alright. Build didn't get buffed. It definitely didn't get nerfed. Some items got buffed that we can use, so pretty happy about that. Pyroclast mines got big buffs. Yeah, I don't know how it is when you like factor in what it lost. Hope there's a good graph for RF for bossing. There was like a fire projectile based one, and the fact that they don't scale off anything actually makes me happy, because maybe they will actually do some level of damage. We'll have to see. Wish they'd update the graphics on POE 1. I don't want the game's performance to hinder at all. Nebulous BIS Scepter. I don't think it's BIS, it's very good though. Very, very good. The Firegraft has a guard tag. It does, but we don't use a guard skill really, and we could just face tank, right? So just starting to look outdated. I get it. I mean, some textures are definitely outdated. Like, if you walk around with no MTX on, your character can definitely look a bit scuffed. Like, let me start disabling some pieces one by one and see. I mean, yeah, that's okay, bro. I don't know what's up with this, man. Like, what is up with, like, what's up with this? Like, it doesn't even fully protect you. Like, what is this hobo armor? And look at his fucking pants, bro. Where are his pants? Is this a Templar now? He doesn't have any fucking pants. Like, what? He, like, came out of the fucking tribes, bro. He's got, like, that little flap thing. You know what I mean? RF is definitely still viable, yeah. I don't get it. What's my helmet look like? I mean, I'll be honest. I think the helmet is the coolest part of this so far. What's my weapon look like? I mean, the weapon is actually okay, too. I'm not a big fan of the walking animation. Is it just me? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. Like, the walking animation. Like, look at his hand. He looks like he wants to punch someone. Look. Look at his fist. Look at it. He's literally ready to punch someone. He's mad. But then look at it from this way. Like, look at his feet. Look at, like, the knees down. He just looks not correct. And then look, you have shit like this, though. Like, this looks amazing. And then you have, like, this. Like, look, the reflections show how goofy this looks. Like, look at it. You can literally see the fucking pixels because of the reflections. Oh, no, dude, not like this. Look at that. Look, it's like a triangle. This shit was put together with He's got, like, a triangle, like a fucking polygon, like a rhombus. He's got, like, a rectangle over here, dude. Another triangle over here. You go with RF all the way, or is there another build to transition to? I go RF all the way, but I think people can go cast one stun build sometimes on Chieftain. You have a shield MTX? Oh, I do. Yeah, I use a... Oh, Jesus. I mean... That's like... Bro, look at those shoes, though. I tried to look at the shield, and then I couldn't because my guy's wearing, like, bucket shoes. I don't even know how to explain that. Also, what's up with this? This is, like, two toes put together. Is that a thing? Like, you have, like... He's got Dorito feet. Dorito feet? Holy, dude. Fucking Dorito feet. Not like this. Yo, can we do like the goofiest, like... Wait, that's a thing? That actually looked kind of cool. Archon? Oh. Oh, this is the one you fly with. Oh. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool, actually. What the heck? Look at the feet. I can't see them. Oh, his feet got really small all of a sudden. Love Autumn Night. Is that a thing? Oh, I have Autumn. Wow, my guy just got really slim. Like, he just lost a lot of weight. Like, he lost a lot of weight. Oh, I think my cat's bitching again. Let me try to turn off the filter. Let's see. Mini K, is that you? Are you bitching, Mini K? What are you doing over there in the corner? Okay, never mind. He sat down. He's not gonna yell at me anymore. He's gonna go to bed. Every time I try to get him yapping, he doesn't want to yap anymore. He's being orange? Yeah, that's what orange cats do. Updated patch notes. Link it to me. What do we have? Link it. Let me see it. Evolving Shrine nerf. Oh, that's what someone posted before. Yeah, we read it. The 25 to 10 or whatever. I usually put it like right. Yeah. Evolving shrines from Domination, Scarab of Evolution now reduce the chance for monsters to upgrade rarity every time a monster upgrades rarity, but now has a base chance to evolve of 25%. Would that mean CWS will have to sacrifice a ring slot for Hateful Accuser? Doesn't CWS always run Hateful Accuser? How big is the change from 50 to 40% reduction? You will definitely notice an increase on damage taken on suppression. It's still very good. You always run Hateful Accuser? Yeah, I like Hateful Accuser on Classic RF. It's just easier to break into T17. How do you claim the pet? Chat, can you help this guy out? Are you staying hydrated? Yeah, I drink water from a mason jar that my chat always thinks is moonshine, so we're good. It is? That's not moonshine, bro. That's not moonshine. You think I could just chug moonshine like that, dude? Last time I drank a fucking a dragon's milk beer on stream, I got wasted. Which I still don't understand, by the way, because off stream I drink it and I don't feel anything. I will one day figure out the fucking phenomenon on what goes on with my brain while I'm streaming. No echo, by the way. There is definitely an echo when I'm back here. It might just be because of the audio right now because we're having music, but I do need to hang more stuff up on the wall. The more work your brain does, the easier it is to feel the effects of alcohol. Are you saying that I'm too relaxed when I'm drinking normally? I have to do something? But that's weird though, because if I'm doing something, I might be stressed out, and stress, like, okay, with the exception of like playing video games and I guess my job, you know, responding to you guys, like when I'm doing something in real life that's like I have to like focus. I mean, what the fuck do I even do where I have to like focus? I don't cook? No, that's like natural to me. I have no idea. Feel like you're not drunk? Do a jumping jack. Measured. You know, when I first tried to get drunk, when I turned 21, I was about to say when I leveled up to 21, I used to like drink a bit, and my friends would be like, "Are you drunk yet?" And I'm like, "Let me find out." And I would do 20 push-ups, and I'm like, "Nope, I'm not drunk yet." And they're like, "That's not a good way to figure out if you're drunk or not." My fat ass now would struggle so hard doing 20 push-ups, but that's okay. Increased blood flow / heart rate would help you get drunk more quickly. Is that why swimming helps with getting drunk? Maybe. Assuming people in here know what swimming means, so. Forgot we have like, you know, like 3,000 new chatters in here, so yep. So where's where'd it go? Announcement page. How expensive is this gonna be? $10 divines? No. 100 divines? No. Like 250 divines? It's gonna... Breach Hive seem like they're gonna feel like Abyss from POE 2, which is exciting. Yeah. So, like, the last time GGG showed us shit like this, it basically dropped, like, once in a blue moon. Like, actually, it dropped, like, once in a blue moon. My question, though, is, like, how does this work, right? Do you think that you can... So, you know, remember that spot where they said we're not going to show what this is? It was the mysterious side of the like, tree. Do you think on the mysterious side, you can take an item, like a unique, put it in there, and then this can happen? Because my question is, like, otherwise, how does this drop? Because this is a boss item, right? So, like, how does it drop? Because, like, how does it drop with this? Because you can't normally, like, make boss drops unless it's exclusive to, like, Breach. You have to cook it. Well, I know you have to cook it. Well, actually, I don't know. That's why I'm wondering. Foulborn currency is a thing. Oh, it's the Foulborn currency because it... Oh, right. Yeah, okay, right. That could be it. What is that? There's no way that stays as is. Oh, that's staying. It's just going to be expensive as shit. This thing is so OP, it got YouTube to start typing, dude. Holy Gazzy with the raid. Appreciate it. You know, it's funny. I was actually about to raid you in like 20 minutes. That's really funny. How you doing, Gazzy? Nice buffs for Spectres, by the way. Nice buffs for Spectres. Not gonna lie. Does that mean Warcraft? No, I can't, bro. I can't. The time. It's already past my normal time. I do want to check out that new map since, like, we don't have everyone right now. See if it's good. Isn't Red Dream a Chayula drop? Can we fight him? I mean, we have to, but again, either Either you get it and then you put, you know, the Foulborn currency on, or somehow you can, like, hatch this stuff. My 10-year-long streamer, newish account. What was your old account named? Didn't Mark say I have to cook the old Breachlord uniques? I don't remember. Shy. I remember you. Yeah. Yeah. Falcorn, thanks to T1. It was banned for being a toxic slag. Oh, 'twas banned. Oh. I don't know what that means. Maybe I shouldn't say that word. I'll probably have time tomorrow, though, Gazzy, to be fair. Because, like, there weren't that many changes. I do have to do some, like, work and stuff, but I can't be that. It won't take, like, you know, the whole day. Can I paste this into Notepad? Does Notepad accept images? Probably not, right? What happens if I paste this? Okay, nothing happens. Got it. Yo, Falcorn with the 10 gifted. Holy, dude. OneNote does? I mean, honestly, I would just use sticky notes, which I think, put images into, but people complain that they can't read anything when I use sticky notes, and because it's tied to Windows, you can't increase the, like, the size at all. So, I just use Notepad here. So, yep. I do miss my WordPad, though. I'm kind of a WordPad gamer, too. Is RF still alive? Yeah. Yeah, it's still alive. Didn't get nerfed. The league mechanic seems okay for it. Concerned about, you know, boss damage on some stuff, but we'll figure it out as usual. Yo, Falcorn with another 10 gifted? Holy, dude. Holy. Appreciate it. You're surprised they didn't butcher more classes. What do you mean? Also, didn't they say they were reworking more ascendancies, or is just Assassin? I think it was just Assassin, right? I think it was just Assassin. Does RF progression essentially stay the same? Yeah, it stays the same outside of graphs. It stays the same outside of not knowing if we're going to use a Bloodline Ascendancy. Since Bloodline Ascendancies are pretty cool, you know, we could potentially drop Ramako. Your weapon, you may want to consider buying... what is it? What is the new weapon again right now? Nebulous? We'll see. It depends on the price on it. Depends on, like, a couple of factors, but Nebulous is a nice weapon, so... They said tune in for more Ascendancy-related changes. See, that's what I thought, but then we didn't get anything, so I'm confused there. Patch notes were underwhelming. They were definitely on the shorter side. They probably meant bloodlines. See, that's what I figured, right? I figured, it's just, I thought that they meant that they were changing more ascendancies. I'm personally okay with them not doing, like, rehauls of ascendancies, because the thing is a lot of builds are only gonna, well, okay, I can't say a lot of builds, but I would say, you know, I will say a lot of builds probably get good power out of, like, 2 to 3 points on their ascendancy, and the fourth one is kind of, like, flexible, so having the bloodlines is basically, like, customization for everyone, so I'm curious. There's a point of the live stream where Mark said he counted bloodlines as ascendancy changes. Okay, because that's kind of like what I was saying before when someone commented on it. Tomorrow they're going to drop a whole new patch notes with RF-only buffs. What if we, like, wake up tomorrow and there's a, like, an update to the patch notes and they just, like, nerf Fire Trap again? Fire Trap has been nerfed by 13% damage to compensate for the new graphs you get. Surely there's no way, right? There's just actually no way. Play Wander like the rest of us. Wander does look really cool, I'm not gonna lie. I like the changes to Wander. I like there's even a gem they get that gives them like a bubble too. Like the Wander's looking real cool. Foulborn, Bloodlines, and Graphs are gonna make Endgame super different, but League Start meta is practically identical. Yeah. I think well no. Are people still like going Volcanic Fissure of Snaking? Because that was crazy on League Start last time, right? Volcanic Fissure of Snaking got pretty big nerf, right? Really big. Econk got nerfed. Bama got nerfed. Yeah, okay. So surely like League Start meta is changing a bit, right? Everyone's playing RF again. Oh! Earthshatter? Thinking is that all our slams are okay? I'm wanting to play Cyclone, but everyone says it's ZDPS. Listen to your heart, man. You know why I say that? Because I play RF, and it's been 10 years, and it's still ZDPS, but my heart is still in it. You can also look at Cyclone Shockwave. Some people do play Cyclone Shockwave. You could look at that. See how that goes. Come play Spectres with me. There you go. Spectre's got some nice changes. I'll be honest, the Reaper version looked kind of fun. The one where they got the new Uber helmet for linking and they link to the Reapers. That seems just kind of cool. I don't know why, just it seems kind of cool. I'm intrigued by the always hit minion change. I can finally try Animate Weapon. I might play Animate Weapon at some point. Because I played Animate Weapon a long time ago and I really liked Animate Weapon. That's a scam. The Reaper or the Animate Weapon? Which one? Lance's Animate Weapon lastly. Oh yeah, Lance played like an ES stacker Animate Weapon, right? Animate Weapon, Lightsaber. That's what Lance did, right? Are the new uniques available on standard/trade? Usually no. Usually that stuff trickles into trade like when people migrate, but maybe I'm wrong. Lance can't live without stacking. It's just like I can't live without toxic sewers, dude. RF nerfed that you're considering a non-RF build. RF didn't get nerfed. RF got buffed by proxy. Trickster KB Wander is going to be good. Trickster got nerfed a little, but still usable. ES didn't get, like, deleted from the game. I like how no one asked if it was buffed because everyone assumes it's nerfed.
Hello there.
I just want to know why everyone was so hellbent on RF getting nerfed and Hinakora getting nerfed. I don't get it. I still don't get it. Like, people were like 100% confirmed it was getting deleted. Conflagration numbers look good. Yeah, but you have to use a bow. You gotta use a bow. I don't want to use a bow, dude. People always assume high play use skill settings will be nerfed every league, and generally that's the case, and most people forget RF was nerfed a few leagues ago. That is true, yeah. You think some of this league gimmick is going to trickle into PoE 2 Breach? I think it definitely can. I think it definitely can. They bugged King's March. Oh, buffed. I was like, wait, how is it bugged already? I was like, what? Imagine Bloodline and Druid hitting at the same time for PoE 2. Bloodline and Druid hitting at the same time for PoE 2? That would be kind of very spicy, no? That would be like very spicy. Little underwhelmed so far. Hopefully the bloodlines are really juicy. I'm fairly confident they're gonna be juicy. I mean, I don't actually know, but I've got to be a believer that they're gonna be juicy. Like, surely, right, chat? The bloodlines are gonna be like super juicy. I potentially think broken as well. Like in some regard, I think it will be broken. It's gotta be, dude. It's gotta be. You're gonna be so broken. The unique potential alone is gonna be amazing. Well, like I said, I've said this like a bit, but there's so many builds that benefit off of like 3, for example. They'll benefit from like 3 ascendancy points, but like that 4th one is like okay. So having this could be kind of crazy. Zizarin with, oh my god, everyone's rating me. I gotta go. Shit, I'm leaving in 10 minutes. How you doing, Ziz? What is good? You have anyone you want me to raid? Because I gotta go in literally 10 minutes, so. It's so funny. Gazzy hosted me. I was about to leave. Now you raid me. Yeah, we're gonna throw a big raid to somebody very soon. We'll have to see. You pick. I'll find someone. I'll find someone to pick someone. That's just funny that happened. We couldn't read. Red Dream might be super common. Read the paragraph above. Mathel has raids disabled. You can disable raids? Unique items are growing in the Genesis tree. Can also become Foulborn, mutating one of the existing modifiers. I see. Is RF nerfed? No, RF got like kind of like proxy buffed. He hates feeling like he has to keep going after he's been raided. I guess there's something wrong with me for feeling like... I mean, I guess because I'm on, like, time constraints, I always kind of end at the same time. Did you F5 the patch notes for the huge RF? Bro, you can't get me. You can't get me, Ziz. I already had people telling me this, like, 18 times. They're like, you keep talking about this RF nerf. Did you actually read the RF nerf? And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, look, click the spoiler tag. It's just for you. I'm like, what do you fucking mean? And then it's like, you know, Evolving Shrine has been... Oh, okay, okay. Yo, Juju, thanks so much for the 25. Appreciate it. RF is unnerfable. Yo, the fucking Nebulous is kind of sick. 450% Ellie on Nebulous? That's kind of nice. That's kind of nice for Trade League, for sure. That is kind of nice. Does that beat Double Dom multi? That should beat everything but like a perfect Scepter. Also, I think synergizes very well with Adorned. I don't know if it's better, but I just like seeing stuff. It's cool. It is cool, for sure. Maybe Nebulous is a rare drop. Maybe. Does it still have the crazy implicits? It does, and it rolls with this now, too. I think it's cool, man. I'm happy, bro. I'm happy. No complaints from me. And Warden still has no way to manually shed her bark. Manually shed her bark? Why does that sound weird when I read it like that? What is Adorned? Adorned is a very endgame jewel. I don't actually know how barks get, like, the bark thing works. I just saw that I had no it has no more reservation, which I thought was cool. Gonna tap out. Have a good one, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow. You don't shed your bark in public? Yo, Falcorn, thanks for the gifted, man. Appreciate it. Yo, Conquer, how you doing, man? Wait, another raid? Wait, another what? Wait, did someone else just raid me? I didn't even notice. No, 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 no. We're good. We're good. Right? Did Congor just raid me? It doesn't show it here. No, right? I was gonna say, every time I'm trying to end, somebody throws me a raid. Every chieftain node is mandatory? No, Ramako Sun's Light's not mandatory. I mean, I'd say it's mandatory for league starting. It's not mandatory in the endgame, though. Falcorn, thanks for the gifted, man. Very nice. Very kind of you. Thoughts on Trickster RF? No opinion really. It's a build that's entirely funded by gear, so Not really sure. Did RF get buffed? It didn't get nerfed. I fell asleep on the couch with a dog on each shoulder.
Our illustrious champion
funny.
returns. Welcome home.
Lork, appreciate it, man. Want to say thank you for all the content? No problem, Xenix. All right, we need to go get ready to hop off. So we're gonna go find somebody to raid. Who are we raiding? Let's go see. Arn or Ben? Let's see. Remember, if you guys enjoyed the stream, hit that follow button. We'll be live tomorrow at around 10 o'clock Central. Probably start cooking up the RFPOB, kind of cleaning it up, getting ready for some, just some other stuff. So, let's see. Who do we raid? Maybe we just raid Ben. Ben's usually pretty positive, right? I like hosting positive people. Yeah. We'll go raid Ben. Go say hello to everyone. Ben positive. Yeah, but Ben's pretty positive, no? Surely. I'll catch you guys all later. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you later as well, YouTube. Enjoy yourselves. Give Ben a blah for me. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you, Ziz, for the raid. Thank you, Gazzy, for the raid.
Enjoy yourselves, exiles. Have a great time watching Ben.
Wait, did my raid not go through? Oh, there it goes.